Hello, hello everyone. Good morning, Gem, Gem. It's wonderful that you're all here gathered today for Cosmoverse 2025. If you're hearing me outside, come in. If you're here, very, very welcome. If you're watching online, great that you're joining us as well. I am Alex, founder and CEO of Trilled Labs, and your host for the next couple of days. Now, once again, very, very welcome to Cosmoverse 2025, the flagship community-run conference of the Cosmos ecosystem. I actually want to say, first of all, hands together and applause, actually for the organizers, as well as for all the partners, all the sponsors, all the community members that make this possible, as well as yourselves, attendees, of course. Now, we're gathered here today in Split, Croatia, for 3 days to talk about epic things, right? Cosmoverse is bringing together so many people from all across the world. Builders, founders, entrepreneurs, institutions, regulators, so many people really to talk and to build really everything that is needed to advance the interoperable infrastructure that is really powered by the Cosmos ecosystem. Now, on day one, today, we will speak about so many different things, right? We have wonderful keynotes prepared for you. We will deep dive into the Cosmos ecosystem. We'll be speaking about tokenization, AI, regulation, so many different things. Tomorrow and the day after, we'll be covering lots of other things, all the way from Bitcoin to so many other things as well. What is also important to mention is that there is a hackathon going on. There's wonderful workshops that you can also join. And sincerely, have and take the time to network, to learn, and to connect with other people. Now, once again, I'm Alex. I'm the founder and CEO of Trilled Labs. Trilled Labs is also providing the networking app for this event. Feel free to check it out in the App Store and connect with other people. There's already a wonderful amount of yourselves all joining on the app, and I much recommend you to check it out, or indeed just enjoy the day and build on human connections too. What you can also do later, by the way, when we have time, feel free to match with me on the app. And if you have any questions about the app, or perhaps for the speakers, if we have time, I will actually try to pose your questions to the speakers, specifically with panel discussions. Now, once again, many, many thanks to all the partners, community members, as well as sponsors. We're going to move towards the substance now. Finally, after this brief opening, I'm very, very happy and actually thrilled to welcome on stage 3 wonderful gentlemen, Roberto, Zach, and Michael. Please feel free to join me and put your hands together, the wonderful organizers.
Thank you, thank you.
Dobro jutro, Split.
Thank you.
Dobro jutro.
Welcome everyone to Split, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to Cosmoverse 2025. I'll be very straightforward. I don't want for you to lose too much time for the amazing conversation that we will have today. I think that one of the biggest achievements for this conference is actually having multiple sectors and industries coming together. We have central banks, we have institutions, we have Web3 natives, and I think this is a beautiful thing, and we hope that we will have meaningful conversation, and maybe something positive also will come from Europe, because we are in a crucial period. There is so many emerging technologies coming, and having meaningful conversation with the pioneers of these technologies could actually have a very positive outcome. So we hope for all of you to having a pleasure experience at Cosmoverse, and I now pass the mic to our ventures lead.
Thank you very much, BM, GM, and LM, everyone. It's so great to be here. It's already the 5th edition of Cosmoverse. And this time, we're coming back to Europe after the first edition in Lisbon. And it's so great here. The Croatian people are so kind. They're really helping you. And it's an amazing location. And what we do with our ventures arm is essentially just providing a platform for all the ideas of the young people, of the developers. They come up with ideas and they want to start up something. And they have companies. And we want to provide a platform to reach out and to connect and to also reach investors. And that's why we do that. And that's also why we have on our second day at 11 a.m. in the room VAR. We have our pitching competition with already 8 amazing projects. They're going to pitch in front of in front of the jury, and then on the day 3, we will have also 2 finalists. They will pitch on the main stage, and we are super excited for that. So if you have an idea, if you're a project or an investor that wants to get connected with any project within the Cosmos ecosystem and beyond, feel free to reach out to me and get connected. Now I will hand over to the man of the hour, CryptoCito. He is basically the brain behind all this. He came up with the idea 5 years ago, so kudos to him. And yeah, the stage is yours.
Thank you, thank you. I also want to add, on top of Croatians being nice people, you also have amazing food. Everyone that's here for the first time, you have to eat cevape and lignje na žaru. Those are the 2 things you have to get, just as an alpha. But yeah, I think Cosmoverse is always a snapshot of the state of Cosmos, and to a degree also of the state of Web3. When we started in 2021 in Lisbon, Cosmoverse was a very grassroots developer ecosystem conference. And now, 4 years later, after we've been to Colombia in 2022, after we've been to Istanbul 2023, last year Dubai, which is also very challenging sometimes to put together conferences in different continents. But this year specifically, I think we're seeing a lot of institutional participation, and that's not only because we are pushing, as crypto natives, we are pushing to get connected with them. Of course, we also want that. But at the same time, I'm feeling for the first time, probably starting like 2024, that institutions, banks, central banks, and we have 4 of them in this room today, are actually seeking the public dialogue as well. So we'll have amazing panels with Web3 crypto natives, with the banking sector, with policymakers and regulators. And I think there might also be some disagreements. There might also be some points where we're not fully aligned. But I think Web3 crypto is also in a state where we are seeing a lot of the existing industries and the finance sector merging. So I think the next 3 days, we're going to have a lot of these conversations. As Alexandra also mentioned, we have our hackathon going on. So we are always, to our roots of where we started, who we are. But we also recognize that we, as an industry, as a conference, as media marketing people, we also need to adapt to the evolution of crypto. So I think that's all from my side. Underneath the values of Cosmos, which are all around sovereignty and interoperability, are what we are representing at Cosmos as well. Aside from the pitching competition and other activations that we have, I also want to encourage everyone to be here, not only for the 3 days, but specifically for the closing segment on November 1st, which is Saturday, because not only will we have a few awards that we'll give out, the finals of the pitching contest, but also we will announce the location for next year, location and dates. That's already set in stone, so be around for that. Now, I will give it over back to our lovely host. And as we do that, I want also a big round of applause for Alex. She's doing an amazing job. And you're in very good hands with her. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for your kind words. And indeed, aren't we all happy and indeed thrilled to be here? Now, I'm going to announce someone really, really special, someone very, very achieved with a massive track record as well. The person who is going to be on stage in just a second from now is actually a former Minister of Science, Education and Youth here in Croatia. Importantly, this person is also belonging to the top 2 scientists worldwide. And of course, he's going to speak about inspiring matters with his wonderful keynote. Now, the person I'm speaking about is indeed Professor Dragan Primorac, also of St. Catherine Hospital. Please be very, very welcome on stage, doing lots of different things. Put your hands together. He will be providing to you, once again, a very inspiring keynote about imagination, about vision, and about dreams. Please be very welcome on stage, Professor.
Thank you
for being here.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Alex. Thank you. Okay, I have impossible mission to squeeze everything in half an hour, what I usually speak in 1 hour. But I would like to thank you, Michael, Roberto, everyone, for inviting me. And please feel free to interrupt me at any time if you have any question. Just landed from Pittsburgh, so still feeling kind of sleepy. But see, my life is very complicated. I started from this city, from Split, and it was a very challenging path that I didn't expect how it's going to end. And what I receive information is to share everything that's happening in my life, vision, and hopefully you're going to recognize yourself in so many of these aspects. So basically, I'm from Split. It's a challenging city. The city with incredible people coming from the science, sport, Ivanišević, Raja, Kukoc. At one period, you have 5 NBA players coming from Split. And the family was always my source of inspiration indeed. I'm sure the same happening with you. And there's a few important lessons that I learned from my childhood, from different way. So let's say, dare to dream big, it's one of the most important. People are afraid. But indeed, you have to dream big, start small, but most at all, you have to start. At the same time, the greatest risk, if I were doing all risk, I'll be telling you about medicine, science, and business. So you'll see from my lecture how things sometimes are going different direction than you expected. And what I strongly believe, and I think most of you feel, that continuity and determination is one of the key or most important things that you have to follow. Sport. When I was young, doing a lot of things. One of these was playing soccer. And I realized in the football that teamwork is critical. And as you can see, if you would like to go fast, you go alone. If you would like to go further, go together. But at the same time, I was doing additional sports, which is Taekwondo. I was vice champion for one country. And I learned as an athlete that winning, losing, and the lead, it's my source of inspiration for the rest of my life. I didn't dream during that time that about 35 or 37 years ago after, because of my achievement in Taekwondo, that Hall of Fame from the United States of America will include me as one of the members. But what is important? The story that I remember from early childhood, it's a base of the Roger Bannister story. It's an incredible story, how one person can change a world. So before him, every single physician in the world will telling you, if you're running 1 mile, under 4 minutes, your heart will explode. This man did it 10 years before I was born, but his record lasted only for 46 days. So what is the lesson you can learn? One man changed the world, and immediately after that, the rest of the athletes realized that's possible. And I start repeating that. So that's something I wanted you to remember. So that's a lesson that I learned all the time. There's a great man coming from Croatia. He's born about 2.5 hours here, Nikola Tesla from Split. For him, the time was something important, as well as Steve Jobs. Unfortunately, most of us realize very late the importance of the time. It's limited. You can't do much. And in my opinion, wasted time could be the most tragic chapter in your life. And please remember that from today. It is 100% the truth. Let me tell you what my student did for me. They told me in 32 years, you have about 280,000 hours. What you have done, you are sleeping average about 5 hours per day. So it's about 6.7 years of sleep, comparing with your colleague who is sleeping 8 hours. And the difference is, till now, 4 years. So I gained 4 years, comparing with my colleagues who are working at Harvard, Stanford, Yale, or some other places. 4 years. It's a big period. I learned also a very early lesson that the most important thing, the best way to predict your future is to create it. And please remember this. There's so many messages. And stop me at any time if you think it's important. But every morning, you have 2 choices. Continue to sleep with your dreams or wake up and chase them. I decided very early to chase them. I started medical school in Split. And here's a building, just regular building. That's my generation. But this building from this little city, because of our achievement on the 1994, became the legendary building. And I'll tell you a little bit about that later on. That's my generation. I didn't know what to expect in life. went in the United States and selected the University of Connecticut Health Center, was working on a different model, different diseases. And the first man that I met was Phil Sharp, Nobel Prize laureate. And I was completely shocked. Because I'm coming from Croatia, there's a different mentality from these parts of the world, where everyone knows everything. And during the meeting, huge meeting, one asked question this Nobel Prize laureate. And I was shocked. Because he said, I don't know the answer. When I come back to MIT, I will discuss with my friends, and I'll call you and give you answer. So what I have learned, I was shocked. I came to the United States where Nobel laureates knows nothing, from Croatia where everyone knows everything. So that's a matter of ego. And I learned that my ego is going to destroy me if I'm not going to admit that so many things I don't understand, I don't know, and so on. So this man helped me a lot. So very hard work, 1992, all the time. So many disasters, so many failings in my experiments that I realized it's not a matter of the failing, it's a matter how many times I'm going to get up. And I was giving up every time. I came to the point which I would like to share with you. DNA is my love, and I hope you will understand how important it is. We are having today close to about 20,000 genes. If you stretch all our DNA, it's about 400 times distance from Earth to Sun. And it's a big question why we are not dying every month from the cancer. This is one of the cells. Because every cell suffering about 1 million DNA changes every day. Every day. But fortunately, the Nobel Prize laureate Paul Modrich found the mechanism, we have very close collaboration, how DNA can be corrected if you're having the mistakes. And at the same time, you know, I received a huge task. There's a brittle bone disease, very difficult disease. Kids are having so many fractures. And I'm supposed to find what's happening with this disease. So it's a very painful process. And I have so many doubts. And I realized that you know, doubts kill more dreams than failure and all of this. And here is the patient. It was horrible to see the young child having so many fractures, a lot of pain, incredible, incredible situation. Nobody has any clue what's happening. So I get involved with my team for 2 years, day and nights. I was disappointed. A few times I was thinking there's a time to give up. And only genetics, which is coming from this part of the world, didn't allow me to do this. It was embarrassing. And I said the only time when you fall is when you fall down and stay down. 2.5 years after that, we found the mutation. The mutation which is located right here. If you compare the normal allele, normal portion of the gene, so you see that this small, it's changed comparing what's happening here. So one letter, one mutation caused disease. So it was the first time that we describe what's happening with the product of the DNA that we call messenger RNA. So I was shocked what I'm going to do with this knowledge. Because if you compare both of these sides, everything is the same, but this is missing here. One letter, which is changing everything. So I said, my God, we have found the mechanism of disease. We'll be able to cure the patient. So the message is continuity is key for the success. Few times I was about to give up. Then we came with some other kids. You know, this lady, little, is 10 years old, Elizaveta Lizova. She came from Russia. Every single pediatrician gave up and told her because so many fractures that she's never going to walk. We found mutation genetically. That's my team. You see how horrible this bone is. So many fractures. It's all deformed. We found a mutation, and from this horrible situation, the curves and trying to curve, we have facile dual nail in the tibia, femur, and after long and painful process, this beautiful lady was sending me a photo from the Black Sea for the first time walking. You know, that's incredible justification. That's a love, that's a passion. That's what is a medicine about. So, let's move forward. I think all of us, we have to live to make a difference. I think that's our purpose. I didn't have any clue that I'm going to receive award as the best young scientist in the United States of America in the field of the bone. It's happening in 1982 because of discovery. I didn't have any clue during the time that we're going to publish most of the books in the field. Then a huge shock came from Croatia, which I'm sure that you're going to feel the pain from few slides that you're going to watch right now. I received a call because, unfortunately, of the war. The place is being destroyed. Mass graves being discovered. Thousands and thousands innocent people being killed. And I received a call, Dragan, you are in the genetics. The only way to identify those people is try to use new methodology, but it was no new methodology. There's nobody who was doing identification skeletal mass graves during that time. So that's what you have found. You see the teeth. At least I was thinking when we have the teeth, we'll have a chance to get the DNA. Then you have bones, mixed bone, animal with the humans. We have lack of the knowledge, but we have vision. During that time, I knew that we have to do everything differently that was done before. So I started collaboration with FBI, United States Army, New York State Police, and Connecticut State Police in order to develop new technology. And I strongly believe there's a very important message. Injustice anywhere is a threat of the justice everywhere. That's our responsibility to tell the truth. So my collaboration started in order to collect the money and everything with the Bush family and Americans. That's Barbara Bush. Then we have the mission. We went on a war zone with the helicopters, with a team of forensic scientists. We're cleaning, the path. And it's actually one of the first slides showing our action on the mass grave in Bosnia. We brought back the body with the family members. You don't have any clue what you're looking for. And then we started thinking, what is life about? That's an important lesson that I learned. Speak only when you feel your words are better than the silence. So I learned a lot from forensics. We established laboratory. You remember the first slide I showed you, the building when I was going in the medical school. But please remember that in such small city, we established a laboratory that is going to change everything. I was able to include in the team what they called during the time US Forensic Dream Team. That the leaders, president of academy, leading forensic scientists, the guys who did autopsy of the President Kennedy, Martin Luther King, and so on, they all believed that it's possible that I was dreaming. They all believe that it's possible that we are going to extract DNA from every single skeletal remains and to match with the DNA from database from the living family members who are missing somebody. But I didn't have any clue if I'm going to be successful. And it was horrible because everyone is expecting from me to have methodology working nobody have done before. It was incredible level on the stress. During that time, it was huge trial in the United States of America, O.J. Simpson. So everyone was shocked that we are going. And actually, he sent me the photo from the prison. Dragan, peace to you. It was very difficult to show this photo to anyone, indeed, because it was a lot of bad things happening around him. But let me show you. In this building, the same building that I was showing you in 1994, it was done for the first time, identification skeletal remains from mass grave by DNA technology. So my dear friends, indeed, it's possible. If you dream big, if you're working with the right people, if you trust in yourself, if you are not giving up, that's historical. But for me as a scientist, it was much more important that after review process, this paper on 1996 was a paper that I published with my American colleagues, was the first paper ever published by using DNA in identification skeletal remains. So scientifically, I'm incredibly happy. Morally, as a human being, I'm even more happy because we were able to return back to the families human remains to be buried. That's the story which changed the world. I didn't expect that I'm going to be on cover of New York Times, Chicago Tribune, JAMA, Profiles in the DNA, in Science. I didn't have any clue. I didn't have any clue that with a little bit more than 35, I'll be receiving a award, a Lifetime Achievement Award from University of New Haven. But what I knew from that period, that my life always has to have more evidence than speculation if I'm going to make any conclusion. Don't ever give up on truth. That's the lesson that I learned. Maybe it's going to be painful at the beginning, but it's worthwhile later on. Do not tired of doing what is good, and live with a purpose. Time means nothing without meaning. Strongly believe in that. See what's happening today. You know, we've been pioneering the completely new field right now. Most of the publication, the DNA and the books came from my group. Even the recent book that came, which is bestseller in the United States, published recently. 30 years later, from the young physician who risked and who entered completely new field, 30 years later, I received a call from China, from the United States. They wanted to write a book about our achievement. And that's the book, which, you know, make incredible stories in the China, in the Taiwan, United States, gunshot in Croatia. We recently translated from Croatia. And I didn't have any clue 35 years ago when we started that I'm going to enter on the Forensic Hall of Fame in Rugao, China, among all of these fantastic people. You know, I'm so proud to be close to the Michael Baden. This gentleman is a key person who did autopsy of the Martin Luther King, President Kennedy, O.J. Simpson, and so on. But after that knowledge, we came to the second dilemma. We have knowledge, we have technology. And the dilemma is rewriting human history through our DNA. All of us who are sitting here are 99.9% having same DNA. But critical question came to that period. Where did we came from and what make us human? You know, to get to this answer, you have to work with so many different skeletal remains. Some of those are 25,000 years ago. So we did incredible. When we published paper in Science and Nature are two of the most top articles, we realized something crazy. When you look all of this data and all this European population, we realized that Croats are having about 44% of the genetic marker which is coming from this region almost 20,000 years ago. And we did reconstruction. We realized that the man from the Ice Age survived in the 3 different regions, close to Ukraine, Iberian, and Balkan region. Then we checked what's happening with Neolithic, when agriculture and cattle came to this part. And we realized that from this period we are having only about 15% of genetic material. Then we move a little bit further and we enter with the second paper in the Nature, one of the most important findings, telling you about 2 critical migration from Africa 120,000 years ago and one 75,000 years ago. And one, the latest one, 75,000 years ago, it's responsible for whom we are today here. My dear friends, everything started in Split. So I'm expecting incredible results from all of you here. Please keep me posted with the results. This gentleman is an incredible man. He did a lot of work. He's a German from Sweden, but living in Germany. He's from Sweden. Neanderthal man. He wrote the book. And some of the first samples he received in order to achieve fantastic data, his dear friend, came from Croatia, from Neanderthal man. You know what's happened after that? He became Nobel laureate 2022, Svante Pabo. So it's incredible how we can change the world, how we can change so many things in the people's life. Then, big question. For the first time, I was confused. I was not sure that continuity would be good in what I've been offered. I've been offered during that period to stop my scientific medical career and to enter politics. Excellent politics, is it myth or reality? I became in 2003 the minister, and I realized at the beginning that I cannot do same thing that everyone else was doing if I would like to see different results. So I changed concept, because this is correct. The moment you open your mouth, you are telling the world who you are. And politicians, unfortunately, making so many mistakes, they're talking too much. Also, I realized whenever people agree with me, I always feel I must be wrong. Because everyone tells you how you're beautiful. Because you're a minister, you have power. Everyone is expecting to see something from you. But I need the truth. Let me show you something that changed this country entirely, and everyone agree about that. In a period of 6 years, by using scientific approach, we've been able to double the budget, to introduce 2 compulsory foreign languages in Croatian schools, to make informatization every single university, every single school. From what you have seen here, we increase the percentage of the people with university degree from 7% to 18.5%. If you go further, we opened 6 new universities, polytechnics. Then, all what you see here, it's incredible. 300 square meters of new space in Croatian universities. We increased the number of the kids playing sports from 100,000 to 230,000. Then I have a very unique project called From the Brain Drain to Brain Gain. I was bringing all Croatians and the top people like you back to Croatia. It makes me incredibly happy. But let me tell you what is the final outcome. That's me and my brother in one portion of the split when I was about 9. I have not dreamt that I'm going on that place which is behind my back, right here, to build one of the greatest universities in Croatia, which is Split, as a minister. How life is funny. Same happened in Osijek, Dubrovnik, Rijeka, Zagreb. Then science came with article, what the hell is going on? Innovation, education in Croatia, something's happening with this country. But that's, for me, something that I was incredibly happy. When the Newsweek published article, after all of this achievement, in the article it was very clear. According to the old data, Croatia is the 22nd education ahead of the 12 countries, members from the G20 group, which comprise 85% of the global gross national product. I wanted to show you these slides. Little tiny Croatia, if you know in which direction you are going. It's possible. Those who shape the past shape the future. It's all say. I started with the Barbara Bush, wonderful lady that helped me with the donation and everything, and I never knew that I'm going to meet her son during the period when I was the minister. And we started discussing so many things, including how everything started in the early 90s. Came back to the science, and I think you're going to love this story, what is coming right now. That's our recent data that I strongly believe is changing medicine forever. Complexity of the human. How many of you know that each of us having about 30 trillion of the cells? 30 trillion of the cells. And what I'm going to show you is the concept of the new modern medicine. But in the same time, about 1% of our cells are replaced daily. So in about 100 days, we are replacing our entire body. In about period of 100 days, we are getting back 30 trillion of the cells. But there's one problem. We are having 30 billions of the cells, but we are having 38 trillions of the bacteria. And the question is, are we more bacteria than a human? And it's incredibly how important those bacteria are. We understand right now the linkage between diseases and everything what is happening. My dream was to establish the hospital of the future, to have the translational medicine. Because I knew from beginning that Mayo Clinic, that I'm having collaboration for so many years, it's the #1 Cleveland Hopkins and so on. But it's only one way. If you are combining basic science and clinical medicine, what we call translational medicine. That's St. Catherine Hospital. It's the hospital that established with all this philosophy 15, 16 years ago. Innovation is a key point of this hospital. So basically, we strongly believe that personalized medicine is today. At the same time, we started doing something very unique in the partnership. Analysis of the whole genome. 3.2 billion base pairs for every single patient that is entering the hospital. We strongly believe that we are first in the world doing that. So here is important collaboration with the Dartmouth University, which is part of the Ivy League University. And what the newspaper article telling you, historic milestone, first clinical whole genome sequencing completed in Croatia, and it was September last year. Then we published the paper, and we came to the point of pharmacogenomics. Each of you who is sitting here has to understand that only United States, more than 100,000 people completely healthy dying because of adverse drug reaction. And the reason is, drug can be toxic for somebody, can be beneficial for somebody. The only way how you can do it to test by genetics. And we are able to do this. So partnership with the Mayo Clinic, we start doing all of this analysis for more than 350 genes, publish local articles, publish articles with only one goal: the right drug for the right patient at the right dose. There's a concept that is changing medicine today. It's called pharmacogenomics. Then we move for the second partnership. And partnership is for the probably one of the top 2 largest academic medical institutions in the United States of America, University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, 105,000 employees, budget of $30 billion. So this collaboration started, and what we did, we just established a new hospital, which is UPMC Cancer Center with the most and latest technology in the heart of Croatia. So that's the partnership, and even the State Secretary of the Health of the United States of America came to congratulate on this project. So without partnership, you're not able to do anything. And I'm telling you, and then showing you all the time, think to be surrounded with the best people that you can find. Then I visited the White House because of that and so on. So other partnership, which I wanted to mention to you, it's with a group from Haifa. It's a completely new field. And I'm going to show you a few slides. We strongly believe that regenerative medicine is going to change the field of the medicine, including growth of the organs by using your own cells. Then we became JCI-accredited hospital, official hospital Croatian Football Federation. As you can see with our team, so proud of Croatian Olympic Committee, World Taekwondo Federation having close to 100 million members. So Luka is treated in our hospital, Dino Raja from Boston Celtic, Gary Kasparov, Crow Cup, and so many other people. But what is important? It's important that we start pioneering the treatment of osteoarthritis. Whoever is sitting here is having most likely some kind of damage of the cartilage. And by definition, before our findings, whenever you finish with your cartilage, you are running toward prosthetics. So what we have done differently. So see, the normal cartilage is right here. For the people who are in the sport, it's getting hurt, and when you come to this point right here, you are coming to the point that most orthopedic surgeons are telling you it's time for prosthetics. So what we did differently, we understood the power of what we call mesenchymal stromal stem cells, which is right here, and these cells can give you any tissue in the laboratory. So you can imagine which kind of the industry can be that. Bigger industry than oil and gas together, because you can start producing the tissues. Here's the procedure, how we did it. You're taking your fat, getting rid of the garbage, getting cells, and applying directly to the knee. So here's the procedure. There's a direct application of mesenchymal stromal stem cells in your knee. So what is happening? Immediately after that, we realized something crazy. So this is a protocol done on time 0, 3 months, 6 months, and 12 months. So for the first time in the literature, we witnessed that one protein in the cartilage is increasing that we call protoglycans. 83% of my patients who came to have prosthetics, 3 years after procedure is free of prosthetics. It's incredible. It's incredible for me. It's incredible for everyone. Mechanism is described right here. We don't have time. And then a bunch of patients came here witnessing results. So here's Nobel Prize laureate Oran Chekhanover, who came with Dragan. It's about time to write article about all of this, and we did. And regenerative medicine, in my opinion, is the greatest achievement in the medicine ever. But here is one animal which almost killed all my dreams. Dear colleagues, I hope you're going to have a headache after watching same as I have. Because I was hoping that we are coming to the great point, and I realized that I'm very weak on the regenerative medicine, and we're supposed to be on the top of the world. Why? Why this animal is giving us so much problem? I'll tell you very simple. You come to this small animal called salamander, you cut arm of salamander. You have a video, and you are taping for 45 days, and you see the miracle. The entire arm regrow back with all structure, muscle, bone, tendon. You are having completely new extremity of this little salamander. And it's entirely changing everything what is written in the book. You can imagine why I'm having headache. Because my question is it possible to do similar in the humans? It's every day, it's above my desk, this little animal. That's exactly what's happening. You are cutting arm on day 0, 1, 12, 13, coming back on the day 45, you're having completely new extremity. You know, that's why we started another collaboration with Wake Forest University. It's Antonia Tala. And let me show you a few of ideas how we're going to grow organs. What you see here, it's ear, right here, finger, portion of the face. And what I'm having here together with my friend Shai Meretsky from Haifa, it's a bone which is completely, entirely grown in the laboratory. About 12 centimeters bone, which is already implanted in the patient for the last 3 years, and patient is functioning. It's incredible from your own cells. You can imagine how many people we can save who are missing a kidney, who are never going to come to the transplantation process. And here's the blood vessel produced in the laboratory, completely functional. From the patient's own cells, completely functional. India, we are just about to start repairing damaged heart tissue by using MSCs. And this collaboration started for many reasons, but dear friend, Prime Minister Modi is going to give us very strong support. And it's all India media talking about that. So my messages, we are having 5 more minutes. Don't be afraid of taking a risk. Either you win or you learn. And what is also very important, never laugh at anyone's dream. That will be largest mistake somebody can do it. You know, all of us can be envy, but envy is the prison of the soul. There's no any doubt about that. That's strongly how I feel. Empowering the next generation of the leaders became my priority. Croatia know how I'm trying to do best, combining few institutions that I'm doing when I'm in Croatia, but let me show you. It's collaboration with the Bavaria on the Region Med and the Split Medical School and Zana Medical School. So basically, we established new medical school 10 years ago. So German students coming to Croatia, spending 3 years on the preclinical work, coming back to Bavaria, finishing, getting diploma from Split University. Make me incredibly happy, because right now we are having so many of these great kids having results. So continuity is how you build your success. That's portion of my life. You know, I'm linked with the Penn State University. They awarded me with the first ambassador of Penn State University. So many of these titles I'm not going to list. American Academy, honorary doctorate, you know, top 2%. Then, you know, in Europe, they're calling you that you're pioneering forensic science, they're giving you so, but it's not important. What is important that future are our responsibility toward the future. Each of you, without any hesitation, that history depends on new generation to write a new chapter. We should not be selfish. We should share the knowledge and everything what we can. My love is to work with the top scientists, young scientists, and the students. You know, they're coming from all around the world to be. And in my meaning of the excellence, it's very simple. It's a minimum standard today. It's not anymore hobby. It's commitment. It's not an event. It's not one event. And greatest accomplishment, I'm repeating you, it's never falling, but rising again after you fall. And we are coming to last few slides. Collaboration with the Mayo Clinic, an international society for applied biological sciences, resulted with a great achievement in Croatia here. So far, we have more than 7,000 leading world scientists, 800 lecturers coming every 2 years. I established Nobel Spirit many years ago with participation of Nobel Prize laureates who are coming. That's Robert Huber, Ada Jonat, Harald Zurhausen. But what is even more important, these kids, they're coming and they're spending time with the Nobel Prize laureates. Again. That's recently Dubrovnik. Again. Split. Again. But the power of choosing wisely is important. I'm so proud that my top students, see this, they enter Columbia, Yale, Harvard, UPenn. Isn't it wonderful? I'm in touch with these kids. They're changing the world. And we need more people like these kids. But you have to invest in the people indeed. Don't settle for average, it's my message. The power of thought can change everything. And I'm inviting you all. Indeed, please put in your calendar if you're able to come in Dubrovnik. It's a fantastic place next year. It's June 15 to 19. It's a leading conference of artificial intelligence in the medicine. So far, we are having 5 Nobel Prize laureates. And I think John Martinis may come as well. He's still trying to organize his life. But right now, you're having Sudov, Modric, Roberts, Greg Semenza, Aaron Chehanover. And I'm now concluding how I started back to the family. So here's my daughters, Lara and Matea. They became big girls. And my messages to them are very clear. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. Don't complain to me. Be the change you would like to see in the world. I'll help you. I'll do all possible. But you are responsible for your future and for the future of other people. Don't be afraid. A scared man is annoyed by every single noise. That's also a very important message for all of you. Don't be afraid. Life is short. Don't make many calculations. Otherwise, as Nikola Tesla said once, you are wasting one of the most important sources in your life. It's the time. Lara, she graduated at UPenn Wharton, Matea at Bocconi. That's a family. Continued source of inspiration. The final message, I was thinking how to conclude this lecture. And I think, before that I show you last slide, there's a great thought of Eleanor Roosevelt: the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. I think it's fantastic. You cannot expect that your dreams will be realized if you're not there to dream big and be brave. But the last one I love at most. It came to my idea at one point, and I hope you're going to laugh. So, when you were born, you were crying, each of us, and family and everyone around you are smiling. But what I wish to me and to you, that when you're ending your life, that you're going to be the only one who is smiling because you are fully achieved and happy with what you have done with your life and helping others. But everyone else around you will be crying because they're losing great men. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much, Professor. I waited a little bit. Indeed, a long applause would be very, very applicable, in my opinion. Thank you very, very much once again for coming all the way here to the blockchain event, Cosmoverse 2025, with this wonderful systemic talk. It's an honor to have you with us, indeed. Now, let's move on and talk even about more tech, right? We have spoken a lot about growth, about evolution, about the future, and that indeed brings us to the next speaker. We'll be speaking about the new vision, as well as the evolution of Cosmos. And I'm very, very happy and indeed proud to announce to you Magnus Marenek from Cosmos Labs. Put your hands together and welcome him on stage. He has been waiting for a little while. Please be welcome on stage. You'll be speaking with us about the new era of global finance. It's great to have you. Please take it away.
Thank you, thank you. You guys can hear me okay? Okay, wonderful. Can't promise that Cosmos is going to regenerate your organs, but we do have our own growth story, right? And so we're super excited to be here for this Cosmoverse. We feel very grateful. I've been in this ecosystem since I graduated college, so I'm really a Cosmos baby, and it's so amazing to be here on the stage because when I came to my first Cosmoverse 3 or 4 years ago, I didn't know anyone. And I was, I think of probably one of these seats, but, in a different place. I think it was Medellin, Colombia at the time. And to be here now is such a special thing. And to everyone here who's new to the ecosystem, to anyone here who's just building in the ecosystem, I hope I can see you one day up on this stage too. So we're going to be splitting our chat into 3 separate categories. I'm going to be speaking about a little bit of what's happened in Cosmos recently, big changes over the past 2 years in terms of where Cosmos has come. At 11 o'clock, you'll get to meet my co-founder, Barry, who will be giving a talk about the tech, our favorite part of it. And then finally, 11:15, we have Nico. After that, we have at 11:45, Vlad, who's going to be speaking about the EVM stack, and then Devin's, who's going to be doing a workshop. And there is a hackathon, so if you know how to build, it's going to be a great chance to actually get your feet wet, build in the new Cosmos. This talk is titled Powering the Era of Global Finance, the new era of global finance. And the reason that I titled this talk this way is because we need to think bigger. As an industry, we have to think bigger. We shouldn't be thinking about specific technology. We need to be thinking about how does our technology actually change how finance, enterprise, business, people work. And so this talk is really about a conclusion after the last 9 months of thinking through what can we do with Cosmos that would go bigger than we've ever gone before. And I'm excited to share with you today. Just a little bit about me. I'm the co-CEO of Cosmos Labs. Previously to this, I co-founded a company called Skip out of college. That was a Cosmos project. It started on Terra. We started right around May 2022, which, for anyone who remembers, was not a great month. It was also when UST collapsed. And Cosmos Labs was created when my company, Skip, was acquired by the Interchain Foundation, which is the major foundation at the head of a lot of the Cosmos development. It has about $300 million in it, and we were acquired around January of this year. The first thing to note is that the market is very different today from when Cosmos was first created. Very different. And I want to show you a little bit about how different it is and how that shows up. First of all, 2025 was a very interesting year. It was the year when corporations, for the first time in history, came en masse into crypto. Right? We've heard of some companies coming on chain that we never thought would be here. BlackRock, Google, which has their own chain, Walmart, Stripe, Fidelity, Goldman Sachs. All of these giant companies are now building chains in a way that I never thought was possible. And 2024 and 2025 was really the first year that we saw that. In addition, stablecoins are finally proving themselves to be the first real use case in crypto outside of Bitcoin. The first thing that we've seen actual PMF and a real value proposition for outside of the original use case of Bitcoin, which was just anonymized payments. So you can see this in the numbers, right? We're seeing exponential growth in terms of stablecoin issuance, stablecoin adoption. We see multiple different major, Fortune 500 banks all speaking about it, building pilots around it. JP Morgan has Connexus, which is a multi-trillion-dollar payments network built on a stablecoin. We expect this to be the breakout moment for crypto, is stablecoins. Also, one thing that's really interesting is that these companies are not building L2s. They're not building smart contracts. They're building their own blockchains. They're building their own layer 1 blockchains. And there's a lot of reasons for that, right? The first one is it's much easier to control and de-risk your build when you have your own layer 1 blockchain. You can control your validator set. You can determine all the different modules that you have. You can own the system. This is something really important to these players. They don't trust Ethereum. They don't trust Solana. They don't trust Bitcoin even, right? Even though they're trustless systems. They want their own system. Performance. Cosmos has significantly improved on how much performance it can offer in terms of its L1 stack, right? We're seeing numbers like 10,000 to 50,000 real TPS, and that is just 10x higher than what our competitors are, right? Risk mitigation. It's much easier to define the KYC, AML, SOC 2 controls on your stack when you have your own blockchain versus when you're reliant on somebody else's. Value premium. We know that L1s are more valuable than L2s. 70% of the top 100 tokens are L1s, right? Who wants to be an L2 or a smart contract when that's the truth? And then finally, confidence. The Cosmos stack, for example, has been around for over 7 years. In crypto, that's forever, right? Very few things are around now that started 7 years ago. So where is Cosmos today in this future? Cosmos is the most trusted blockchain stack. It powers the largest network of blockchains in the world, right? To me, this is incredible. In many ways, we have succeeded. We have over 200 chains building on this technology stack. Over $70 billion of market cap secured on chains that use this technology. And then over $1 billion in 30-day IBC volume. It is the most used bridge. It's a bridge that's never been hacked. It is the most used technology stack, and it underpins the crypto movement in a way that is undeniable. Also, it is now EVM compatible. So due to efforts that we implemented over the past year, we now have a full EVM compliant stack on top of the Cosmos network. We call it Cosmos EVM. Great name, very creative. And what it allows is you no longer have to compromise when you want to build a Cosmos chain, right? You can have all the developers you want from different ecosystems. You can have your Morpho, your Aave, your Uniswap integration. You don't have to compromise anymore. Also, companies are still choosing our stack, even today. Well, not even today, especially today. So if you look at just the past couple years, Figure Markets, which just went public, right, in a very successful IPO. Ondo announcing their Cosmos chain. XRP Ledger building a Cosmos sidechain. Programmat, which is a partnership I'll talk about in the future, also building a Cosmos chain. Lombard, which is the largest Bitcoin liquid staked issuer, building a Cosmos chain. Babylon, Nillion, Tax, Story. We are seeing the most amount of growth. More chains launched on Cosmos than any other stack in 2025 and 2024, right? Some people might say, actually I won't say, I don't believe this, but someone once said to me, I don't really see Cosmos out there that often. Well, that's because it's everywhere, right? It's under your favorite chain. I think it's worth calling out that Cosmos is not like other ecosystems, nor was it designed to be, right? We don't look like a Solana or an Ethereum. We're not measuring ourselves based off of how big a specific L1 is. We are a technology platform, and we are a movement, right? We are a technology platform because that's how we started. The original beginning of Cosmos was not an L1. It was a technology vision for Tendermint, Cosmos SDK, IBC, a new way of building technological systems that was decentralized, that was interoperable, and was not just one thing. And so we look very different from other ecosystems. We are a network of chains, sometimes connected, sometimes not, right? That is fundamentally different from Ethereum, fundamentally different from Solana, and I think is the right way to build. So we had this vision, 9 years ago, 8 years ago, that there would be hundreds of blockchains. One thing that's really interesting to me is at the time when Jay Kwan and Ethan Buckman first said that, everyone thought that was crazy because there was one chain, there was Ethereum, and there was one asset, there was Bitcoin. No one thought that you would need more. But now look at us. There's over 1,000 chains out there, right? If you go to L2Beat or you go to CoinGecko, you'll see that there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of L1s. And so we were right, I think, is the main point here, right? We were right to believe that the future is multi-chain. Another thing that happened this year is we really took a lot of time to expand the Cosmos story outside of America and Europe. And this is just beginning, but we spent a lot of time in Japan, we spent a lot of time in Turkey, we spent a lot of time in generally the APAC region, Korea, et cetera, because we think that this is a global movement. And what we're realizing is that crypto is not something that just exists because of US legislation or US companies. It's actually even more adopted in other places, right? This was really surprising to me. Going to Japan, I realized there are so many companies here that know about IBC. I remember the Ministry of Finance, one of the representatives came up to me at a conference and was asking me about IBC and specifically how the light client proofs work. I was like, how do you know about IBC? Like, in my opinion, that was a very niche concept, but he was very excited about it. And so 2 initiatives, just to show off for a second. Project Trinity, which you might have seen in the news. It's a Japanese and South Korean partnership where basically Toki, who I think is here somewhere, Toki, SMBC, are partnering to basically allow for cross-border transactions between the 2 countries, right? Leveraging IBC and leveraging Cosmos technology to allow for there to be a much easier corridor of stablecoin transactions between those 2 countries. Similarly, Project Pax is a collaboration between Programmat and Swift to basically integrate IBC into Swift, right? Swift is the behemoth of cross-border transactions today. And I just met a lot of the representatives in Las Vegas last week, but they're extremely interested in how IBC, which they view as the most open, most programmable interop standard, can be used in collaboration with their technology to create a much more connected world. What would it look like if you could go on Kepler or you could go on MetaMask and you could IBC funds directly to your bank account? That's what this is aiming to do. Right? What would it look like if you go to your bank account and IBC funds directly to your MetaMask or your Kepler? Very different world. And this is just beginning. There's a lot of things I can't talk about today because we're under NDA. And the one thing that I want to say is that we have an incredible pipeline of folks that we are actively working with right now. An incredible pipeline. Multiple Fortune 500 companies are about to launch their Cosmos chains. And it is tough for me to be on this stage and share with you the excitement that we have over the next 3 to 6 to 9 months. But it is there. We're going to see chains in banking. We're going to see entire governments building their CBDCs on chain. We're going to see huge gaming chains with massive multi-billion-dollar IP catalogs. We're going to see asset management moving on chain. We have just begun. This is just the beginning. And why? Why Cosmos? And the main point here is that it's the right tech. It's just the better tech. Settlement, performance, customizability, gas fees, operator sets, bridging, reliability. We have things that no one else has been able to replicate. We have instant settlement, right? When you bridge funds over IBC, do you have to wait for 64 blocks or 32 blocks? No. That's incredible technology. That's actually extremely difficult to replicate. That's called fast finality. This is not something that Ethereum or Bitcoin or anyone else has. Performance. Our chains can do 1 to 10,000 TPS. Solana can do 2.5K TPS. 4x faster for one chain. Customizability. We have total customization. You can change anything you want. You can change the governance model, right? You could have KYC users govern instead of just, stakers. You can change it to be what you can have POA. You can have whatever kind of system you want. You can build your own modules for your own gas fees or your own fee markets. The operator set, you can choose, as I said, any kind of specific security model you want. Proof of work, check. Proof of stake, check. Proof of authority, check. Proof of anything is what we say, right? And this is exciting because a lot of the time, companies don't have stake, right? They have a stock price. They're not about to issue a token, right? That would be very confusing to their investors. And so they need other ways of securing their blockchain. Bridging, native. Who else in crypto has their own native bridge that is built into the technology? Ethereum? No. They use layer 0, they use Circle, they use blah, 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 blah. Bitcoin? Definitely not. Very hard to bridge into and out of Bitcoin. We are the only ones who have this. This is huge. Nobody wants to be isolated, right? No company that wants to build on blockchain wants to not be able to get money in and out of their systems. That's how they're built. And so this is a huge thing. And then finally, reliability. We've been around for 10 years. I can't tell you how much that matters to these companies, right? They're not about to adopt some brand new thing that was cooked up by a bunch of, new scientists. They want something that works. And so I hear a lot of companies tell me that Cosmos is like the Sherman tank, right? It's reliable and it packs a punch. And so that's really where we get a lot of our credibility from. Just a little bit about us. We are now 40 people. We've expanded the team massively. When we were acquired, we were about 20. We've combined with the ICF's original employees, and we've become a 40-person team. In particular, we have restructured our entire company, Cosmos Labs, around 3 pillars: partnerships, solutions, and go-to-market. I lead the go-to-market side. Barry, my co-founder, you'll hear from later, leads the engineering and solution side. And we are structured like a pyramid or like a spear to go into this new institutional and business-capable market. So in particular, we have people out there at Money 2020, here, et cetera, that I'd love for everyone here to meet that can actually tell you about how we can build a chain for a company. We have people who can build those for companies, can actually go on site, fly to the company themselves, be embedded in their team, and figure out all their internal systems and how do we turn this into a Cosmos chain, right? Totally different than how Cosmos has been over the past 5 years. We have representatives that will go and sit with them. And then finally, go to market. We're investing a lot more in our conference strategy, in our outreach strategy, our BD strategy. We are doing a lot. We have a lot of stuff that Nico and Robo are going to talk about in terms of new delegation programs, et cetera. We have a lot going on right now that is just about to launch to expand our reach. So behind the scenes, we do build things. We don't just talk. And so I want to show you guys a little demo of what we've built using our technology to basically have a full stablecoin experience that can be embedded into a payment provider or a bank. So here we have a dashboard where basically you can have a stablecoin. You can bridge it very simply over IBC to Base or wherever else you want. It's very fast, by the way. It takes about 5 seconds. Once that's done, you can start earning. So it will show you your balance sort of wherever it is, whether it's on Base or whether it's on Cosmos. You can start earning interest on that stablecoin. And then, of course, you can swap. So you can swap your stablecoin for gold. You can swap wherever this is available. This is using some of SkipGo on the back end, which people are probably familiar with. And we built this. This is a Cosmos chain on the back end here, right? There's a Cosmos chain running to power this experience. Right? Blocks are happening behind the scenes. And what we use this demo to do is show to people like PayPal or MasterCard or eBay or Wells Fargo, whoever it is, that this is not crazy stuff, right? They want stablecoins. Here it is, right? Simple. You can just embed this directly into your front end. You can have it alongside your user deposits. Very simple stuff, but powerful. So getting towards the end here, but one of the things that I want to let people know is that when companies build blockchains or enterprises build blockchains, it's not like what you imagine. It's slower, right? They take time. So just to use an example, we are working on a number of major CBDC projects with governments. And usually the way they start is with a private blockchain. They don't want anyone to know that they're doing it yet. They want to start very small. They want to run all their little tests. They want to make sure that they can send money from this person to this person, that no terrorist organizations or people who would not pass an AML test can join. From there, they'll move to a consortium chain. Consortium chain is when you have a private blockchain, but you expand it a little bit. You add a couple more partners. And then from there, they'll go to an IBC connected chain, right? This is when they will take their Cosmos chain out into the public and begin connecting to other governments, right? Begin connecting to major banks, major private banks, begin connecting to multinational organizations. And this is how we're going to see the world wake up to blockchain. They will start on the left. They will move to the right. And right now, we are on the left. I can tell you that there's a number of private chains in production right now that you don't know about that will eventually make it out. Speaking of CBDCs, I did want to shout out a specific partner who has been instrumental to our efforts around getting governments to adopt Cosmos and adopt blockchain. Persist, very exciting new partner for us. We are working on 2 major CBDC projects together right now, and they will be speaking, Farhan will be speaking later today. He's the CEO, he's amazing, a friend of ours, and they are a very trusted blockchain development company, especially in the EU and then also Latin America. They led blockchain development for Cosmos, for Ripple, for Near, and most recently, they were actually behind the new Cosmos chain that Ripple launched, which is the XRP sidechain, right? So we're very excited to have them up here as well speaking. This is just the beginning. This is the start. But what I want to say is that Cosmos is already winning, right? 4 Cosmos chains. I assume you've heard about at least one of them. Noble is one of the largest issuers of USDC today, right? With over $21 billion in transaction volume, around $300 million issued. Injective has seen incredible growth after they've pivoted to sort of enterprise services and financial services, 1,400% growth in their transaction volume. Figure just went public, right? We had a Cosmos chain IPO. Who thought that was even a possibility? It is now a possibility. They've built a 500 million ARR business using HELOC loans that they now store on their Cosmos chain. HELOC loans are when you take your home and you use it as a source to get sort of a loan for it. And then Ondo just announced their Cosmos chain. They're the major player in RWAs. My final slide. We have the best technology. I believe that. I know that. I've seen it. I see people evaluate us against something that perhaps just came out or has a more hyped narrative or whatever it is. We always get chosen, right? You're always going to choose the Sherman tank. We need to win in the market, and we need a market that we can win. And my point overall is that we've found that market. And everyone here who builds in Cosmos, who works in Cosmos, who's interested in Cosmos, join us in attacking this market. Build things that enterprises need, right? They need institutional wallets. They need institutional staking providers. Get your SOC 2 compliance, right? If you're a validator. Put your stuff in order so that you can be audited. All these things allow you to work with the rest of the world. And that's what we're doing on our side. We will help you do the same. Reach out to us. We hope you join us in building the future of global finance. And this is my favorite tweet that I ever had. And this is really why I'm here on this stage and why I keep doing this. I believe in 10 years, every real business will have their own blockchain. All of them will be interconnected and interop seamlessly. And that this is Cosmos, powered by Atom. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the conference. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you very, very much, Magnus. We'll be seeing you back on stage in a second. Well, we're going to put some chairs on the stage because we are actually slowly moving to our next panel discussion. I would much recommend you to stay here, don't escape. We're going to speak about awesome things. Indeed, not organs that are, regeneratively growing from us, but much other very important things. Now, our next panel discussion is actually going to cover the digital euro, specifically in the age of on-chain finance. Whilst the gentlemen are putting the chairs on stage, obviously we're all humans, right? And building a conference is work by humans. I would very quickly remind everyone here in the room, as well as at home or in the office, wherever you're watching all across the world, that obviously you can also download Thrilled, the official networking app of the event, of which I am the founder and CEO. So I would very much welcome you to do that. It's free, it's open access, and it's very nicely built for Web3 professionals as well as conferences all across the globe. I would also remember everyone that there's various workshops going on, for instance, in the developer portal. There's obviously also the hackathon. We'll be hearing many updates in that regard with awards tomorrow, as well as a pitching contest that is taking place on day 3. Now, slowly, that actually brings me to announce the next speakers on stage, and thank you for sticking with us. I'm very happy to announce once again the panel Digital Euro in the Age of On-Chain Finance. We are having wonderful people with us, big shots we can say. First of all, shortly on stage, we will be joined by Jürgen Schaff from the European Central Bank. Alongside Mr. Schaff, we will also be welcoming Leonardo Martincevic from the HNB. And we will be welcoming back as well Magnus. We already just saw him on stage, right? Co-CEO of Cosmos Labs. Finally, last but not least, we will be also welcoming Ivan Vuldoljak. I've been practicing that name, coming from the Netherlands myself. And if the gentlemen are already around the stage, I would be very welcome to welcome them all on stage. Put your hands together, please. Be very welcome. I would invite a moderator to take this seat, if that is possible.
Thank you.
Please.
Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen. So once again, Jürgen Schaaf from the European Central Bank, Leonardo Martincevic from the HNB, Magnus Marenek, and indeed, last but not least, the moderator, Ivan Vuldoljak from Bloomberg Adria. Please be very welcome, gentlemen. Take it away, and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, looks like even the euro is getting a software update, I would say, in maybe 2 or 3 years. Well, Europe is definitely, ladies and gentlemen, entering a new era of money. And as the European Central Bank moves closer to launching the digital euro, I would say a few questions arise on how this new form of currency will interact with blockchain innovation, with national regulations, and with public trust. And I think there are no better people than you to answer some of these or even all of these questions. So, Jürgen, let's start with you. The ECB has been exploring the digital euro for several years now. Last of what I've heard, 2028 was considered a reasonable timeline. Is it still the case?
Before I answer the question, let me thank you for being here. And in particular, it's important that someone from the ECB is here in Croatia with the first year of the full membership. Okay. And it's also to signal to the people from Croatia how happy we are that they are joined, and also to show the excellent cooperation that we have with the Central Bank of Croatia. And Leonardo is an appreciated colleague. We've worked together for years. That's my first welcome word, and thank you. To your question, there have been a couple of dates ventilating in the public era. The issue that we have is we are not alone in this game. So we are working conceptually, we are working technically on this kind of project elements, but there's also the legislation. So there's a legal framework under development, and it's somehow stuck with the co-legislators in Europe. There's a bill by the European Commission that has been published 2 years ago, but we are still not there. We are expecting, I think, today, tomorrow, in the coming days, hours maybe, a report by the European Parliament that formulates their stance and on what they know, what we have in mind. After that, the Parliament and the ministers come together and define, fine-tune their stance. And our expectation is once they have agreed upon a legal stance, we will need another 2.5 or 3 years to be ready to issue.
Okay, so would you say it's going to happen prior 2030 or after 2030?
So based on this, so if the legislators come together and get their acts together and have something in May, June next year, adding our time to adjust to and calibrate to that legal framework of 2.5 or 3 years, 2029 is a realistic scenario.
Okay, from one central banker to another, Leonardo, Magnus will get to you in a heartbeat. How is the Croatian National Bank preparing from their point of view and different structure for the potential?
Yeah, thank you for that. I would just compliment what Jürgen said, and thanks for the invitation. It's really nice to be here.
Yeah.
As I could see, this is also a possibility for both your technological solution to maybe do some business with our technological solutions. Because in the end, what the digital euro is, for all those who doesn't know, it's a central bank digital currency project, which is run by Eurosystem. So it's the central bank digital currency, or it's a digital cash issued by the central bank, which is European Central Bank and national central banks. So it is going well. We are also part of this project. We have been there since we've joined the Eurozone. It is very important to have not only what we do at the Eurosystem for the digital euro to go live, we do the technical preparation, operational preparation, and we also do the macroeconomic economics. There is this part which is very important, which is also the political part. We need the political support because if we want a digital euro, and if once it arrives, then our idea is to have it as a legal tender. So this is where we need the political support. We need a law, and this is something what is really conditional upon, because we are waiting for the Parliament to approve that law. If that law goes live in 2.5 or 3 years, we'll come to this technical solution, because the technical solutions are complicated, and we need partners there to develop it. We have a chance to we are not allowed to make a mistake.
Okay, so it's basically 3.5 years from now. But
yeah.
From a public standpoint, from a journalistic standpoint, from my standpoint, I don't see a whole lot of public communication from CNB to the public regarding digital euro. I'm not even sure, like, maybe 30% of people know what it is. You just explained it, right?
Digital cash, in a sense, well, because sometimes people are confused. What is new there? Because we have all the solutions. But yeah, maybe you're right, because digitally, there's not that much that you could innovate. But at least in one aspect, the digital euro will be innovative, which is offline payment. So for the first time, you will have something, so device-to-device payment, which is, well, not known today, that goes live and that has a central bank behind it. So for at least, this is something what is new there, which is innovative. But for the rest, you could say it's the digital payment as well as everything else. But in the background, the one who supports that, and where the trust and confidence is the central bank, because that's the issue of the money in the end.
Should we expect some kind of campaign from Croatian National Bank?
We do a lot of campaigns, yeah, I hear you, sometimes it's because I have a feeling I'm always somewhere out there at the conferences. My governor is there, but a lot of my colleagues are always somewhere at the television, at the radio, and then in the end, someone says it's not enough. You're probably right. No problem. You're certainly right, because this is our perspective, and your perspective is like much better. And thank you for that. We will try to to do more.
Thank you, Leonardo. Magnus, from an infrastructure standpoint, and I was listening to you prior to this panel discussion, how can the Cosmos ecosystem or any other blockchain ecosystem support interoperability between CBDCs like the digital euro and maybe other blockchain networks?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot, and I think the truth is blockchain is still, we are still trying to understand exactly what we need to build to make sure that these projects actually see success, because you can't, like you said, we can't make mistakes, right? And I think blockchain technology in the past has been plagued by specific moments where it has made mistakes. And so from my perspective, the things that make the most sense for any kind of central bank that wants to issue a currency that can be adopted by citizens is safety, right? This needs to be something where you can't have, let's say, bad actors take control of this currency or be able to issue the currency or use the currency. And so there's a lot of things that we're building around AML and KYC to make sure that whatever issuance platform is there can be correctly monitored. Yeah. The other thing that you need is interoperability, right? So when this currency is issued, it's not going to be very useful if it can't be used for cross-border payments, if it can't be used for, let's say, treasuries, and to create sort of debt vehicles around the currency. And what we're really excited about in the different CBDC pilots that we're building right now is how active and how exciting it is to work with the central banks so that they can say, oh my God, we can issue a treasury on this thing. This is incredible, and we can make it accessible to anyone. And then also, we can interoperate our entire system with our partner country that we like, right? Whether they're using the same currency or whether they're using a different currency. It's especially true in, let's say, take the different Caribbean islands, right? There's over 100 different currencies between those different islands. Crazy, right? And a lot of them are interested in the whole CBDC movement because they know that it's very challenging for tourists to figure out, okay, why do I need to hold all these different currencies, and to have faith that individual currencies are actually going to appreciate. And so the idea with putting blockchain behind that is, okay, we can make it very simple to interoperate between all of these. You have FX rates that don't require a bunch of third-party vendors that charge a lot of fees. And so we can make a much more easy-to-use system for the end user.
Well, Jürgen, I would say that Magnus has big expectations of the digital euro. Will the ECB be able to fulfill them? And the treasuries, et cetera, et cetera?
Well, we have a clear mandate. Our mandate is to secure price stability, so take account of the solidity and creditworthiness of the money, the asset. The technology with which this is distributed to the people is of secondary importance. So our role is to ensure the absence of high inflation rates, take care of the assets. It doesn't matter so much if your banknote is printed on cotton, on paper, or on plastic. The underlying value, that's our job.
Yeah. Okay, but for an ordinary citizen, what would you emphasize as the most tangible advantage of digital euro versus standard digital payments via bank cards?
Your question is actually more tricky than you might be aware of, because the idea is to make the money less tangible. So we are transforming the quality of the asset of a banknote into the digital area. So a bit like we've seen that in other areas before, 100 years ago, 150 years ago, when you were listening to music. You had to go to a concert. At one point you had records and other ways of recording that, and you could listen to the music with the same quality, with a different means. Later, you had then cassettes, tapes, was more portable. The underlying quality of the music was not affected. It was easier to carry, to deal with. Then the quality increased because it became digital, and we had DVDs. Again, the underlying quality, the music, the concert was the same, but the easiness and the quality of how to distribute became better. And now we have the streaming services, and still the music stays the same. So in that sense, what we are going through now is we're going to provide public money, central bank money, to the people so that they can pay with a very safe and liquid asset. But the distribution changes because people are withdrawing when they pay from cash. And we need new ways. And what technology exactly that will be remains to be seen, but it has to be safe and solid. But again, the underlying idea is to protect the purchasing power of that asset.
What kind of technology should it be, Magnus? What's your recommendation? What's the market's expectations?
That's a little bit of a setup question, obviously. But I mean, I think a lot of that is very true, right? I think one of the main issues with stablecoins today, which we're seeing, exponential increase in issuance, we're seeing multiple billions and now trillions of dollars of transaction volume in stablecoins. One of the main issues is these are not backed, right? These are not backed by an entity that at the end of the day is responsible for, as you said, the value of the currency, right? The system in which the underlying collateral is backed, but the system in which the stablecoin and the collateral are connected one-to-one is not the responsibility of a government, right? And is not the responsibility in the US of the FDIC. And so this creates a huge risk factor if we were to see massive adoption of stablecoins, because if this were to collapse, or there were to be a hack, or there were to be a drain of the underlying collateral, and the value of the stablecoin is trading underneath one of the underlying collateral asset, you could see a new kind of risk factor across global finance.
And a new crisis. Maybe
Yeah.
even a lot bigger than the one in 2008, right?
That's right. I mean, we personally saw the impact of this in 2022, right, with Terra Luna, where we lost $40 billion of capitalization of the UST asset. This sent, BlockFi under FTX under 3 hours capital. You saw, over $10 billion in liquidations in a matter of days. And this is not something that we want to repeat at the global scale, right? Okay. And so I think from my perspective, the most important thing is that we have the involvement of central banks, and we have the involvement of the best technology providers out there to ensure that when people are using these currencies, they feel like they're using a real dollar or a real euro or whatever the currency is underneath it. And so what our job is as technology providers in the blockchain space is to make the technology legible enough to the central banks, to the regulators, so that they understand the risk factors, they understand how it works. It's not hype or narrative, it's something that is a real technology platform, and that they can deeply integrate into their existing systems, even if they're legacy, so that they can understand where this money's going, how they can make sure that it's safe, and how they can make sure that it's backed one-to-one.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, sure, Leonardo.
Before you ask questions, just to complement on what both colleagues said, yeah, it is to use this analogy, it is that music that has to play still, But now we're living in a digitalized world. What I want to say, so back then, like a few years ago, we had in Croatia ATM runs. We had the cash runs when COVID hit. So why is that so? Because this is where the trust of the people is. This is where the creditworthiness is. They wanted to have their money because that's the most secure money that they could find, most liquid ones. So in a world of digitalization, growing digitalization, well, it is less used. Then we had huge operational and logistical requirements to fill all those ATMs so that people are safe, that they can withdraw their money, that they are safe, nothing wrong is going on, and to preserve the stability of the financial system. Not only this money, but all other monies that circle around. So this is our role, and this is the role we want to transfer also to this digitalized world, to offer this digital version of cash, so they have also opportunity to take in case anything, because when everything goes good, everything's good, all the money is good. But when things are bad, then you can see where the creditworthiness is. So I think, just to complement this, I think this is what our role is in this digitalized world.
Share of digital payments in total payments in Croatia is around 50%, am I right?
Cash is still
king.
widely used, the king. I mean, in terms of number of transactions, we are like now at almost a little higher than 2/3, like 67. So the cash is less than that. In terms of quantity, it's 50-50, something
okay.
like. So, but we are not we are outlier in the Eurozone. Austria, I would say maybe Germany even, but the rest of the Eurozone is less than 50%, as you pointed out. Yes, you're right.
But we can say that our fintech landscape is growing. Digital payments are becoming more and more strong. What opportunities or challenges maybe do you foresee for local innovators when the digital euro hits ground? There are a lot of opportunities there. There are always the tenders. There are always procurements from the euro system to call for experts to join the euro system or to join the digital euro project. I usually broadcast it via social networks just to invite them. Many people came to me, and then they contacted the euro system back again. So I think there are, a lot of opportunities. We are doing the technological preparation, but not
in a full sense, because, as Jürgen said, we are waiting for the legislative proposal, and then we will go in full power. But still, I think, the opportunities are huge, and it's an expensive project, of course, at the beginning.
Jürgen, what would you say is the biggest regulatory challenge in implementing the digital euro?
The regulatory challenge, or
the biggest one, regulatory.
Well, we are offering the money, and this cannot be in a legal vacuum, so the regulators or the legislators have to come up first without interfering with the independence of the central bank. So you have to strike a balance. At the same time, there are areas that are concerned which are not traditionally the role of the central bank, like AML legislation, KYC. So we take account, we make sure that the money is safe, but we are not prosecutors, we are not the police. The level of the cap on payments in cash, for example, it's not decided by us. So to strike a balance there, that there will be a solid legislation for the people that doesn't interfere with our role of making monetary policy, that's most important. And then we have to, but that comes in bigger campaigns later, we have to convince the normal citizens of the quality of this, of the usefulness of this. So we said we are, I don't know, roughly 3 years away from potential issuance. It's a long time. If you would start now a full-fledged campaign, you make everybody nervous. People hear it on the sidelines of talks, then they run to their banks and want to have it. I want to have it. I heard this. So if we do too much now, we might do more harm than good. But at one point, we will have big communication campaigns going in the remotest corners of the euro area.
When you say more harm than good, there is some criticism involved regarding especially that part. Like, how will the CBDC or the digital euro strengthen rather than additionally fragment the eurozone monetary market?
So there are different layers why we are doing this. There are different dimensions of the intention why we think about this. One is that we see the trend, and the two of you mentioned that there's a withdrawal from the normal people and the retailers and the groceries from accepting cash to pay with. This is not driven by the central banks, it's a global phenomenon. It's not driven by the central banks, it's something that's happening. Now, we have to react to that because we are convinced that people need access to public money. Stablecoins are attaching their value, are pegging to public money. I don't like the word fiat, so that's why I say public money. Now, that's one dimension. The other dimension is for private monies, private means of payments, we see already there are very comfortable ways, easy ways to pay, credit cards, other solutions, online payment and the like. These are private ways to pay, and in fact, economically, these are liabilities of private entities, so it's economically different.
But now, critics would say this is the way of ending cash payments, right?
Wait.
And follow every payment.
It's happening. There are two things now. The motivation to come into this electronic way of paying is that, from a European perspective, all those major players in the electronic universe are non-European by nature. So, and we have made some experience with public goods, sometimes even not even public goods, if you are depending too much on external providers. It may be cough syrup for kids, which we at one point didn't have enough. We saw it with the provision of gas, cheap energy, where some countries were relying too much on particular suppliers. So there are critical infrastructures, and money is definitely one big thing. So what we want to make sure, if there's a trend of withdrawal of cash in the way people pay, that they should have access to public money, even electronically. Having said that, we will continue to offer and further develop cash. So we are preparing a new series of banknotes. So there's no intention from our side to abandon cash. But we have to face what is happening, and the trend, as you mentioned, is quite clear.
But how do you think the total payments pie will look in like 15 or 20 years? Will cash still be the king or not?
It will be a place with many players. Like now, sometimes it seems to be hard to imagine, but when you pay without using electronic means, you have different notes. You have 20 denomination, 5, 50, you name it.
No more 500s, right?
They are still in circulation. And
I rarely see it. I rarely see it.
You didn't see them before we stopped issuing them. So you even have coins.
Yeah.
Croatia can make its own coin. So one side of the coin is Croatian, the other is European.
Yes.
So there's plenty of room. And there's sort of a competition, not among the public materializations of money, but there's plenty of room for regulated players. So there's no intention to crowd out public providers of money, but there is the intention to increase the resilience of the payment system in Europe.
Leonardo, how do you see the payments landscape in a decade or more?
It's really hard to say, but I think the cash will be there still, at least for the Eurozone, because as we already mentioned, apart from the digital euro legislation, there is also the cash legislation. So we want to preserve cash as a means of payment, so there will be a role for cash. At least I speak to a lot of people about all of us here, all the participants here are much more digitalized. They want to see the digital, whereas nothing anymore in the cash. But I think there is always the demand for cash. It will still be there. What will happen in the digitalized world, we will see. But I think still, in a decade, there still is a role for a cash. That's just, yeah.
And how does the MiCA regulation shape this part of advancements in Europe digital payment space?
MiCA, the Markets in Crypto Assets regulation, is totally, CBDC is totally out of scope.
Okay.
And DeFi is also totally out of scope. What we do here are the stable coins and the other past utility coins or something. So this is left for something else. I think that DeFi, by definition, is like, you know, the real DeFi. You know, it's kind of, we look at it, okay, we don't want to go there, because when you take a look from the regulatory perspective, if there's no liable entity, no regulation. Who are you going to blame if something goes wrong? So when you take a look at this, so this is why these sort of a real DeFi are out of scope. So this is how MiCA looks at it.
Magnus, listening to all of this, what will be the milestone in implementing digital euro? What will be the hardest part, considering everything we've heard today?
So I think just listening to you guys talk, one of the things that's very clear to me is there is a disconnect to some degree between what the central bank is trying to do, what private company is trying to do, and what the user is trying to do, right? The user is I think, mainly optimizing for efficiency in terms of just how easy it is to transact these things, and safety and sort of assurance of making sure that they have what they need. I actually view that as very closely aligned with what the central banks, from what I've heard, are trying to do. And I think the big question is, well, there's all of these private players in the middle, right? There's fintechs, Revolut, et cetera. There's the different payment card providers like MasterCard, Visa, et cetera. There's all the different lending systems, et cetera. The question is, what would it look like to create a very close relationship between the user and the central bank via a digital euro, right? And how could you create that direct relationship so that users feel like they can entrust a version of a currency that has the same kind of efficiency and UX that they're used to? And I think, in my perspective, that's really where distributed ledger technology or blockchain can be effective, because it enables a trustless system that can be run and governed by the central bank, and has already built into it the technology rails to directly interact with users, right, as they use stablecoins today.
Jürgen, final thought and maybe an answer to Magnus' question and concerns.
There's a big difference in the way most people judge a central bank and in a non-trusted exchange of means. So the blockchain technology is extremely strong in terms of overcoming the doubts when you don't know each other and there's no trusted third party. The central bank is the opposite of that. People go to the central bank because they trust them. It might not apply to everybody here in the room for whatever reasons, but the central bank is the most trusted player in the economic ecosystem. When there's a financial crisis, people go to banks and transform their bank accounts into cash, the liability of the central bank. Stable coins, in their current assessment, have become the new hot talk because they are pegged to central bank money, different from the unbacked crypto assets. So the value that a central bank and central bank money provides is that it materializes, that it signals trust. People go there because of trust. So the need for technology that can do without trust is not so strong than in the crypto universe.
Thank you, Jürgen. Thank you, Magnus. Thank you, Leonardo. Unfortunately, our time is up. The topic is really wide, but valuable. Thank you, guys, for being here with us. And this was our talk about digital euro. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So you don't want me to go on stage, right?
We move on to our next chat of today. I would say fireside chat. 3 gentlemen now, and now just one guy talking to me. I would say we know each other quite well. I think this is going to be my 3rd or 4th time talking with him. Mr. Andrius Biceika, Deputy CEO of Revolut. Hi, Andrius. Every time I talk to this guy, Revolut has a couple of million more users. I'm starting to think he's doing it on purpose.
It's not couple. It's not couple of million. It's like 20 million, and 20 billion more in valuation.
Okay, our fireside chat today is called "The Future of Digital Payments." Andrius, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you. I'm really happy to be again for the 7th, I think, time in one of my favorite cities in Europe, Split. One of my favorite countries in Europe, Croatia. It's been like 12 times I've been to Croatia in the last 2 years. My wife suspects I have a second family here, and she's right. They're doing great.
Okay, let's dive into the future immediately. What's the most exciting thing about digital payments today, and how do you see the digital payments world evolving over the next 5 years?
You know, I'd like to kind of not to try and to kind of, because no one knows, right? The organizer said I shouldn't swear. I normally swear. No one knows what the future will hold, right? No one. It's like investing, right? Who could have thought that NVIDIA would be 5 trillion yesterday, or whatever the number is, maybe 6 already today. And so on and so forth. We've been talking about Bitcoin for many, many years. And it was supposed to, you know, transform, disrupt, whatnot, right? Digital euro has been on the table as well for some time now. The key thing, and the key kind of message, even from this kind of 20-minute discussion with you, or conversation with you, that I want to send to everyone, which I think Revolut kind of proved that really well. It's not about the ideas. It's really not about the innovation or kind of what new things or kind of, you know, biometrics, whatnot, or blockchains, on-chains, off-chains, and so on. It's really about execution. It's really about execution. When you look like straightforward to Revolut, it's kind of nothing really special. You know, like it's the card, it's this and that, but all the small bits and pieces on the user interface, on the user experience side, makes people start using it more and more and more. And then the payment innovation will happen sooner or later, which we see with WeChat and Alipay in China, where they have both ecosystems fully covered, which is the user, B2C, retail, whatever you call them, and the merchants. And that's when you can really start innovating big time, right? But we still have some work to do. We're only like 66, 67 million users and over 1 million merchants. There's still work to do. But once you have these ecosystems, then you can do things, right? You can overcome, you can do it quicker, more trusted way, and so on and so forth. Maybe do some sort of biometrics where you enter the store and leave the store and you don't need to do anything, right? But in the end, as you see it very clearly, the cash is still there. I couldn't leave tips in Italy, nowhere, with my machine, with the card.
Yeah.
It's like, I need to swear actually. It's so annoying. So annoying. Actually, Athens, we were in Athens.
But in Croatia, you can leave a digital tip.
Yeah, exactly.
We even have a law for that. Yeah.
That's good. So these things, what innovation are we talking about if you still sometimes are required to enter your language when you put your credit card into ATM? What sort of innovation are we talking about? When you put that into ATM and the ATM still asks, what language do you speak? Am I new to you? Don't you know about it? So you get the point.
Okay.
Look, so it's really about, so whoever is the best and most efficient in getting things done, or as we say, getting shit done, and to focus on the execution, not ideas, because those will require execution, will be part of the future.
But listening to the gentleman on our panel discussion, you don't think we are heading towards a cashless society?
I think we are. I think I think we are. I would love, I'm talking now from my perspective, right? Like looking into this money ecosystem, if you like, or like money world, I would love to be custodian of all of my money. That would be really good, right? Like I could like put it, because I was thinking, where do I put all my trillions of dollars, that I earned? It's too much to put it in socks and or pillows. So that's one of the ways, right? So like these ledgers, etc., on the especially stablecoin, right? At least from my perspective, I really kind of think about that in a good way. Not necessarily other kind of volatile cryptos, which is like, wherever the wind blows. But stablecoin is nice. It's custodian. You can put it in the vault, wherever you can travel, especially nowadays when there's war across the border and so on. And then I think when we kind of almost teach people that there are solutions and you are actually a custodian of your money, there could be much faster acceleration towards cashless society. But then there will be always people who kind of don't trust government, don't trust anyone. They want to be anonymous, blah, 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 blah. So it's kind of sad, but understandable. Yeah, it's like a vicious circle. It's like a closed loop in that sense. But we're heading, but still, we still have a lot of things.
How many years?
Oh, man, it's 2050. 2050, and unless AI will just, make us obsolete, and we kind of forget about money, and AI feeds us food, and just we kind of follow, we serve AI, and we get paid in I don't know what, some coins.
Yeah, you were mentioning
digital euro.
You were mentioning stable coins. So does Revolut have a cunning plan to board this digital euro train in some way?
Again, it's all about execution, right? So we are looking at things, you know, we really have been looking into blockchain as such, which is kind of the decentralized database, and really looking, is there like, you know, since 10 years ago, when we actually launched in 2015, is there really like big beneficial, more beneficial things having this decentralized database versus centralized? And it's still not like proving fully, you know? So yeah, but don't worry, the teams are looking into things and looking what to launch, how to launch it, so it's sticky, people use it. That's the most important thing. Anything that you guys do, sometimes if it's super fancy, and you want to kind of talk about it, and it's like this and that, but doesn't, and it happens so many times. You know, these kind of square wheels bicycles. It's really not needed, right? And you're not solving the problems. So again, it's execution. It's not the ideas, especially now. Oh my God, you know, you can get ideas from ChatGPT. You can get 1,000 ideas, and then give me one more 1,000. So, you know, this is nothing. Ideas are nothing. Essentially, they are nothing.
What new solutions can we expect from Revolut in 2026, maybe?
Look, we're
Hit
building,
us with something spectacular.
yeah, but it's like, you know, there's, you know, it will happen when it will happen, right? We're kind of sometimes too fast to tell something, right? We are seeking the banking license, and then it's like 3 years we have to repeat the same. Again, as long as you focus on the customer and focus on building the retail side of the things and merchant side of the things, B2B, and then the solutions will come, it's almost like automatically. It really is. You know, say, oh, how do you decide to launch this? It's kind of everyone wants that. But any solution, anything, you know, saving the change, you know, when you buy something, or saving your money, or booking.
Collecting rev points.
Booking stays here, collecting rev points, booking stays, or checking out on booking.com, although we have our own stays, right? But with the Revolut button, so you can use the points even on booking.com. It's so natural. You have to be almost like, I'm not doing that in an offensive way, stupid to not think of these things, or to think about something else.
Regarding stupid, what's your take on implementing AI furtherly in Revolut?
Oh, this is, I would be so worried, you know. So now I'm partially retired already. Retired. I always mix these things. Retired, I think.
Retired or retarded?
Both. Still, you know, on this board, I'm actually on the supervisory council now. No, not like deputy CEO anymore.
Pardon me.
For in Europe. And I'm sometimes crushed. I'm happy that I don't need to follow all the things that are happening in AI. I would just go more mental than I am with everything that is there, because it's again, it's another vicious circle, virtual circle, whatever, like this closed loop. Because nowadays, whenever you want to raise money, all the VCs will look into how are you utilizing AI to make the job of 100 people 2 years ago. You know.
It's a buzzword.
Yes and no. Yes and no. I still don't know why so many people are not using it. Still, young and old, I mean, you know, still not utilizing it. So, for example, in our legal department, I think now 7 or 8% is done by AI compared to 2 years ago.
Okay.
So we moved over $1 trillion in value of money last year It's going to be maybe 2 trillion this year, if not more. And imagine the amount and the complexity using the old way of tracking real-time all potential frauds and kind of things, you know. So the fraud area, the customer support, oh man, this now it's impossible to figure out.
Is it becoming a bigger problem day to day?
It's big part.
The cyber attacks and...
No, I'm not talking about cyber attacks. I'm talking about AI, utilizing AI as a company. Of course, we have to be prepared for what AI can do for us. That's another story, you know. That's a cybersecurity conference topic. But it's now impossible to understand when you speak with a robot versus a person. It's just impossible. Legal, real-time tracking, and any other department that may utilize, there's kind of a team of people who are running around departments and looking if and what applications we could use. Finance, for example. Oh my God, you know. And CFOs have a hard time now to, whenever the accounting people leave, I don't think CEOs are allowing to rehire.
Okay, 2 important ongoing things that I want to ask you about. I saw in the vast internet some phishing online scams falsely offering people to invest in Revolut IPO. When will that become the truth?
I want to know that as well. So I can be even more relaxed and not thinking about AI and all the other problems in the world. I think it's eventually will happen. It's like eventually will happen. But even now we are running, and it's like public 3 billion, I think, like secondary round 3 billion, right? So the early employee, or whatever employees, it's like many of them now, several, you know, more than 12,000, 20,000 maybe employees, that can cash out. And if we needed a new emission, if we needed to invest, we could get the money, private money. And at this point, maybe it's still better to kind of focus on getting things done rather than preparing for the earning calls.
So it's what, 3 to 5 years away?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not in a position. I want it to be tomorrow, you know, but no one listens.
Really?
So why not? Oh.
Is there like an ongoing discussion?
No.
Inside the company?
No. You know, the guys are deciding, the board is deciding, the owner, you know, the biggest shareholders are deciding. We still need to, I mean, now we are like billion profit. Last year is going to be more this year. But,
how much more?
Still, no one knows, still a few months to go. You're not necessarily proven something, right? We haven't won the game yet. And that's the mentality. I think Amazon has this how they call it, day one mentality. It's always day one, it's always day one. Think about any products, you know, don't sleep on your, you know, achievements or whatever. For us, it's also the same. We haven't won the game yet. There's still so many things to do. That's the most important thing, you know.
I noticed one more thing. You're looking for substantial manpower in Croatia, right? Are you opening a branch in Croatia?
Look, the ultimate goal, we will be everywhere doing everything sooner or later. That's kind of not even the secret, right? We want to be really in 100 markets, have 100 billion revenue, 100 million more customers, and so on.
So it's a yes?
It's a yes, yes. We're looking for people to start with the branch, to prepare for the branch.
When?
Whenever, you know, you can apply now. There is an ad already live on the website. Yeah, because we want to get into localized solutions. you know, to pay your utilities. There is this kind of QR or whatever you guys have. They obviously have HR IBAN, you know, which is like a crucial part of getting paid into Revolut, and so on and so forth. So we want to do that in every country, including Croatia.
In our last panel, we spoke also, among other things, about regulatory challenges. So what were the key lessons maybe for Revolut in the Eastern European markets, developing business here, rather when you compare it to the Western European markets?
Look, I don't think Eastern, Western Europe can, you know, the bigger the market, the more regulators, let's say local regulators, but now we are like significant institution and we are regulated by the ECB. And don't forget, guys, you know, ECB wants, they want the best for the customer. Their goal is not like to these guys like Revolut and N26s or like whatever other banks to grow enormously and like, you know, like be like 10x in 5 years. The ultimate incentive and ultimate, you know, objective is really simple, is stability. Stability of the people's money, of the financial, you know, systems and structures in all the markets in Europe, let's say, if we talk about that. So, look, when we were small, we entered European market through Lithuania as a, you know, as a kind of regulatory hub or port, harbor, takeoff, runway, right? But we got bigger. Now we announced the Western European hub in Paris. We are seeking the license there. We are regulated by ECB, which is de facto pan-European kind of regulation out there. And we have to play by the rules. We are in the kind of in the sandbox or in the field where the rules are created. We are not creating the rules. We sometimes show how it is better to do things. Sometimes regulators pay attention and maybe adjust something, you know, and so on. So we kind of input, and we want that to be part of the dialogue. But we have to play by the rules.
Okay, less than a minute remaining. 2 things I want to ask you. What's the next step of blockchain integration in Revolut in the following years?
I don't know, Ivan. You know, it's really like these, not buzzwords, but it has to be real benefit for the customers, right? In the end, if 72 years old woman gets the money from the ATM or tops up Revolut account, she doesn't really care.
Okay.
Where is it like blockchain? Is it digital euro, non-digital euro? You know,
just give me my money,
must
right?
Be cash. You know, she does need to see the number in the app or have the cash. So we'll see. Yeah, you know, it's. But when we decide something, we will need to execute.
Okay. And one last sentence for the end. If you had to describe the digital payments landscape in 2030 in one sentence, what would it be?
Which year?
2030.
2030?
Yeah, less than 5 years from now.
Nothing will change.
Nothing?
No. I mean, it hasn't changed for many years, you know. It's where is this FTX? These were innovators, right?
Yeah, that
amazing innovators.
That didn't age well, right?
Yeah. And so on and so forth. I really think, you know, nothing will change.
Well, okay, that's an answer.
Thank you,
Andrius.
guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to be
here.
Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I love your energy. Thank you so much, both of you. It was an honor to have you both here with us. Andrius Bichaika of Revolut and Ivan Vuldoliak, of course, Bloomberg. Adria. Now, I love the energy that we just saw on stage. And we're going to speak actually now about things that will change. We will be speaking a little bit more, finally, about the roadmap for the Cosmos stack. It's going to be an epic presentation. by no one else but Barry Plunkett of, once again, Cosmos Labs, and he'll be speaking about the stack, the road ahead and the opportunity that Cosmos offers for builders. Barry, great to have you with us. It's an honor. Looking forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, everyone. I'm Barry Plunkett. I'm the co-CEO of Cosmos Labs. I lead our work across product and engineering. We already heard from Mag about the overall Cosmos opportunity. I'm going to talk about our technical roadmap, what we're building for customers, and how we're working with different kinds of customers. And then Nico is going to talk about the Cosmos Hub and Atom pretty soon. After that, Vlad is going to do a really deep dive on the EVM, which is one of the super big things that we've been working on, and Devin is going to vibe code Cosmos chains with people. So I want to cover at a super high level what we're working towards on the product side first. Mag already told you all about this. In short, we're the core developers of the Cosmos stack. Everything that we do is to improve Cosmos, make it easier to build Cosmos chains, make it easier to run them, and help companies, enterprises get into Cosmos. So Cosmos has, and has had for a super long time, the best technology for building blockchains that exists, period. We already talked about how in the past 2 years we've seen more chains launch on Cosmos than any other stack combined. And what the real struggle has been for previous maintainers of the stack, for us, for the first half of this year, was what's the market, right? We have great technology, but where do we go and what's the opportunity? We have now, after searching and experimenting and having tons of different conversations with different kinds of companies and protocols and looking at DeFi and looking at interoperability, a real contender for something that the stack has excellent product market fit with, and that's payments and tokenization. I probably don't need to tell people in this room, but I will. Blockchain payments, blockchain-based payments, stablecoin-based payments are just better. They work better than traditional payment rails across literally every dimension you can think of. Traditional payments rails tend to be slow, available only on specific days or at specific times. You have settlement risk, you have high fees, you have low transparency, you have no programmability. Blockchain-based payments flip all of that on its head. You get instantaneous payments everywhere, around the globe, 24/7, basically for free, and with built-in programmability that lets you do a lot of really cool, really powerful stuff. And we're really starting to see this in the market. You're starting to see some of the world's biggest banks, biggest asset managers, biggest payment networks, Stripe, Fidelity, Franklin Templeton, some folks who are here at the conference today actually getting into the space for that reason. And so the question that we kind of have to ask ourselves is it too late? You know, are we entering the space around payments and tokenization too late? And our view, unsurprisingly, is no. We're actually really, really early in this new trend. Less than 1% of the world's assets have been tokenized so far in conversations that we've been having with asset managers that custody literally trillions of dollars of assets for people. They're just beginning to learn about technologies. They're just beginning to get into the space. Same with payments. There are literally quadrillions of payment volume done every year and less than $1 trillion on chain. So what do we have to do to actually seize that opportunity, right? There's 4 pillars of our stack roadmap today that I'm going to talk about: performance, connectivity, the EVM, and control. On the performance front, we're really focused on TPS and throughput. The reason for that is that we've been out there talking to banks, talking to asset managers who in 2020 built pilots of blockchains with Hyperledger, Hyperledger Bazoo, specifically not Cosmos because they needed the EVM. And what they're finding now as they try to bring those things into production is that they don't scale. They're having to build super complicated systems in front of them, behind them, to try to actually get the TPS that they need. So we're really, really focused on that. And there's 2 ways we're doing that: networking improvements and just trying to parallelize everything. I'm not going to get into a ton of detail But on the networking side, we're trying to make the peer-to-peer layer much smarter. So right now, the way transactions, blocks, everything works on a Cosmos chain is we just dumbly gossip all data to all other nodes and validators. There's a huge amount of choking that does to the network. We're making that a lot smarter, a lot more efficient, coming up with creative ways to only broadcast the information that's needed, only to the validators who need it in really intelligent ways. And then in addition to that, we're working on parallelizing literally everything. So ABCI, which is the interface between Comet and the Cosmos SDK, was designed in a way where it was intended to be used serially. So you can only be building a block, or you can only be checking a transaction, you can only be running a block. Some of that work has already gotten started with Block STM, allowing us to have parallel execution of transactions, and some of it has already gotten started with optimistic execution of blocks. We're trying to parallelize everything. So you can check transactions, build blocks while you propose or validate another block. And this is, really the goal. We've seen Cosmos chains that have been able to make a bunch of optimizations, a bunch of improvements, set up their validator set in the right ways to get to 10,000 TPS, but it requires a ton of expertise. You see Say doing that, you see Kronos doing that, but it requires a ton of expertise, a ton of customization. We need to make that available out of the box on day one for these institutions that don't have the best blockchain engineers in the world. We're very lucky with the Cosmos ecosystem that we stand on the shoulders of these teams who've made a bunch of improvements, who are excited to contribute them back to the open source, who we're working with to bring them into the stack so you get it out of the box on day one if you're Stripe or if you're PayPal or you're someone else like that. The second thing is connectivity. So earlier this year, we finally shipped IBC connectivity to Ethereum. We're in the final stages of also shipping IBC connectivity to Solana and to all of the Ethereum L2s, and really actually any arbitrary EVM chain using a new light client that the IBC team has built, which relies on attesters. What this is going to allow, too, is on top of the new version of IBC, we're building a new tokenization standard. So this gets rid of a ton of the existing problems that exist in IBC that we see users and chains complaining about. You have this wrapped assets stuff, you have path dependency, you have all of these complicated things. This totally gets rid of it. It allows asset issuers to own their contracts, to program everything. So they can have whitelists, blacklists, they can ensure that only token holders that are KYC'd are able to hold their tokens, and they can add new minting and burning authorities, all without any in-protocol fees. So this is taking IBC really from sort of a developer-facing solution to something that actually addresses the full stack of needs that asset issuers have. And combining those things, what we really see is we're going to be able to build Cosmos chains that are hyper-performant, that have first-party ecosystem based on the EVM, and that allow asset issuers to issue their assets across any number of different chains. So it's really constructing a whole back end for this new wave of tokenization that's coming, and we're working directly, as Mag said, literally deploying engineers into the teams of a number of different banks and central banks to make sure that they understand how all of this works and that they are able to build on top of it. On the Cosmos EVM side, really what we've been focused on is connectivity, performance, and compatibility. So the old versions of Cosmos EVM, think Evmos and things like that, people really struggled with, right? I mean, many of us probably tried to interact with those chains. They're very difficult to use. They didn't have IBC compatibility. They had different addresses that you had to use for Kepler and MetaMask and all of these things. All of that pain, we've been working really, really hard over the last 6 months to get rid of, to enable IBC, to have seamless addresses, so it just works right out of the box. We've been working with the Kronos team and the Mantra team and the bharvest team to make a ton of performance improvements, so these things can handle thousands of TPS right out of the box. So it's going to be really, really powerful. Vlad's going to talk a lot more about this later. And we're working on a native proof of authority solution. So what we've found talking to businesses, talking to enterprises, is that they don't really want to launch tokens. They don't really understand proof of stake, but they do want to have a decentralized security model, but they want to set it up in a way that they can control, where they can set who the validators are based on their particular regulatory needs. We've talked to central banks who need to make sure, for example, that all of the validators that work on their chain are in one country. And the proof of authority model that we're building is going to allow people to do that. So when you combine all of these things, the EVM, performance, connectivity, and this level of control, we really have one holistic backend for issuing real-world assets as an enterprise on a Cosmos chain and using that as the core operating system of how they're coming into this new digital on-chain world. We're really excited about all that stuff. It's not enough, though. So we're not just working on the stack, we're also working on all of the infrastructure around the stack. So Cosmos networks are still too difficult to operate. Anyone in this room who has built a Cosmos chain or runs a Cosmos chain knows that. It's really, really hard. But we talk to a bunch of traditional blockchain as a service providers. The way they solve all these problems is that they're fully centralized, right? They say, okay, well, we run all the validators for you. We think that kind of defeats the purpose of actually having a chain, which is that if you want, you can run all the validators, you can have other people run the validators, you can be as centralized or decentralized as you want. So we're building a new kind of platform that we're currently piloting with customers, which is not a blockchain as a service platform, but is a Cosmos fleet management platform that actually allows teams to build, deploy, and manage over time Cosmos chains with decentralized validator sets really, really easily, and to do that across their entire company without actually having any dedicated blockchain engineers or blockchain DevOps engineers internally. And again, a core part of this is we're setting it up so we can have modules, capabilities out of the box, integrations with tier 1 DeFi teams, think Uniswap, Morpho, these kinds of things, as well as infrastructure providers. So oracles, bridges, and importantly for folks who are here, validators, right? We need this to be decentralized. And so if you're interested in participating in this platform, come talk to us. We're currently piloting it with our first couple customers, and you're gonna have an opportunity to participate. I have a lot to get through and not a lot of time left. So I'm just gonna start. The next thing, as Mag said, we're really focused on actually going to these businesses, the teams that are talking about what are their tokenization strategies, how are they gonna use stablecoins, and building solutions with them that meet them where they are on top of the Cosmos stack. So one of the things that we've been doing is we've been partnering with one of the top management consulting companies in the world to think through for banks specifically, what are the big benefits for them around adopting blockchain technology? And the thing that's come up again and again in our conversations with banks and with these consultants is automation. And so what we built as a demo that's currently working with a number of customers is a milestone-based payment solution built on top of a Cosmos chain that allows banks to either issue their own stablecoin on that same chain or using IBC, import any number of existing stablecoins, USDT, USDC, and to construct these extremely complex B2B-based payment workflows and to automate the whole thing. Currently, actually servicing these kinds of contracts requires entire teams at banks to make sure that payments are being released when it makes sense, to make sure that there's not fraud that's happening, and to escrow and manage the whole system. This automates all of that, and what we're seeing is that when we show this to banks, they get really, really excited, right? It makes it real for them. We go from talking about, okay, like, maybe stablecoins are interesting, I don't know, I don't care that it's a blockchain, to actually seeing, oh, I could massively cut costs for the teams that I have internally who are responsible for these things. I could automate all of that, and then I have a lot more money to invest in growth. And so that story is really exciting for them. And we're not waiting on the sidelines anymore, right? I think that's a really important message here is we're going to them, we're working with them, we're building the solutions that they care about that fit into their business needs rather than trying to sit back and think about, well, what makes sense from our perspective? So on the ecosystem side, just to round it out, there's 3 really big pillars where we need help from folks today, in addition to the validator platform that I already talked about. One is that, frankly, there are way more businesses out there across more parts of the world who want to build blockchains than we can actually help. We are meeting teams all over the world. We're meeting teams here today that want to build Cosmos chains. And with all of the infrastructure, with all of the automation that we're doing, with all the performance improvements to the core stack, it's still not easy enough. These folks need teams who are expert in the Cosmos stack, who can go and help them build and deploy. We have a number of these teams across the world, and we're looking for more, right? We're looking for partners. It's a huge part of our strategy. So if you're interested in helping companies deploy Cosmos chains, if you have experience working with Fortune 500 companies in project management, in solutions, we want to talk to you. And related to that, we need more teams who are building enterprise-grade versions of all of the infrastructure that these chains depend on. Enterprise-grade block explorers, wallets, oracles, all of these things. There are huge gaps in the market today. The second thing that's really, really missing is privacy and confidentiality. This is huge. Whenever we get into a conversation with a central bank or with a regional bank or anyone, and they're excited about stablecoins, we eventually reach a barrier, which is, okay, I don't want to reveal all of my customer data to the world, or I don't want to reveal my supplier information to the world. How do I actually do that? And the solution right now is to keep your blockchain private. The downside of that is you're not able to access the assets, the users, the markets that are on other blockchains, and that's going to be more and more of them out there. They really want to be able to interoperate with other banks, with Solana, with Ethereum, with all these places. And so we need to have better confidentiality primitives. We're super interested in talking to teams who are working on these, who want to build them into the stack, or who want to build even licensed modules on top of the stack that we could work with these companies to adopt. There's huge opportunity here. And then finally, stablecoins are still way too hard to move into and out of the ecosystem, whether that's from other chains, off-chain sources, anything like that. Noble's integration with IBAN, where you can send stablecoins, USDC, directly from your bank account to your Noble address and back, is incredible. It's a great start, but there's a ton more work to do there. So if you're working on any of these three things, or you're interested in working on any of these three things, please come talk to someone from Cosmos Labs. We're looking to find more partners in these areas, because this next moment is super, super critical. As I said, there's less than 1% of all of the world's payments on chain so far, less than that in terms of assets. So there's a huge opportunity, but the market is moving insanely fast. There are hundreds of companies around the world spending tens of millions, billions of dollars now figuring out how are they going to come on chain. So the table is really being set. The die is really being cast over the next 12 months, and either we're going to have the speed and the skill and the execution capabilities to capture it, or we're not, and the only way we're going to do that is with the help of the community. So we're super excited to get more folks signed up for this mission, so please come talk to us. And that's it. Like I said, beginning, we have the best tech, we have a huge opportunity, we hope you come help us to capture it. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much, Barry Plunkett, co-CEO of Cosmos Labs. This was definitely very, very interesting. And we are going to continue speaking about the Cosmos stack, everything that is happening. Also, a quick shout out to everyone who is watching at home. There's actually thousands of people from all over the globe watching live right now. Lovely how the space is so international and globally distributed. Now, we'll be speaking right now a little bit longer about the hub and, of course, Atom, and really how they're both powering this big, beautiful, new economy that we're building together. I'm very, very pleased to welcome on stage Nicolas Poggi, once again, of Cosmos Labs. Please be very, very welcome on stage and put your hands together for Nicolas. And he will be speaking about what's ahead for those matters that I just mentioned, right? The hub and Atom. Alongside yourself, there will be other people joining you later, correctly. Thanks for being here.
We're going to have a dynamic talk as well with a little people coming on stage. As we've seen across the day, we've had Barry and Mag speak about the market we're entering with enterprise, the opportunity we have ahead of us at Cosmos. And now we're going to talk a little bit about the hub. We still have Vlad and the hackathon with Devin's workshop coming later today, so please don't miss those. We're very, very excited to see what projects you come up with. The hub and Atom in this new market. It's one of the questions that we hear a lot, and one of the biggest discussions around the community and the ecosystem of how we integrate the Cosmos Hub, the primary chain of this ecosystem, and one of the original ones using the Cosmos stack, and the primary asset of that chain, Atom. A little bit about me. Today, you've heard my last name pronounced correctly for the first time in my life, I think, which is great. Besides that, I've been working in blockchain for the last couple of years, around 8. It's been since IPFS when it brought me to the space, to moving across different protocols, Ethereum, and always following along Cosmos that now I'm very gladly to build on and support. Let's do a quick recap. We've been hearing from Mag, Barry, the rest of the team, and a lot of wonderful conversations from the panelists that joined us today about the opportunity that we have. We do have institutions, leading Fortune 500s that we never expected to come on chain, coming on chain. They are choosing to build sovereign blockchains, meaning layer ones, dedicated chains for the use cases. And Cosmos, both technologically speaking and in positioning on the market, is not only one of the most trusted solutions out there, but one of the most sturdy, the Sherman tank, as Max said. So we have the best tech, we have a market with a stack ready to go to attack it. Where does the Atom and the Cosmos Hub fit into this? We see a lot of opportunities from the conversations with our customers of services, features, and multiple products that they need to power and service these new blockchains that come onto market and that can serve thousands, if not billions of users that they're bringing from their existing Fortune 500s and products, governments coming on chain. These are things like, of course, integrating Atom and the Cosmos Hub through a fee and revenue system via the adoption of the stack. The hub providing specific services and infrastructure to the chains that these institutions are building, something we've discussed already. IBC Eureka is a prime example of this. How do we provide a single point of connection to all the other chains and ecosystems you want to connect with? Very efficient pathway. Hub-powered asset issuance. We've been speaking about the opportunity of tokenization and how institutions of all sizes are coming on chain with very, very different and complex tokenization needs. The hub can be an asset issuance platform. And all of this is going to require neutral rails of connectivity and interoperability. Connectivity between CBDC networks, different central banks that are connecting their economies, connectivity between businesses, organizations like Revolut coming on chain and wanting to access primitives on other chains like Injective, like commodities. Neutral rails for interoperability can happen with the Cosmos Hub, Atom, and IBC. But for us to move into this direction, there seems to be there we go. We need to build better fundamentals for the Cosmos Hub and Atom. We have the compelling use cases. We have a wonderful market, as you've seen from all the people coming in here to speak, all the projects that have been launching on Cosmos in the last 6 months alone with Figure, Ondo. But the current tokenomics are built for a different world. They're built for the world Cosmos was in 5, 10 years ago. Interchain security, high inflation model that was fit to serve and pay for the security model. But it doesn't leave a lot of room for other use cases or other opportunities. So the pressure of this model is a little bit old and also too high on the other use cases that we might want to be exploring. There is a chance for us to change this and capture this big opportunity that we have on the market and relieve the pressure. We're not going to speak about how the model might look like today, but the process we're going to take to change it and find a place that makes more room for all of these new use cases that we discussed to succeed. We want to work hand in hand with the ecosystem, the community, the different stakeholders that participate in the Cosmos Hub, Cosmos, and Atom itself, including many validators that are here, to achieve this. To do this, there's 3 main initiatives that we're going to be pushing across the Cosmos Hub and the Atom ecosystem. First, the Hub unit, the team dedicated to the Cosmos Hub at Cosmos Labs, is growing. Many people probably from the community have seen a new face running around. He's here right on stage next to us, Robo Macobo for many, who has joined to lead the ecosystem growth unit at the Cosmos Hub. We also have Haifa. Haifa has been running the testnet program and helping validators maintain the hub and the health of the hub through upgrades across the years. They are joining us now more closely to help with the development of the Cosmos Hub itself, with a roadmap that we set together with the community, governance, and Cosmos Labs. We're going to be kicking off new ecosystem and community growth initiatives, and there's new features coming to the roadmap of the hub. We're also reworking the delegation program. We're going to improve the program itself, that today is quite limited in scope, to make sure that we're pushing for the best metrics of hub health, uptime. We want to incentivize validators even further to push themselves. We want to open up again the reward streams for tooling and positive initiatives that are being built on the ecosystem. The delegation program right now is mostly retroactive or passive, meaning we're delegating without many active rewards for new dashboards, validator tooling that help people improve the health and decentralization of the hub, or better run chains. And we're also reevaluating the tokenomics design of Atom and the Cosmos Hub. And we're going to run a community initiative to do this. It's going to be multi-stage, of course, including an RFP or a request for proposal, so that we do research, learn what models can fit these new use cases and products that we're building for the Cosmos Hub, Cosmos in itself, and build a system that's intentional and responsibly transition to that. We're going to have multiple feedback venues for this, and we're going to dive a little bit more deeply into that later in this talk. Now, first let me go a little bit into the Cosmos Hub unit and the initial technical roadmap. Many folks here that I see in the audience participating in the governance forum. One of the most recent upgrades that was requested and we're going to push through with Haifa is the token factory installation, so that tokens can be issued in the Cosmos Hub. And then all the wonderful upgrades to the Cosmos Stack Comet, specifically in performance that Barry has been presenting a couple of minutes ago. We're going to start upstreaming and working to the Cosmos Hub. To talk specifically about the delegation program, I wanted to welcome, also as a baptism of fire, and welcome to the team, Robo McGobo, who's going to run you through the program itself.
Thank you, Nico. Hey, everyone. I'm Robo. And thank you. I've joined Cosmos Labs to lead ecosystem growth for all things Cosmos Hub. Here to talk to you today about the delegation program work that we've been doing and how we hope to kind of work with validators to implement that over the next several weeks. So we redesigned this program from the ground up with a couple of core goals in mind. We want to strengthen decentralization of the hub even further. We want to do things like improve governance participation, which has been a bit of an issue for the hub lately. Increase validator uptime, and overall just improve validator health to help push some of these stack improvements and make them even more performant on the hub. We also want to find a new way to reward contributions that validators and other vendors are making to the hub, the stack, and the network. And as Nico said, make this a little bit more proactive rather than retroactive. So a couple of ways that we're going to do this. We're going to migrate to an automated system, something more simple on the application process for validators. And it'll be mostly automated, so most validators won't even have to apply. Every quarter, the system will be readjusted, and if you qualify, you'll get delegations. We'll also be doing a bit more targeted outreach to validators and vendors for specific services for the hub. So this could be things like marketing, technical improvements, dashboards, validator tooling, things like this. And critically, it'll be targeted on very open and transparent RFPs that anyone can apply to, and we'll select the best vendor based on those individual needs. Outside of that, we're going to be working on several new builder initiatives, reworking existing grants, but also working with new providers to help bring new initiatives to the hub for builders and help participate in research. Outside of that, we're also onboarding a global ambassador and media network. So if this is something that you think would be a good fit for you, if you're an ambassador, a news outlet, a media partner, please reach out to us because this is something we feel really passionate about and something that we want to work with folks on. I know that wasn't a lot, but more details are going to be coming on this soon. Now, the major ask that we have for folks, especially validators, is please come talk to us while we're here. We want to give you more detail on the delegation program, how you can qualify, and get your feedback to make sure as many validators as possible are heard. If you're watching the stream, DM me on Twitter or Telegram at RoboMcGobo. And yeah, really looking forward to talking with you about that. So now I'm going to bring Nico back up to talk a little bit more in detail on something that we're really excited to work on with the community, which is the Atom tokenomics research.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Robo. And we'll get into the meat of the bone. How are we going to push this process to rethink and redesign the atom tokenomics to feed the new market, the new products, and the new opportunities that we've been talking about today with Cosmos building for the world of global finance and enterprise? As we've seen, there's many opportunities out there. We want to capture them with better fundamentals, and we want to do it together with a community. We designed a process that fits that premise. We want to learn as much as we can about the existing tokenomics of the Cosmos Hub so that we can test and simulate multiple new models for tokenomics. What if we build X product on the hub? Then the tokenomics should fit that. Or what's the most flexible system that allows us to build multiple levers, multiple integrations that better make use of the Cosmos Hub and integrate Atom at the core of the utility layer. We want to chart a transition plan because we do want to make this a responsible and thought-out move. There's a lot of stakeholders involved in this community, validators, the community itself, holders, builders, projects across all layers of Cosmos. After we have a good plan that we think has a shape and form that can well integrate Atom into this new world, we want to chart a healthy transition plan to de-risk any possibilities that could affect or impact the rest of the ecosystem as well. With that, we would have a pretty complete plan designed, and we can think about the launch itself. All of this, we're going to do hand in hand with the community and with the help of research vendors through a process that's going to look a little bit like this. We're going to request for proposals starting as soon as after Cosmoverse, working with Robo and the ecosystem team to gather feedback from everybody in Cosmos, chain validators, holders, community members. What does this RFP need to look like? From our end, of course, we have thoughts about how it might look like in terms of the products we are building and the market that we're targeting. With that, we'll craft an RFP, begin the research phase. We'll begin information gathering. And with all thoughts and pieces aligned, we'll be able to make an analysis and design a proposal. We're going to make this differently, of course, than many of the other attempts that have happened. We're going to do this publicly, end to end. We're going to involve all stakeholders across multiple stages to make sure that it's not a shock or a surprise what we're going to be doing together or the models that we explore. We don't want to do something closed doors. We want to do, again, simulations and tests. We're taking a product-driven approach with this. We need to research, find ideas, validate those ideas, and then we can take them onto the Cosmos Hub and Atom tokenomics model. And we'll propose a recommendation with alternatives. A big difference from the past is not an this or nothing plan. There's probably multiple ways this can shape up, and we want to be, again, very responsible and involve the community in public in shaping what these options can look like. Timelines, how to get involved, reach out to us. That's the main CTA, and we'll be reaching out to you across the conference itself. Robo, Barry, Mag, and me, we are, of course, available online. But shortly after Cosmoverse, we're also going to spin up working groups feedback initiatives to rally the community and start getting these inputs. We expect that will take us a couple weeks, of course, and through the end of the year building and designing the RFP that we'll take out to the different researchers that we will engage with. And onto that, with the researchers running and our team as well running different research and information gathering initiatives, we expect early next year to get our results back, sit with the community, make an analysis, design a couple options for the Atom tokenomics, and make a proposal. We're very, very excited about this, not only because there's so many amazing things happening in Cosmos, but because we think finally now is the right time. Usually the issue with this question is, what do we design it for? And now we have an opportunity. We have a market that's clearly working for Cosmos. We have customers that want to build here, and then marketing payments and stablecoins that we can really make a difference globally. So now it's an amazing time to be taking on this initiative. If you're a researcher, a validator, a builder in our community, reach out to us. You see Robo's handle now on screen, but our handles are also as well on the rest of the slides. Reach out to me on Twitter, QX Nico. Join the forum at forum.cosmos.network or the Cosmos OG chat on Telegram. We're going to be spinning up working groups very soon, and we're going to make those announcements right after Cosmoverse. Again, we're super excited about this. It's going to be a lot of work, but we think it is the time to take on this challenge. This is the last of the talks from Cosmos Labs in these roadmap pillars. We've seen Cosmos in its new market and the opportunity we're facing. The roadmap for the technical stack, the platform, and what we're building so that more people in the enterprise and finance world can benefit from building Cosmos chains. And now, what we want to do to integrate the Cosmos Hub and Atom to this vision. Let me bring Barry and Mag back on stage so that we can do a little closer on where we'll be in the coming months. Maybe I'll move to the side because there are so many.
So thank you, Nico. Just to recap for everyone, one, we're so grateful that all of you guys are here and are engaged in participating in the ecosystem. There's a huge opportunity ahead of us. It's literally a multi-trillion, quadrillion-dollar opportunity. And we're incredibly well positioned to capture it. As I talked about in my talk, we think that the Cosmos stack, with the unique combination of connectivity and control that it offers, is super, super powerful for enterprises today, and that there's a lot more that we can do to improve it top to bottom to make it a really powerful operating system for enterprises as they come on chain across performance, the EVM, connectivity, and this pillar of control. And I'm so excited to get to do that, and we really hope that you guys participate in that process over the next year.
Just to add to that, big thanks to the entire Cosmos Labs team for presenting today. A lot of people for their first time presenting, so big shout out to them as well. I think the message I want to leave you with is we have an opportunity right now to change as an ecosystem, right? And there's a lot of pieces that go into that. This is not just Cosmos Labs and everybody else, right? This is Cosmos Labs, the validators, the individuals at this conference. This is Cito and his incredible marketing team behind Cosmoverse. Everyone here needs to play a role if we want this to be successful, because this is your ecosystem, right? It's not just us. And I think when it comes to Atom and the hub and how those things fit into where we're going, we need to make a decision. Do we want to evolve Atom to fit the model that we need? Or do we want to sort of leave it as it is, right? Because a lot of things need to change in the right order for this to be a successful go-to-market. And so I've never felt more confident personally in the entire Cosmos Labs team, in the Cosmos community, in the incredible projects that are building on our technology. And my one thing that I want to say is just thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for participating in this vision, participating in this technology movement, and have a great conference.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Barry and Mag. for those beautiful closing words. The CDAs, again, reach out to us. We'll be talking about all of this in public with everybody in the ecosystem, and we want you to join us in crafting the future of Cosmos in the world of global finance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Poggi. Pleasure to announce you all on stage, of course, of course. Now we'll be moving a little bit away from Cosmos, not too far though. There is going to be another amazing keynote waiting for you. Everyone here in the room, in Split, Croatia, or at home watching through all the various different channels that are live broadcasting Cosmoverse 2025 all across the world. Now, said that, we are going to listen right now to slightly of a more technical keynote. I'm actually really looking forward to this myself. We'll be speaking about engineering high-performance trading, really going from stack to speed. I'm very happy and indeed thrilled, being from Thrilled Labs, to welcome on stage Mr. Jung-Ho Yo from B Harvest. Please be very welcomed on stage. Please put your hands together. Yeah, wonderful. Feel free to clap. Thank you, everyone, for participating. Mr. Ho,
thank you.
Please be very welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Yeah, it's very excited to be here in Cosmoverse. It's been 3 years for my last Cosmoverse in Medellin, in Colombia. And I'm Jung-Ho from B Harvest. I'm doing a research and development partnership. So today, we are introducing what we are recently obsessing with, especially for high-performance trading and DeFi platform by using Cosmos Stack. Actually, I'm very happy to provide the evidence that Meg and Nico and Barry said that Cosmos has the best stack. So we can show that proof of that sentence. So by using Cosmos Stack, so how we get from Cosmos Stack to speed by engineering and optimization, especially for high-performance trading and on-chain order book and DeFi platform. So, and also I will focus on what B Harvest is doing in this industry in the later slide. So let's see this. Actually, this is a fully on-chain order book by using Cosmos Stack. This is high-frequency perpetual and spot order book DEX on Cosmos. Actually, this video is not manipulated. This is a live demo for our technical stack by using Cosmos SDK and Cosmos EVM. And actually, this is not a future one. And this is possible today. And also, this is possible on Cosmos. And now, so we all hear about the Cosmos Stack today in Cosmoverse. So we have a little bit misconception for Cosmos Stack so far. Cosmos might be slow, and Cosmos is all stack. But we here at Cosmoverse, we knew that this technology stack is very massive adoption so far for more than 200 chains. So first one is Comet BFT, which is the most battle-tested consensus algorithm. And next one is Cosmos SDK, which provides modularity and massive production load for more than 200 chains. And next one is Cosmos EVM, which provides seamless EVM compatibility across entire ecosystem and stack. Actually, we are very honored to work with Interchain Labs here, Vlad and Barry and Nico, to improve this Cosmos EVM and the other Cosmos stack with other teams like Mantra and Kronos as well. And we are very excited to be here to contribute this one. And these tools are already here. The potential is infinite. But we can think what is the real bottleneck is for the teams who want to build their own layer 1 chains. Because these days, as Cosmos expected, every team wants their own layer 1 chains, not only for contract. And the real bottleneck is not from the technology itself. Cosmos Stack already has a good technology, but real bottleneck is the mastering that Cosmos Stack, which is from some resources and developers and infrastructure. And let's imagine that build a high-performance chains and decentralized trading and DeFi platform. Actually, we need first to mastering the mechanics of low latency trading architectures for on-chain order book and RPC and Oracle. And then we need to optimize the protocol level engineerings from consensus P2P, mempool, and execution layer as well. Next one is that we need to understand the complicated DeFi mechanisms from lending and spot, perp, and also from the very complicated DeFi lending protocol. And next one is the 24/7 enterprise-grade operations from validator and infrastructure, including RPC, indexers, Oracle. And you need rock-solid production reliability to maintain the whole chains and infrastructure without any losing uptime. In order to have this all enterprise-grade technology and operations, finding a single great team for development, that is the real bottleneck. It's very difficult to set up the team, development team, mastering this Cosmos stack. So this is we call the app chain paradox. So you see that Cosmos was right. So this era of the app chain that was expected 3 years ago, 5 years ago in Cosmos, that Cosmos was dreaming of. It's here. Every project now wants to build their own chain, but this has created some massive expectations of the developers and infrastructure builders. So if we expect every single project wants to build their own chain, if they have their own world-class researchers and developers, what happened in reality? The game has changed now. The era of building a blockchain just to be high speed is over. So you can think that a long time ago we call high-speed internet, but nowadays nobody called the high-speed internet. We just call it internet because the high speed should be the default for the internet. It's the same as the blockchain now. So far we call the high-performance blockchain. So from now on, there's no high-performance blockchain because blockchain should be high performance in the future. So because of this default setup, the high performance, so this high performance concept could not be the key differentiator for some specific blockchain project. Just to be clear, then this high performance is becoming a default. Then what is the matters for the projects? Then rather than the high performance and research and development itself, then go-to-market strategy and business could be more important for the projects. The key differentiator from go-to-market should be there. And next one, the bottleneck for that teams who want to build the chains, is that because of more than 200 projects, more and more projects want to build their own chain, then talents for developers and builders are fragmented. And because of that, if the projects focus on the tech itself for high performance or reliability infrastructure, then it brings some opportunity cost to lose their focus on business and go-to-market strategy. So in order not to lose this opportunity cost, so we think our role in this ecosystem, our solution is kind of the blockchain foundry. This concept is very simple. Let visionary teams focus on their own business and focus on their own product itself for better go-to-market strategy. And then let us, dedicated foundry like us, handle the deep, complex, and specialized engineering for them, including DeFi and trading platform, and also high-speed, high-performance infrastructure. And so we are at the foundry for high-performance trading ecosystem, so we are now aiming for. So I can introduce our engine, so vertical integrated stack for this DeFi primitive built on 4 pillars that deliver performance and reliability for high-speed trading. First, trading and DeFi applications. We build scalable, fully on-chain order book engines and capital-efficient DeFi suite, including lending and spot and other perps. And second one is the deep tech research. We are not just use the Cosmos stack itself, so we are researching the reason and background and foundations of Cosmos stack from consensus, P2P, mempool, and to execution layer. So we have and work on protocol level performance with other teams like Cosmos Labs and Optimum to optimize and collaborate for core blockchain modules. And third one is our main focus is infrastructure here. So this is our foundation. This is enterprise-grade validator and RPC services, all powered by over 8 years of our operational experience in Cosmos ecosystem. And the last one is security and auditing for internal development. We provide AI-powered vulnerability analysis and continuous private audits and monitoring to keep the asset very safe for enterprise-grade blockchain. And beyond these 4 pillars of our tech engines, I want to double-click on infrastructure side because this is where the stack truly becomes speed. And first one is that we provide very high-performance RPC. So in order to have this high-performance RPC, so we need to understand and modify and customize the core itself. So this RPC is very important to user and the applications. Even though the chain itself is very high speed and very fast, if the RPC is slow, then users feel slow for that applications. So nowadays, we are researching on optimum-powered network configurations for ultra-low latency. It's very interesting and exciting to work with the great world-class teams like Optimum team. And next one is we integrate robust oracles. These days, many stock and equity comes to the on-chain by tokenization, as Cosmos Labs introduced. Stock and equity comes to on-chain and then traded. Then in that case, we need to consider the oracle for the equity and stock. In this area, we need very careful design with understanding the trade fine. And next one, we build a risk management directly into the infrastructure. Circuit breaker, for example, circuit breaker, and sophisticated margin control, and market health monitoring to manage this risk. The last one is real-time monitoring. This is just on dashboard, including dashboard is kind of smart data streaming and system for abnormality detection, and all-in-one monitoring solution for robust and 24/7 operations. This is to provide enterprise-grade operations for reliability. And this is just a theory on what we have been doing. This is our daily work in production level. So we are incredibly proud of work together with a world-class team leading this industry from core research and development like Stable and Cosmos Labs, Babylon, and Optimum, and to the infrastructure level and institutional DeFi, Paxos, PIT, and other great teams for providing this high-speed reliability infrastructure. So I want to leave you with one final thought for us. This app chain paradox is real, and Cosmos Stack has best tech. But this bottleneck not from the tech itself, slowing down the layer 1 project teams. But it is solvable from the great teams in the Cosmos ecosystem, like us and like Cosmos Labs, and like other teams. Stop trying to be world-class development teams for your product. So I think you can focus on your vision and business, and focus on your users. Let us be your foundry, and let's build the future together by using this Cosmos set together. Thank you very much. Have a great time in this Cosmoverse this week. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Jung-ho Yo. This was wonderful, absolutely. And it's so nice how we have so many people from all across the world united here at Cosmos Labs, of course, and at Cosmoverse 2025. Now, we are going to take a step and move once again to this matter that we have already slightly discussed earlier today about the EVM matter, right? So our next talk will actually look at how the Cosmos SDK brings new features towards Ethereum. So we'll be exploring the Cosmos EVM with no one else, and we've already mentioned his name before, Vlad Jitkov. Please be very, very welcome on stage and put your hands together, yes, from Cosmos Labs. Super curious to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So we've already heard about Cosmos. So Mag talked a little bit about the current state of Cosmos, who's using it, what we've been doing. Barry's been talking about the tech, so what we have coming up on the more technical perspective. And then we had Nico and Robo talking about the Cosmos Hub and Atom, what's coming up next, how we're going to be working with the community, things like that. Now, we're going to be talking a little bit more about the technical chapter. I'm going to be talking about the EVM stack, how that helps push Cosmos forward, how we can go beyond the current Ethereum stack and upgrade that using Cosmos. And then later on, Devin's going to show you a quick demo, do some vibe coding on the Cosmos stack using the EVM. My presentation's titled Beyond Ethereum, Using Cosmos to Advance the EVM. So a little bit about me. I've been in Cosmos for a few years now. I actually started out as a Cosmosm developer, then started slowly moving up the stack, became a stack developer, and earlier this year, joined Cosmos Labs as a senior software engineer. And then since joining, I've been very, very focused and very excited about bringing Cosmos EVM to light. So the Ethereum ecosystem is arguably the biggest blockchain ecosystem today. It's got over 30,000 active developers, 10,000 of which are active every single month. It's got hundreds of developer tools and resources like Foundry, like Forge, and many, many more. And it's very trusted. There's $100 billion plus in total value across many L2s, many L1s that are using Ethereum today. And examples of those are Uniswap, Morpho, and things like that. But it's far from perfect. So on Ethereum and many other L1s and L2s, users actually spend over $1 billion in fees per year. All of this is spent by users, applications, vendors for automation and stuff like that. And the average Ethereum transaction is 40 cents, which is really, really high. You have vendor lock-in. So for very basic things that exist in Web 2, like automation, information brought from the internet or from external sources, and bridging, you actually need external vendors. So these are dependencies and reliabilities that you have to focus on and pay that are oftentimes third-party. Ethereum and other L2s are public. They're shared infrastructure. So if you ever face congestion on those chains, if there's any large event, your application is impacted directly. Running your own node and running with this shared application means you have to download everyone else's application. You have to work alongside them. If there's like an airdrop that happens, everybody's claiming it, that means your gas fees go up for your platform as well. And then no sovereignty means you're at the whim of chain governance. You're at the whim of very many political battles, and changing the chain is very, very difficult to do. And this brings you to low ownership and control. So the L2 stack, and very many L2 stacks, are difficult to customize. We have teams spending months and even years trying to get the features they want. You have no options for privacy. All of this is open by default. You can't even set private nodes because someone can access another one. And you can't even control where your tokens go. So you have no control over the bridging. It's very, very open. And so for a lot of institutions, this is insufficient. So what if you could get the best of Ethereum with none of the downsides that we just mentioned? This is where we introduce the Cosmos EVM. This is the only open source layer 1 stack that lets you build and spin up an EVM chain in minutes. So some of the benefits that we have. Firstly, you fully own your infrastructure. You run all of your nodes. You can control who connects to it. You can control how big or small your machines are. And you have full control over that. Oracles and automation are built right into the chain. You no longer have to pay third-party vendors to automate your systems to get information from elsewhere. All of that is fully built in. You decide where the chain is hosted, you decide how many nodes exist, and you decide who uses it and builds on top of it. All of this harnesses the Cosmos SDK. And a big benefit of this is that the Cosmos SDK is built to be changeable, it's built to be modular and extensible, unlike very many L2s. This has a strong foundation of features. So you have governance modules, you have easy protocol upgrades, you have flexible account modules, and the best thing about all of these is that if you don't like, some of the ways that some of them work, it's very easy to change them, change the configs, change the rules around them. And you get all of these benefits without losing any of the compatibility with Ethereum. So for the past year, we've been focused on bringing Cosmos EVM to a fully Ethereum-compatible state. So your developers don't even notice the difference between using these L2s in Ethereum and using the Cosmos EVM. And this means you have support for dozens and dozens of popular tools, and everything works right out of the box. So let me show you why this matters with a quick real-life example. Institutions want to tokenize securities. But unfortunately, on Ethereum and a bunch of L2s, which is where all the developers are, there's a bunch of deal breakers. So first of all, you can't enforce investor rules on the protocol level. Whatever rules Ethereum and their nodes have are something that you inherit. If you block out an address, someone else can just spin up a new wallet, use your system as is. You have third-party bridge risk. Like I said before, you don't have a native bridge. You have to use what someone else has built. You have to rely on that. And unfortunately, since 2021, there's been over $4 billion lost to bridge hacks. It's a massive amount and a massive risk for institutions. And finally, you can't automate and do simple things like dividend distribution without recurring vendor cost. Every time you submit an automation onto the Ethereum blockchain, you're paying gas fees, you're paying vendors to do it. It's very complicated. And so with Cosmos, all of these problems disappear. First of all, you have protocol level compliance. Again, you choose who can and can't use your chain. You can't just create a new wallet and circumvent these measures. So you can whitelist accredited investors, you can blocklist whoever you don't want using your chain, and you can build KYC checks directly into the chain and use your existing systems. And again, these cannot be bypassed. We have 0 external dependencies, so you can automate, you can control every part of the block, you can deploy something before, after, during, and you don't need to pay gas, or you can selectively choose who pays gas, who doesn't. So you can have 0 fees for some users, and you can have some fees for other users. And this runs at the block level and eliminates all vendor cost. These are all actions that you can complete. And then finally, we have a high level of economic control. So because you control your bridge, because you have custom gas prices, you can control who pays what, and you can control who gets your tokens on what chain. So speaking about the $4 billion of bridge hack risk that we talked about before, we have IBC. This has never been hacked. We've had 0 bridge hacks since inception and strong security guarantees. We have breakers if there's large amounts of assets being moved and that's not something you're expecting. You have full ownership over bridging. This is natively baked in into the protocol. And you have no third-party involvement if you don't want any. You can connect directly to any public chain. So Ethereum, L2s, Solana is being built right now. Or any private partner institution chain that uses IBC. And then finally, you have full control over import and export of any asset. So to give a quick technology comparison, we bring sovereignty to the best parts of the Ethereum stack. As you can see, we have a rich developer ecosystem and robust tooling that does not disappear just because you use Cosmos. You inherit that from all of the Ethereum L1s and the Ethereum-based L2s. Fees are customizable, unlike these alternatives. For bridging, you control it. You're not at risk to third-party bridge hacks. And for automation, it's built directly into the chain. You have full control. You have full access to anything you want to do. Cosmos EVM is the only solution for sovereign EVM L1s. You can spin these up in minutes. You can very easily customize them. You have access to Ethereum's proven ecosystem, access to their developers without any of the compromises. You have true ownership, true sovereignty, and compliance that you can build straight into the protocol that cannot be circumvented. So now, you no longer have to choose between Ethereum developers and full sovereignty in your institutional requirements. Thank you. If you're ready to launch a sovereign EVM chain, please reach out to us, institutions@cosmoslabs.io. We'll be really excited to help you, work alongside you, to help you integrate Cosmos EVM. Thanks.
Wow. Vlad, thank you very, very much. Thank you. Now, I know at least one project that is going to reach out to you, and that is Thrilled Labs. Said that, we're going to have another wonderful presentation. We have something very, very special prepared for you. We've already heard a little bit earlier referred to about a company called Persist. Very interesting. I'm sure the gentleman is going to be pretty persistent, as well as convincing. Now, we'll be speaking about the XRP ledger and how it really works together in terms of the EVM and how it has, of course, been building, basically, on top of Cosmos as well. We've been, apparently, for about 100 days on the mainnet. We're going to hear all about it from no one else but Ferran Prat. Please be very, very welcome on stage. Please join us. You put your hands together. Yeah, wonderful. And yeah, we're going to hear about the sidechain of XRPL, right? Correct?
Yep.
Thank you. Looking forward.
Thank you.
Take it away.
Well, hello, everyone. It's great to be here for my second year at Cosmoverse. I've been involved with the Cosmos ecosystem indirectly for about 4 years when we started researching an EVM solution for Ripple, when we started building what is right now the XRPL EVM. But for the last 2 years, actually, is when I started discovering this ecosystem, when I started discovering this tech more in detail. And last year, I was here at Cosmoverse speaking on the XRPL EVM, what we wanted to launch. By the time, it was just a testnet. And that was all our involvement with the Cosmos ecosystem. Now, 1 year later, I'm very happy to come back, having the XRPL EVM launch on mainnet, which may seem trivial, but it's something that it's very complex, and at the same time, we have much more confidence. We moved from EVMOS to Cosmos EVM, and now we are in a path of guarantees and security that helps us empower even more this stack with large institutions, as Mac announced it earlier. We are doing some partnerships with CBDCs, with large institutions, and I hope next year I can come back with at least a similar progress or even more institutions on chain being live. So I would like to have time to talk a little bit of all these amazing developments we are doing. Unfortunately, I have 15 minutes, so I'll stick with what we have on mainnet, with the XRPL EVM, and I hope this is very insightful for anyone that's interested in XRP and the XRP Ledger ecosystem, but also for anyone else that has the intention or is working on launching a production chain based on Cosmos EVM. This is some learnings we got on the first 3 months that I think that can be very valuable. So in order to touch on all these topics, I will briefly talk about what's the XRPL EVM, just in case some of you guys don't know what is this chain and what pieces we've put together, and then we will evaluate how the chain is going. And how we are going to evaluate that, it's by looking at the network health. How is the network going? There's downtimes, it's everything working fine. How is the governance? Do we have any problem? How we are going to push forward this ecosystem? And finally, how was the adoption? It was the infrastructure, it was the tech ready, it was people interested on using this sidechain, it was just a research project, or we really fit a market demand, right? And what's next, I think it'd also be interested for you guys. So let's start with what's the XRP LEVM. Very simply, the XRP LEVM sidechain, it's a sovereign layer 1 chain built with Cosmos EVM that pretends to be a scaling solution for the XRPL mainnet. The XRPL mainnet was launched in 2012, so way before Ethereum launched, so there is no programmability, at least with smart contracts. Without programmability, it's very difficult to have also interoperability. And although it's very efficient for payments and for some pre-built features, there is a clear need for programmability, for example, when it comes to DeFi or for institutional adoption, right? So we are finding ways with Ripple to bring smart contracts without compromising the security, without compromising the efficiency of the XRP ledger. And we figured out that pouring an EVM on top of the XRP ledger itself was kind of a complex thing, so a good way to test the waters and see if there was really this demand without compromising the layer 1 was to launch a sidechain, a layer 2. This sidechain had to be EVM compatible. This sidechain had to use XRP as a native currency, and it had to have a very similar consensus mechanism that secures XRP as we had on the XRP ledger. So we've done some research. We didn't know anyone at Cosmos at all, and we selected and we find out that the FMOS, I think at the time was even Ethermin, was the best solution for building a new EVM. So we built that. We connected this chain with the XRPL mainnet via Axelar. So essentially the bridge of Axelar, it's on the Genesis block of the EVM sidechain in a way that the native currency of the EVM sidechain is the XRP directly bridged mint and burn from the XRP ledger. So it generates exactly the same liquidity, the value, the features, and everything else from the token. But this node now has EVM compatibility. It has also IBC programmability, which was another surprise that we didn't focus on, but it's essentially one of the best features we have right now. And for the consensus part, I think also Barry talked about this earlier, we wanted to have a proof of authority, a very similar model that was powering XRP on the XRP ledger since day one, so there wasn't any proof of authority built on Cosmos DK, and we built our model. It's open source, it has been audited at least 3 or 4 times, so you guys can reuse it if you find it interesting. It's our first major contribution, I will say, to also the Cosmos DK stack. So with all these features in mind, essentially what we plugged and played there, here, and if you guys want to replicate, I think it's a pretty good stack. It's this one, essentially the Cosmos EVM as a node. Right now we are moving it to the 0.4.1, like the previous release that was there. On top of that, we used Block Scout for exploring the EVM part, very reliable, and they are proving themselves one of the best solutions right now. For the Cosmos layer, we are maintaining also our own version of Big Dipper. We are essentially using this layer for the governance part, although there's other Cosmos explorers for seeing what's happening on the Cosmos layer, IBC, etc. Most of the DeFi activity is happening on the EVM. So we are maintaining this version of Big Dipper. You guys can also use it because it was largely maintained for a year ago or at least, and now it's pretty in good shape. And then we signed a few partners for the basic infrastructure. We had Gold Sky as an indexer. We had Band Protocol as a data oracle. And we signed it with Grove and recently also with QuickNote as RPC providers. So with that infrastructure in place, we had a very good setup. And this is something that takes a while, but once you have everything, it's very reusable. So now we can set up Cosmos EVM chains in a very straightforward manner with setups that covers all the infrastructure needed very quickly. And then we've also done integrations or support essentially with most of the wallets. I think all the Cosmos, the top Cosmos wallets are supporting the XRP LEVM, but most of them, you don't even need them. You can just add custom chains. I think Kepler allows that. And the same way happens with MetaMask for the EVM layer. You can just add your custom network. So you can spin up new chains private, public, and use all this tech stack in a fairly fast way. It took us a few years to get there, but now the deployments are very fast. So this is essentially what we've put in place, and the challenge was, okay, we had the testnet, everything was working fairly good, but let's move it to mainnet, right? And we were not doing another mainnet. We were doing a mainnet for Ripple, which is a top 3 asset. It is, in many countries, the largest traded asset. It's clear, vector or honeypot of attack, right? So we had also to prove that this tech stack that we had on testnet can survive and can be operating on mainnet. And it was the first chain we launched. Obviously, we work together with Ripple engineers, but this is something that has to be proven, right? So we started this month, and all I can say is that the tech has worked really good in terms of network health. Since we launched about 4 months ago, everything has been up in production without any major problem, all services above 99%. So I think that's a pretty good way to start. A lot of things could have gone wrong. We didn't have many issues. One thing or learnings I can share is maybe the public RPCs, when we set up all these IBC relayers to connect to different chains, we had most of the public RPCs of the other chains were not that reliable. But these guys from Crypto Crew, shout out to them, they set up private infrastructure for these chains, and now it seems to be addressed. So that's the only thing I would like to maybe highlight as something that it was different from our initial expectations. But apart from that, safe contracts were deployed for large treasuries, no problem, full compatibility. Quick node growth, RPCs are there for scaling options. We had also Range, the explorer that helped us to explore also or get metrics from IBC, from Cosmos, and from EVM layers. And the only issue we had was a misconfiguration on our side, that some kind of transactions were a little bit higher in gas, 400 XRPs. We passed an expedited proposal in less than 24 hours. This was solved. And that's it. I think sometimes no news, good news, right? It's what you want to have in production. And when it comes to the XRP LEVM, as far as the tech, this is very reliable. And I hope also for all you guys that are planning to build this gives some guarantees that the tech and the system looks to be ready and looks to be very reliable to build important chains and assets on top of it. So in terms of governance, in our case, we've built this proof of authority. This was also a test of, although the XRP ledger has some kind of proof of authority, but it's based with unique node lists, and it's a little bit different. So what we've done here, which is also a good recommendation, and shout out to Kintsugi here, they recommended doing an advisory board. Luckily enough, we could have the best on this advisory board. So from the Cosmos side, we get Informal Systems, Kintsugi, Cosmos Labs. From the Ripple side, we got Ripple XRPL Commons, which is part of the foundation, and our team. And with all these players, we could set up the Genesis block, we could operate the basic things, and then slowly get adding more validators. We take over DevNet once this was launched on mainnet, and testnet, we have a topology of maximum 32 validators, which is very similar to the XRPL mainnet. It's proof of authority, much more manageable, and obviously it's the first days and it's few validators, but this helps making these things very reliable because we've been able to put expedited proposals without previous notice and pass it with 88, 90% participation. So the network is in very good health, and I think from a governance perspective, it's going to continue to be in very good health. We've passed 10 proposals since mainnet launch, so I mean, in 3 months, 10 proposals is essentially almost 1 proposal per week. So there's a lot of activity and development going on. And the chain is generating XRPs in transaction fees, which is the compensation for validators. We have a few slots still available, so if some of you guys want to participate on that, just let us know. And when it comes to adoption, that's another big news and important topic here, is that we launched this chain organically, although like many other chains that launch with, tens or hundreds of partners sign it and big funding and incentives and everything else, With Ripple, we wanted to launch organically, see that the tech was ready, validate the hypothesis that there was appetite for smart contracts with XRP, that was appetite for XRP outside the XRP ledger when it comes to trading, when it comes to DeFi. It was obviously a very obvious hypothesis, because obviously the XRP ledger on centralized exchange is one of the largest assets, and obviously the same people may be interested in having XRP for DeFi, but it's something that has to be proven itself. So we launched the chain 3 months ago. Still no one received any grant, any support. It's just pouring the chain and production, making an announcement on Twitter and see what's happening. And I think for having organic launch, numbers speak by themselves, like more than 55 applications launched, thousands of smart contracts. Now the part of the XRPL Foundation runs there as a DAO. We've seen a lot of DeFi products for XRP, essentially lending and real-world assets to provide yield on top of XRP launching there. And the network has now around 100 million in assets, again, organically, which I think is a pretty decent number, and also with the short time that people had to integrate. We've moving now a volume of about 150 million monthly is assets in and out, and in the first 3 months, more than 360 million was moved there. So I think this proven the point. I think we are ready to scale right now, and we are very confident also with the tech. For instance, the winner apps essentially has been XRP yield. Obviously, XRP was an isolated asset without any staking, so it was essentially impossible to get yield out of it. The guys from Axelar and Midas launched this MXRP. It's more than 30 million, and the guys from Strove, they launched a lending protocol. So yield options for XRP. It's a very interesting market. It's still unexploited totally. XRP, I think it's $100+ billion. The market for yield on XRP, I think it's about 200 million just right now. So there's like 99% of people that has XRP that doesn't make yield on top of it, and now we have the tooling to do that. This is the ecosystem overview right now. May the apps can be here, may the apps cannot be listed. But essentially what I want to finish this talk is that we are getting closer. We launched, when we built all this as a research experiment with Ripple, as a proof of concept, as an hypothesis to validate. Last year we had a lot of uncertainty with EVMOS. We didn't know where it was going, who was going to maintain the tech. I think right now the team at Cosmos Labs, and I want to give them a shout out, they are doing an amazing job of putting all this tech together on maintaining and advancing that, and Ripple is much more confident. They are pouring now a large funding and a large strategy to grow the EVM sidechain. They are very confident in the tech, and institutions like Persist that we've worked with central banks, we've worked with large multinationals that requires a huge commitment on our side, and we were not that confident to launch chains with unknown teams or without this certainty. Right now, and Mac announced it earlier, we are doing these partnerships. We are pouring these technologies to central banks, to large institutions, in the same way we did with Ripple, and also migrating and making sure we are fully aligned with the ecosystem. So I hope, and I think next year I will be back again here. I hope I can bring much better news, but that was the progress we've done on the last year, and yeah, it's exciting to be here. Thank you guys, and hope you enjoy the conference.
Thank you very, very much, Ferran of Persist. Indeed, it was a pretty epic presentation. Thank you so much for being here, coming all the way to Split and building massive things. Most definitely, we have a range of really wonderful builders, entrepreneurs, experts. If that is a word that you like to use, I know that lots of people in the Web3 community are not so keen to say experts, but I do believe that we have like epic builders here and experts here with us today. Now that brings me to actually another chain that is built with the Cosmos SDK. And we're going to learn a little bit more and hear a little bit more fundamentally about real-world assets and really the future of those on Cosmoverse. And most specifically, we're going to hear a little bit about the ZIC chain approach. I hope that you're around. Yes, I see that he is getting mic'd up. Very, very keen to learn from Abdul Rafai Gadid of ZIC chain. Are you ready to join the stage? Yes, please put your hands together. Please be very, very welcoming. We're good to go? Just a second, everyone. Just double checking that all the chains that are connected to us are working as well. There's not always ever all the uptime. Yeah, we good to go? Wonderful. Wonderful, thank you once again. Be very, very welcome and looking forward to learning from you.
Guys, today I'll talk about a promise that was broken and a business that was built and the opportunity that was identified and how we all can work together to basically change that broken promise. Blockchain started in 2009. What was the core promise? It was financial inclusion, open access, democratized wealth. But 15 years down the road, where are we standing? It is still the same thing, you know? Billions of dollars in TVL in multiple ecosystems, which absolutely means nothing to the end user. You know, you look at the financial opportunities out there in the world, it's still the same problem. Traditional finance people tell you $100,000 minimum, passport control, this and that. So essentially, if you are born in the wrong place, or if you have not lended a larger amount of money already, well, you are trapped for your life. Today, my name is Rafe, I'm the founder of sidechain, and I'm here with my team to tell you that how are we going to basically open these doors and to make sure that the wealth is available for everyone. In 2018, we started as Zignally. Zignally was started as a single platform which was connecting the fund managers with the investor. And the idea was simple, that we can make everyday people access the professional trading strategies through our platform. Within a few years, we had like hundreds and thousands of people joining from all over the world, you know, from Cairo to Istanbul to Manila to Spain to Karachi to Dubai. Everywhere in the world, they started joining our platform. And they all wanted the same thing. They all wanted fairness in the financial world, and they wanted the same tools that were previously only available for the privileged people. In our journey, this is what we realized, that the market that everyone is ignoring is actually the market which matters the most. So, you know, when you look at the traditional wealth management space, you know, people say, you know, sorry. Okay, so when you look at the traditional wealth management space, you know, it's still limited to like, you know, minimum 100,000 and 50 million this and all that blah, blah, blah. We changed that. We set $10, not 10,000, but $10 to start with. And this single thing changed everything, the way that things work. And you know, we started seeing in the market that for the traditional finance that are tools available that are only for, you know, the high net individuals or the private fund managers and all that. So we started thinking that, you know, how we can have these things built in a way that it can be available for everywhere in the world. And obviously, centralized infrastructures have their own limitations, have their own controls around it. And you know, this is when we decided that we will build sidechain, not as a protocol looking for a problem, but as an infrastructure that is going to solve a problem that everyone in the world faces every day. You know, it's an everyday challenge. And you know, immediately your target accessible market becomes in trillions, because serving billions makes more sense than serving millions. It's simple maths. So let's make it a bit concrete. We don't see blockchain as a technology, but we see as an efficient method to do business. Over the last 1.5 years, we have not only built fantastic technology that you can already see, but we have also done that in parallel, we have created an environment for the people to come and do business with us. What we have done is that we have acquired various licenses across Middle East, South Africa, and now European Union as well, where the developers can actually come to us, build on our chain, access those licenses for almost free, which basically, you know, make us the one who constantly think as a business-first approach. What we want to show to the world is that blockchain as a technology is great, but what we need to understand is that we have an opportunity to do business in a better way. And this is what sidechain has done. We have almost a dozen dApps right now that have either deployed or in process of deploying their applications on our chain. We have gone the difficult route. It was very easy to run, you know, like high incentive and high investment programs to attract 10,000 developers and do all the hackathons. We've gone the hard way. We actually identified the best, repeat, successful, independent founders who are now building dApps on sidechain. And you know, when it comes to tokenization, we believe that there is no prestige in just tokenizing anything unless you have a distribution layer. And this is what we have been working towards. We have taken a very different approach towards the tokenization, and in the next slide we will talk more about it. But what we have done that we literally have a global markets team at ZigChain, and a couple of our members are here as well. We understand the problem, or we understand the problem that someone is trying to solve, and we provide a solution not only as a blockchain, as a technology solution, but also as a business solution, that what kind of licensing or framework can we provide you to solve, for that customer base. Now, the result of this intentional approach is that we already have a vibrant ecosystem. As you can see, there are a lot of big names and partners you can see on this nice globe, evolving around from institutions to the dApps and everyone. They're working with us. And, what we need to see is that in addition to the normal DeFi primitive dApps, there are some really nice institutional applications that are coming on our blockchain. So in the first cohort, we have the likes of Oroswap, which is a DEX. By the way, just before coming to the stage, one of the founders of Oroswap showed me a very nice AI conversational bot that they have already delivered. It's not live yet, but it's fantastic. Like, this is the best thing I've seen. And it's built on Cosmos. It's built on ZigChain. It's all for you to use. And then, all these dApps that we are talking about, like Permapod for lending borrowing, Veldora for liquid staking, all these have RWAs inherent in their roadmap as well. And the next cohort of dApps are also very, very interesting. They are talking about tokenizing private credit from Middle East, Sharia-compliant capital from South Asia. Then we have our friends in Switzerland who are building an infrastructure to tokenize private equity. And last but not the least, we have someone coming in from Germany who is tokenizing natural assets like forest and carbon footprint. So all these brilliant things are happening on ZigChain because we have laid the foundation in a way where we think of blockchain as a business opportunity. Now, we don't see, again, tokenization as a, just a technological thing. Yes, it is. It plays a very big role. But we see tokenization as a four-sided problem, or a four-sided puzzle, starting from, regulation, technology, distribution, and obviously the origination. When it comes to the regulation is a journey. As I said, we have already acquired 3 licenses as a blockchain to make it available to the end users, which is something that not many infrastructure, not many ecosystem would be doing out there. Again, it's a journey. And if you talk about the yield sources, like ultimately everyone loves what you call liquidity, right? So there are amazing liquidities that are coming through private credit, private equity, infrastructure, as well as real estate. And not to forget that, the technology part, when you look at the partners, you have players like Zonex, Tokeny, Control Alt, and many other. It's a journey. And again, it's a commoditized play. Ultimately, what are you doing? You have a technology which tokenizes something, but if you don't have a buyer, what's the point? This is the layer, this is the part of the journey which everyone is missing, and we are fully focused on. What are we doing here? Not only that, we are incentivizing and we are working closely with the dApps and the protocols that are working on creating this retail layer of distribution, but we are also directly working with a lot of institutions, banks, and the custody providers in the world who are going to integrate the chain directly to make these tokenized and regulated assets available with those end users as well. And again, as I said before, the dApps that are building on our chain, like for example, a DEX and a liquid staking and a lending borrowing protocol, they already have this capability built into their roadmaps that they are going to have these tokenized assets available for people to trade. Essentially, point is simple. Are we able to create an environment where someone out there with $1 or $10 or whatever can buy an OpenAI on-chain? And the answer should be yes, and the answer is yes, and it will happen on ZigChain very soon. Going ahead, as we talked about that, we see Cosmos has the best infrastructure for building sovereign, interoperable blockchains, And, ZigChain launched this mainnet just 1 month ago. We are already almost at a $20 million in TVL, completely organic, no airdrop thing, blah, 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 nothing like that. And, we already have projects like, as I said, Veldora, Oroswap Live, Nava Finance, which is a Sharia-compliant yield aggregator. They just did their soft launch, and there are many more coming in the coming days. And all are building products that serve everyone. These are started as DeFi native products, but if you dig in and if you look at it, the core of it is wealth generation, that these are not limited to certain people, and these are not limited to certain opportunities either. They think beyond just the normal way of doing the DeFi. So, but we need to think about it in a different way as well, that can Cosmos be the place where the infrastructure for the wealth generation can actually happen? We believe yes. This is why we are building on Cosmos. And we believe that, this is not a someday vision. This is not a vision that we think about. This is today. It's happening on sidechain, So we fundamentally believe that Cosmos is there in terms of its technology, and the real users are waiting. We just need to make sure that builders and the ultimate, ecosystem thinks the same way. As I said, our infrastructure is open. Tokenization framework works fantastically. We have examples there. Institutions are ready, like really big institutions we are talking about. We have one of the partners, it's called Apex Invest. It's a $3.4 trillion fund administrator, one of the, in fact, the largest fund administrator in the world. They are partners with us, and we are using them to bring one of the first tokenized fund out of DIFC in Dubai. Is coming on sidechain. It is a privilege for Cosmos as well. So this is all available for anyone who wants to come and build. Before I leave this stage, and I want to share some personal thought which I gathered after coming here. I was very happy when I heard the Cosmos leadership talking today, and they shared stuff that we all have been waiting for. Very glad to see that they are thinking institutions. But beyond just thinking technological institutions, we need to start thinking business institutions. How do we do business with them? Is integration good enough? Or do we want business to come out, on our side? See, I'm a repeat founder. I've done a very big exit in Web2 before. I run a 9-10-digit family office out of Dubai, And I can tell you something. I travel the world, okay? And I can tell you that AI and tokenization are two biggest themes right now. In fact, I'll tell you a very funny story. One of my friends and business partner was in Dubai. I was in Saudi this week. There's a very big conference, IIF, happening in Saudi. Every single big person you can think of in the world was there because all the money is there. And he said something which got stuck in my mind. He said that the bankers from JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, and all that, they are already fighting a tokenization and a stablecoin war. And they are behaving as if they are the ones who actually started this whole narrative and culture. And we, the natives, the ones who actually did that, where are we? Are we there in that fight? We are not even in those rooms where the millions and billions and trillions being talked upon, but we are not there. Why? Why are we getting left behind? So my point is that, there's trillions of dollars of real-world yield out there which is ready to tokenize. Stablecoin getting adopted with Clarity Act, with the Genius Act, all of that coming into place. It's clear now. We are not in the same world where we were living 2 years ago. Capital is available. Yield is available. What are we doing about it? sidechain alone, by the way, I'm very happy to share we are sitting on $25 billion of confirmed, signed tokenized assets. This will be $100 billion by next year. But is Cosmos ready to absorb all of this? Are we ready to have this adoption? Again, I would say that, it's a great opportunity. It was great to see that the Cosmos leadership was talking about something which we all wanted to hear. And, for the next 3 days, my and my team's target would be to go into these deeper conversations with the Cosmos team, with the broader Cosmos ecosystem, and see that how we can all work together and really build for the billion people, which is the target that we should all have. And again, we are open for business. We are here. We have all the infrastructure available. We have all the licensing you can think of. We have all the innovative thing, and we have all the capital available as well. The sky's really the limit. It's just about how fast and how far can we open our mindset. So once again, guys, thank you very much for having me here. Have a great time. Thank you.
Thank you very, 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 very much indeed. Billions, billions, billions. And I think that we might be speaking a little bit more about even more billions to come. Now, we have someone really special with us today as well. Someone who will be speaking about Japan specifically. And fundamentally as well about why Japan's financial institutions are demanding, and we're speaking about it before, IBC. Now, I'm really, really happy and indeed thrilled, absolutely, to welcome on stage Mr. Daiki Ishikawa. Please be very, very welcome. Yes, another round of applause will be much appreciated. Thank you, everyone. Please be welcome here. We're going to hear about Toki and all the other things you'll be doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sir.
Hi, everyone. First of all, thanks for having me today. And I'm very honored to be here to see you, all of yours, and share our thoughts and our progress we've made over time. And actually, a little bit about myself. I joined the Cosmos ecosystem maybe 3 to 4 years ago, and I've spent most of the time on IBC and on how to make IBC de facto standard for the entire ecosystem beyond the Cosmos. Particularly, maybe about in the past 2 years, we've announced a lot of many initiatives using IBC across multiple use cases, regions, and industries. And this is driven by the belief that the individual multi-chain era for real-world asset is inevitable. And we've been waiting for the market trend for such a long time, and time has finally come. So today, I'd like to share why Japan's financial institutions demand IBC, and how we can leverage this momentum or opportunity to grow the entire Cosmos ecosystem and adoption of the Cosmos SDK. And in the end, I believe that the IBC will become a strong driving force for the Cosmos adoption and the growth of the entire Cosmos ecosystem. Yeah, let me start with the track record we made over time. On the right hand, the project packs. Maybe Meg touched on this project packs in his session, maybe this morning. And this is focusing on cross-border payment. And it's aiming for the seamless bank-to-bank seamless cross-chain transfer via Swift API and IBC. So we integrate the Swift API with underlying infrastructure, including IBC. And this project involved the Progmat from Japan, Swift, of course, and the Shinhan Bank from Korea, and the IDA, who is a tech provider for Hong Kong banks. And the second one is Project Trinity, which is focusing on the cross-chain delivery versus payment. So one blockchain has the stablecoin, the other blockchain has the security tokens. And of course, the tokens on each blockchain cannot share those tokens. So stablecoin cannot be transferred to the other blockchains. And in order to make settlement in such an environment, we have to implement the cross-chain atomic swap. So that's why we developed the cross-chain atomic swap protocol on top of the IBC. And we were successful in executing this cross-chain atomic swap using IBC. And these initiatives involve the SMBC, the second largest banking group in Japan, and Daiwa Securities, one of the top security companies, and SBI, who is operating the secondary market for security tokens. And of course, the multiple stablecoin players are gearing up for their token launch throughout 2026 in Japan. And the IBC is considered as the interchain infrastructure for those stablecoins, so that those stablecoins can move back and forth across any blockchains. So IBC will play a crucial role in shaping Japan's multi-chain finance infrastructure or interchain infrastructure. So this is a great step. So what do financial institutions require from interchain infrastructure? We are not talking about apps. We are talking about infrastructure. So as an interchain infrastructure, these three elements must be met. The first one is sovereignty. The sovereignty is the actually final goal for those institutions. They must have full control over the vendors, system operators, compliance, privacy, level of security, costs, and maybe more maybe regulatory requirements. And to establish this sovereignty, the security and global scale standards mean a lot. Of course, these institutions require the highest level of security, of course. And at the same time, these operation security must be achieved via the ultra-efficient very cost-efficiently and very easy to operation. And also, the global scale standard is required, which means open and neutral de facto standard like TCP/IP is, of course, desired. And these, the open and neutral, the nature will foster the broader developer community. And of course, the global grade support ecosystem can be achieved. And those developer community will cover the wider use cases and the scalable ecosystem. So the finance institutions want these elements by design. So interchain infrastructure must be established and achieved these elements by design. And how or what does an ideal interchain infrastructure look like? So today we have a great example that embodies those important fundamental elements, such as Linux, K8s, Grafana, and so forth. Those infrastructure requires and meets the requirements that I've shared in the last page. And the IBC as an interchain infrastructure must stand in the same position. Of course, as an interchain infrastructure, we must care about security. However, in every other aspect besides security, only IBC can share the same DNA as those players. So this is very important point. So looking back at Japan's landscape, IBC is getting the recognition as an interchain infrastructure. This is because IBC meet every requirement. Sovereignty, this is a very important, most important point, and sovereignty is guaranteed. IBC doesn't have a tokens business model, and it's fully open to use it, to fork it, to contribute to it. And it's even self-hostable. There's no third-party dependencies. And privacy can be preserved. So which means institutions can have the full control over anything they want. And in order to establish this sovereignty, IBC has the strong advantages in security and global scale standard. Regarding security, of course, the IBC has the highest level of security through right client approach. As everyone knows, the right client approach has never been exploited before in the past, since its launch. And of course, the IBC is required minimal operational and verification cost, since its operation cost is very cheap. And also, as I shared in the previous page, IBC can share the same DNA as other infrastructure like Grafana, K8s. So those open and neutral nature will foster the developer community and enterprise-grade support ecosystem. And not only that, IBC is no longer limited to the Cosmos ecosystem alone. It's expanding network expansion. It's expanding its network to the multiple ecosystem, including those ecosystems. So only IBC can bring back the sovereignty and full control to the institutions. That's why IBC is valued from every angle in Japan. And also, IBC can kickstart this flywheel effect. Once IBC expands, developer community also will grow. And this growth of developer community will strengthen the unique selling point of the Cosmos SDK and this leading to the Cosmos ecosystem growth. And as Cosmos ecosystem grow more, IBC will become stronger. And these flywheel effect compounds over time. Of course, IBC adoption in Japan will help kickstart and boost this flywheel, but I think it's going to be a good moment to reaffirm and amplify the power of IBC. So the next step we must take is very clear and simple: to connect IBC with major chain, and prove IBC in the financial institution sector, and revive the IBC developer community, and then turning the power of IBC into a strong driving force for the adoption of the Cosmos SDK and growth of the entire Cosmos ecosystem. However, speed matters. As you may know, many other competitors are way ahead of IBC in terms of the network coverage and track record in enterprise sector and whatever. So we must stand together, we must develop together, and we must move quickly. And one last thing, Toki's ICO is coming very, very soon. So if you are interested in our ICO, and if you resonate our vision, please scan this QR code and visit this website. And you can find more detailed information and how to get onboarded. And so and also I'll be around here during the event. Please feel free to reach out to me, and let's talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daiki. Now we're a little bit behind schedule, but we have one keynote before we then head for the lunch break, and then we will continue at 2 p.m. here, back to the original schedule. But I'm pleased to welcome Leslie from Kronos. Please give her a warm round of applause. Leslie, the stage is yours.
Check. Yep. Yeah, hello everyone, and thanks for having us. So I'm Leslie Chung, and I am in charge of developer relations at Kronos Labs. And today I would like to, very, very happy to be here to represent one of the most compelling story in the Cosmos SDK community, that is the Kronos chain. In particular, I would like to cover a bit of how are we going to position ourselves in terms of capturing the next crypto adoption wave through our development work, through our partnership with Crypto.com, and also particularly for regular users, for developers, and also for institutions. Let's get started. So let's have a look at these numbers, especially the total numbers of global crypto owners. Actually, we have just broke 700 million earlier this year in April. And we are sitting at around 730 million for the time being, which basically this translates to 9% of the world's population own crypto, which is a pretty amazing numbers. And if we zoom out a little bit, we can see that, well, the number was actually just 65 million back in 2020 May, which means within the time frame for a bit less than 5 years, we grew 10x, which is pretty amazing, right? And it is, of course, contributed by everyone here in the crypto industry. It's a wonderful journey. And I believe that we are in an inflection point in crypto industry. So first of all, the infrastructure that we have been building for years since the early days of crypto has finally got mature enough to handle this real-world scale. Regulatory clarity has been improving in many of the major markets through lawmakings and stuff like that. Well, at least we know what should we do, what we can do, and what we cannot do, right? And institutional adoption is absolutely accelerating. We can see that in the numbers in the next few slides. So now, okay, the question is no longer when blockchain is going to be mainstream. It's more like how do we bootstrap this growth and how do we capture this growth? All right, so have a look of stablecoin, which just breaks 300 billion in terms of the market size. Adoption is everything, right? But what we find it most exciting in terms of growth is the RWA track. So starting from this year, we can see the total value of RWA value has already flipped. We are now at the level of about 35 billions. It might not sound too many, but if we break it into the details, you can see that 18 billion is in private credit, 8.5 billion is in US Treasury debt. I mean, these are the fundamental building blocks for traditional finance, and they are all going on-chain. And of course, if we look at the future prediction from the industry, we can see that from 2 trillion to 30 trillion in the coming years. Well, of course, I know this is a huge range, but even if we take the most conservative approximation here, 2 trillion, we are still expecting a 70x growth from here in terms of value. And this is what we are trying to capture. Yep, so the mission of Cronos is very simple. We are here to build the DeFi infrastructure to make tokenized market open, compliant, and usable by billions. Before I jump into how do we achieve this and our plans, let me explain a bit and also properly introduce what's Cronos Chain. Okay, so to begin with, the Cronos VOS chain is our first chain that we have launched back in 2021 using the Cosmo SDK, and this is the reason that we're here, and we celebrate together in terms of the Cosmo SDK and its achievement. So this is our layer 0 chain. We call it layer 0 because it is our native chain of our token CRO, and all the staking is happening over there. It is a public chain validated by 100 validators, and we are at about 1.6 billion in USD value and the staking value. And it's so cheap in terms of transaction fee. You can basically do 100K transaction with just $1 of USD value in terms of gas price. Yep, so this is our first chain. And then we didn't stop there. A few months later, in 2021, we launched Cronos EVM. So this is our layer 1 chain, which many of the development effort and also the traffic is over there. In particular, this is our co-work with the Cosmos community to push the EVM and also the Cosmo SDK together via Vivamin back then and push it to the production. And it is very, very, it can handle 60K TPS per second, and then the block time is actually sub-second that we will be covering in the few slides later. So it is a home for 500 plus EVM dApps. We have 600 million plus of DeFi TVL over there and 900 million plus of bridged assets. That's our 2 chains, but the story is still around. So in particular, this 2 chain is connected by IBC since day 1. And so basically, all this Cosmo SDK chain can be connected to this wonderful 2 chains. And well, we didn't stop there, and then we keep on exploring to capture potential market opportunities. For example, we together with the Meta Lab, we are pushing out this Cronos CK EVM earlier last year, which is a CK EVM chain on top directly on Ethereum. All right, so that's the story. All right, if we're putting all of these 3 chains together, we have the following numbers. So first of all, we are one of the top 15 blockchain ecosystem. We have more than 500 dApps developed over there, as mentioned. We have 2.9 million of unique addresses ever make transaction on this network. 600 million TVL, as mentioned, and 1.6 billion in terms of staking value. And starting from the beginning, we have already settled 200 million transactions for these chains. And one of the metrics that we are really proud of is 100% uptime since launch. So basically, besides those scheduled network upgrade, we didn't stop for a bit. In this case, availability is a very important element for those who would like to find a good chain to build, and especially for developers and also for institutions, because the life is everything. And of course, we have a 300K plus of co-found community supporting this, and also say hi to the co-found that may be watching live. All right, and we have a very vibrant ecosystem starting from the DEX, PEP trading, lending protocol, NFT, AI agent-related topics, and NFT and gaming. All right, so partnership is also one very important thing that we can drive together with the partners. So in this one, we have driven a lot of major partnership with the giants and also leaders in the industry. On the cloud computing side, we have this strategic partnership with GCP, Google Cloud, and also with AWS as well. So this is not just for the infrastructure side to maintain a robust network. More than that is it can contribute to the ecosystem as well. For example, now you can have the fully indexed EVM, Cronos EVM blockchain data. You can find it on GCP's BigQuery, and also you can find it on AWS public blockchain data set. Yeah, and we also have quite a lot of different partners from the bridging side, token data, Explorer, Oracle, and then infrastructure providers, etc. And of course, that's only on the partnership side, but on the operation side, we have also pushing very hard to improve the user experience and so on. So 2 months earlier that we have dropped this double X upgrade. So the first one is we have aggressively pushed the block time and reduced it by 10 times. So now the block time on Cronos EVM is actually just 0.5 seconds. And we have also dropped the gas price by 90%, 10 times. So now that is being much more cost effective. And the result is very profounding. We are now one of the top 10 fastest public L1 chain. And so for regular user, you might be just thinking about this as once you send the transaction and then you get a confirmation back from the protocol, it will just take you within 1 second. And of course, I was talking about a lot of partnership side, but this is one of the most important partnership that we have, and we also have support. I would call it an unfair advantage with Crypto.com because while tech is very important, but the adoption is also driven by the distribution. So when I was talking about this is what Crypto.com can offer us in terms of the development of Cronos chain is that they have a global distribution across this 150 million plus of users with regulatory licenses worldwide. So basically, all this 150 million plus users are going on chain, will eventually go on chain. So this is one of the very important points for driving this adoption. And then we also have the share engineering efforts on the aligned topics. For example, we have been working with the Crypto.com team to construct this Crypto.com AI agent SDK in order for developer to build the AI agent and interact directly on the Cronos chain. And integration is also something quite important for the regular user to interact with Cronos chain, right? So you can see that we can have a very easy on-ramp, off-ramp, withdraw deposit directly on using Crypto.com app and interact with the Cronos chain. And all the tokens supported on Cronos chain will also be supported and already support on Crypto.com app side. And on the non-custodian wallet side, the Crypto.com on-chain wallet also support direct DApp interaction with the Cronos DApps. So this one will be driving quite a lot of adoption, especially for the regular users that may new to DeFi also. All right, so on the Cronos side, what we provide is we have this institutional grade blockchain, as mentioned, And we have this frictionless developer adoption from the EVM side, and we have this proven security provided by Cosmos SDK as well. And all of this we can also expect from the mature DeFi ecosystem, as mentioned, to drive the next step. The next step is our commitment to the future. We call it the golden age of on-chain dominance because we believe everything will eventually go on-chain and user would eventually interact everything on-chain without even noticing that. So on the Cronos side, we provide this. We would like to be the backbone for this open AI so accessible tokenized market. So we are expecting all those asset class, including equities, funds, and commodities, will come on-chain on Cronos. And together with Cronos, together with Crypto.com, we will be building this infrastructure for global institution and everyday investor. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, the AI Agent SDK will be empowering AI agent with this tokenized assets natively on-chain and doing the interaction among those. And the second pillar is we'll be driving this adoption with Crypto.com. So DeFi for 150 million plus users, as mentioned, and payments. So pretty much all the payment partners with Crypto.com, we will be adopting those to the Cronos chain as well. And needless to say, the world-leading USD liquidity as one of the very important parts to drive the deeper liquidity for a better trading experience for the user of Cronos chain as well. So the last bit here is that we would like to drive the public market demand for CRO. As you may know, that we have been also doing a lot of together with different parties, we have already been issuing the ETFs related to Cronos to drive this direct demand in the EU and also the US market. And we'll be supporting all those DAT companies that are introducing them to have a CRO to support in their treasury system as well. Okay, on the tech side, so what's happening next and how do we do it? First of all, we were trying to focus on the pre-confirmation execution to further enhance the user experience by improving the block time. And then we're trying to catch up with many of those EIP implementation that is involving, including the smart contract, smart account, and trustless agent. And DA and interchain security, we were trying to see, well, how do we make sense of empowering our layer 0, which is the Cronos POS chain, and further enhance the use case of CRO. Okay, so finally, if I would have to wrap things up, for institution, strongly recommend to have a look of Cronos because I think Cronos do take a lot of different boxes from the scalability to performance to cost efficiency to the distribution by Crypto.com and AI readiness, partnership as mentioned, and also the support that we could get to support your project. And for developers, besides all the items that I've just covered, we also have reopened this 100 million ecosystem fund to support you. All right, so thanks everyone. So feel free to check our documentation and also our website. And I will be around, so in case if you would like to know more about Cronos chain and also explore potential opportunities, feel free to have a chat with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. We have lunch now, and then we will be back at 2 p.m. Lunch is just upstairs, Spalatum restaurant. And yeah, 2 p.m. we start with the AI track or segment, and then we also have tokenization. Those are the two themes for today here on the stage. Be back at 2 p.m. and enjoy lunch. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. Slowly, the people are coming back to the main room, as well as many people at home, in their offices, wherever you are, co-working spaces. Maybe you're watching this in the morning, in your afternoon, in your evening. Welcome very much. Also, indeed, those that are looking online. I'm Alex. I'm the founder and CEO of Trilled Labs, and fundamentally, I am also your host for the next couple of days, announcing all these wonderful panels, speakers, and whatnot. Now, once again, we are at Cosmoverse 2025, the flagship event of the Cosmos ecosystem, uniting so many builders, entrepreneurs, founders, regulators from all over the world. We're gathered here in Split for day one, the afternoon session. And we're going to speak about something very interesting, most definitely. We are switching now, after Cosmos, some introductions as well this morning, towards AI. Now that brings me to announce the first panel. The wonderful gentleman already waiting here on my left. We'll be speaking about autonomous everything, AI, agents, and mobility. First of all, I'm very happy to welcome on stage Alex Zadelson of Secret Network. Please put your hands together for all of you. Yeah, thank you. Alongside Alex, and perhaps you can sit where your picture is, that would be great. Alongside Alex, there are wonderful other people, including Peter Bush of Bosch, I should say. Please be very welcome on stage. I'm not the first one who mixes this up, for sure. Be careful. Alongside Peter and Alex, we have Antonio Peric of BlockSplit. Yes, thank you for being here as well. And last but not least, indeed, wonderful, Ivan Zelev of Blockster. Please take it away, gentlemen. Great to see you here, and looking forward to your panel.
Hey, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. After lunch, I'm sure that this is a fantastic conference for you. Thank you so much for our panelists that they dedicated the time of the day to come and share their expertise with us. Really excited about it. Let's start with a quick intro. Alex, let's start with you. Tell us a bit more about what you've been doing in the industry.
Sure. So my name is Alex Zadelson. I'm CEO of Secret Labs. I started my journey in crypto by running Beam, a confidential computing coin. And actually, we were here at the Zcash conference about 5 or 6 years ago, exactly in the same place, representing Beam. Then I did some work in DeFi as well, and now running Secret Labs. So Secret Labs is all about confidential computing based on trusted execution environment technology. It's a blockchain that has been probably the first confidential smart contract mainnet chain since 2020. And we are now venturing also into the confidential and verifiable AI space and confidential and verifiable general on-chain and off-chain computation space. And we'll talk about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Do you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. Peter Bush is my name. The thing with Bosch and Bush is not happening all the time. So I work for automotive strategy at Bosch. I'm responsible there for all the new innovative technologies when it comes to car-to-X, car-to-everything mobility or connectivity. And besides that, I'm the chairman as well of the FetchAI Foundation, which we can talk about later a little bit. And in that role, definitely, I try to as well implement new product services for trusted AI agents in the car and in the traffic. I studied computer science combined with an MBA, so I always have to look at both sides, the technology and the economical reasoning behind that, and work already like 20 years for Bosch right now, and before that I worked for JP Morgan and Sun Microsystems in different roles.
Thank you for that.
Hi, my name is Antonio Peric Majar. I'm actually here from Split, and I have a software development company that is based here very close by, like 4 kilometers from the venue. What we are doing consulting and setting up product development teams, mostly today around AI and Web3 projects. And regarding the BlockSplit is actually a community conference that we are running in Split since 2018. We skipped this year. We skipped this year because we took a short break, but it's like very nice conference. It's not dedicated to any particular chain. It's more about businesses, models, startups on a blockchain and Web3 space. And it's run by like 5-6 enthusiasts here from the region.
Thank you for the introduction, gentlemen. And Sonia, I'd like to start with you because you work with a lot of startups. Since, like, from the beginning of the year until October, we had 193 billion invested into the AI industry overall, and that comes only from VCs. And I believe that ChatGPT was this revolutionary moment when everyone actually got excited about AI, and we were like, oh my days, it has real-world utility, and the retail users also started looking into AI. So can you tell me, when do you think we'll have this break moment for the Web3 ecosystem? Do you think it will happen over the next few years, or do you think it's already happening?
I think it's already happening, but let's just step back, like when you mentioned ChatGPT, why that happened? It happened because UX of ChatGPT or AI is oversimplified, so everybody can use it. The other problem is that we are living in a part of our life where AI is overhyped. So the majority of use cases that we are currently using today are not really the use cases. So most of the companies investing but losing the money because there is no return of investment. When you are asking me about Web3 or blockchain with AI, I think actually it's not one or another, it's together. Because like if we are talking about agentic or agentic world, like we need some way that agents can actually do transaction and do some way of, okay, they can communicate, but they also need to do some transactions. And blockchain is the only solution where they can actually do it, because you will not give credit card to your agent, but agent can own their own wallet, so it's very easy to integrate that two words.
Thanks for that. And Peter, I want to hear your point from the traditional world, because I know that you guys are a tier 1 supplier. You don't produce autonomous vehicles yourself, but you work very closely with Mercedes-Benz, and then you provide some of the technology for Tesla, Volkswagen, and some of the biggest companies in the world. So can you, and you also kind of come from like the TradFi world, can you tell me a bit more about how these companies are thinking about AI? Because as an industry, we tend to be very nimble and we can easily pivot. But when you have a big company, it's quite challenging to drive this a comparatively big ship. So tell me about the thinking behind everything that you guys are doing.
Yeah, absolutely. So I can just repeat what you just said. Absolutely. So because everybody is shouting out about AI and how cool it is and the solution for everything. And as Sam Altman already said, don't use our agents for everything. Yeah. So because they have too much power, they have control to everything. And when we talk about automotive, especially Bosch, it's all about safety. It's all about the lives of the driver in the car. So we cannot allow to have any power in the car which is not controllable, which does only things which it can, because it can. Yeah? So, and all the hype, and I can just as well repeat that, it's still a hype, but again, you have to see there are huge successes in using AI, workflow, efficiency, coding, and all that stuff, which is really nice. However, when it comes to the products of the traditional industry, nobody earns money right now with AI. Yeah? And especially for us, it's not allowed to have AI, not speaking about AI agents, to use them in products and services yet on the streets. So this is really one very interesting thing. Of course, we all are working with AI and trying to think hard about how to use AI in our real products. But as I can see, in the industry, everybody is using in development processes, in efficiency, in project management, in writing mails, and you know the major application which is done by AI these days? PowerPoint, yeah? Making you the slides and all that stuff. Yeah? So this is really ridiculous. And so what we found out is we need to find a new way how to define AI, what it should do in the product and what not. And this is exactly why we go in the way of trusted AI, exactly. Yeah? So that we need to understand what can an AI agent really do, what should he do, and what not. And what is the control, and what is the permissions, and so on. And we combined it currently, and this is a huge, I would say, fortunate thing, we combined it with the EU data sovereignty needs that we still have at the moment, and combining that with decentralized digital identity approaches, what we see in the EU coming up, combining that with decentralized AI, this definitely helps us to really follow on these questions and challenges what we see later on the streets with the products with AI.
And are you concerned that companies that are willing to use AI right now might have a competitive advantage over you? Because as you mentioned, like you're currently not looking, I mean, you're looking into it, but you're not allowed to use it. And I know that's the case for quite a lot of big companies. They're not allowed to use ChatGPT because it's not private. But are you concerned the companies that are slightly smaller, but they're willing to take the risk, might have a competitive advantage now, and then you'll have an impact in the next 5 years, and you won't be a leader in the space anymore?
This is a two-sided medal here, definitely. I have great concerns when I look into the US, for example, because they have absolutely zero regulation in terms of AI, usage of AI at the moment, and it can't stay that way. I'm not the biggest fan of regulation, but in Europe, we need this AI Act, and this is exactly helping us. And of course, when it comes to competitive situations, definitely all the other industry competitors and as well all the car manufacturers think the same way as we do. Not really using it too early with too much power on the streets and too much control getting them. So what we see is chatbots everywhere, of course, using ChatGPT maybe or other maybe on-premise algorithms and all that, using that. However, everybody is careful, and this time we are really on par, I would say, not in generating these models, but using them. And so, as you all know, and coming from the discussion, it doesn't help you to spend billions and billions of dollars, to even support more hardware and using even more bigger models, because you do not have really the advantage out of them at the end.
Thank you. Thank you for
this
that.
is what we then definitely can really do better, I hope, here in Europe.
Thanks. And Alex, can you just talk a bit more about the privacy component of it? Because everyone is super excited about AI agents, but ChatGPT might not be the best one to use if you work for a big corporation because there's no privacy. But also, if you want to have your AI agent to purchase, let's say, tickets on your behalf as a company, unfortunately, if it's on chain, then there's going to be a lot of visibility. There are problems with it. So talk about this convergence between AI and privacy and why it's so important.
Sure. So before AI, people were thinking and were scared about the big companies getting too much data about us. What are we searching for? What are we liking? What products we're buying, and so on. And it was bad enough. So now we have those large corporations like ChatGPT, Anthropic, Gemini, all of them, and they're not just getting our data, they're actually getting our soul. Because people are confiding in AI things that they sometimes don't confide even with their friends and their close circle. So these guys are getting our soul as humans. They're getting all our data as businesses, and that's why a lot of large corporations actually forbid using AI that is not internal, because, and why is that? Because even if OpenAI tells you they're not going to use the data, what kind of proof can they show? And we all understand what it really means, that they are like, they will be using your data, definitely. So we are at Secret Labs, we're working on confidential AI, utilizing trust execution environment technology. We can and we are running LLMs in kind of a black box. So even if this LLM is running on our infrastructure, we don't have any access to the information, to the data. And this is powered by the technology from Intel and NVIDIA, the trust execution environment technology. And in my view, eventually all the LLMs and definitely all the AI agents must be running in this kind of a protected, private, and verifiable environment. By verifiable, I mean that we can prove to the end user which source code is running inside this machine, that the code is not actually stealing this data. So we can literally show the source code and prove that it is what is running inside this machine. So when you talk to our LLM, you can audit or rely on somebody else's audit of the code that really proves that the data is not leaking anywhere. And the data that we are giving to AI is unbelievably valuable. And that's why it's very important that this data stays private, and that's what we are preaching and working on and pushing. And it goes in any direction, be it financial transactions, be it medical field, automotive, personal, everything. This data is immensely valuable, and we cannot allow it to be used by those huge corporations just because it goes so deep into all our beings.
Thanks for that. And I want to run an experiment. Like, can you please raise your hand if you use ChatGPT as your therapist? Like, prompt, be my therapist, and then use it. No one? No, one shy gentleman there.
All the rest are just embarrassed.
Yeah, all the rest are just liars. That's I've used it myself. Okay, very dishonest crowd here.
Yeah. Now you even have those AI boyfriends and girlfriends.
Yeah.
Which is kind of seedy, but you know, people. It's like getting into the most intimate parts of people's lives.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Antonio, I know that you help companies to build apps and develop their websites. So can you just run us through how could they utilize AI in the most efficient way to do it? And not just the development, but also do you advise companies on how to have it on their website, but kind of like have a chatbot that's tapping into their existing data, and how they can utilize AI overall?
So the biggest problem when we are working on some project with the clients, everybody assumes that AI is plug-and-play solution. Like it's some magic, you will connect it, and your problems will be solved. But on the other side, it's just a tool. If you have mass on all other levels in your company, AI cannot help you. So basically what you need to find a problem, and you need to find, is AI maybe solution for that? If it is, you can implement it. I mean, the chatbots are just primitive things. Like today we have much more complex systems like agents doing like managing deliveries or returns or customer support whatsoever. And that are some use cases where you can save a lot of money and you can like scale your businesses. We have some other cases that are even more complex, but I cannot now disclose them. But in a way, what I want to say, it's like you need to figure a problem. Once you have a problem, then you can think about the solution. If you don't have a problem, like, what are you solving? Like, and of course, not just a problem, like what's the outcome? Like, do you reduce your workforce? Do you increase your profits? Do you make more money? Do you expanding to the new market? So that's like all the regular business questions. And AI is just a tool that we are now using comparing to some other tools that we were using 10 years ago.
Peter, I have a prediction question for you. I know that we have like 5 phases of autonomous vehicles, and everyone is kind of in a discussion debate between whether it's like phase 3 and phase 4, whether phase 3 is conditional automation. But what's your take on it? Do you think we're in phase 3? But also, when are we going to reach phase 5 when it's like fully autonomous?
Yeah.
What was that? We didn't.
Is it even possible to reach stage 5 right now?
Yeah.
Always that question. I heard it several times.
You're on camera as well.
However, I think we are in sort of stage 2.5 to 3.
Okay.
I would call it.
Because what's stage 2.5?
We have assisted driving,
okay,
but you can't leave your hands completely off the wheel. And you have assisted driving, you have different other functionalities, but you can't sleep in, or you can't read a book or do anything like that, as most of the people are saying. You have to be in the car still, yeah, and you have to take over control, the possibility. But again, and to come to the main question is, we don't see a fully autonomous driving level 5. That's my personal opinion in this decade. Definitely not. Maybe, I think, you do not know how fast we go in the AI area and what else happening is there, if AGI is coming or not. However, I think at least 35 or something like that, we will see huge progress here. Maybe, however, it's not only the technology in the car, it's the technology of the infrastructure and the streets and the regulation. And for that to change, I talk about Europe, which is always a little bit slower, a little bit slower. However, it's really, really much more safety relevant, and the requirements for that is much higher. And I really like that. I do not want to go on the Autobahn in Germany, where you don't have speed limits, and drive without hands on the wheel, or just even not having one sitting behind a wheel, which is still there or not. Yeah? So this needs, at least in Europe, at least 10 to 15 years to come in there. And however, maybe in the US we will see that quite soon, and having huge amounts of dead people on the roads, definitely. That's what I can see already, and we already have it with the Tesla cars. Yeah? But don't cite me on that, please. But it's really happening. It's already happening. However, it's not only technology. Again, I do not really foresee what is happening with AGI and or with the agents, what are capable of doing if we really make the challenge to control them. However, on the other side, the infrastructure, the regulation thing, and all the other infrastructure requirements around, it won't allow you to have this fully autonomous driving in the near future.
Okay, that's interesting. I was hoping for like 5 years.
Yeah, no,
that's my guess.
Absolutely not.
Uneducated guess, I guess. Alex, I want you to tell me a bit more about your take on how corporations are now using AI, especially like Deloitte. They produced this report for the Australian government, and then a few research in Australia essentially called them out on using AI. But they didn't really disclose it when they submitted the report to the Australian government, so they had to like pay money back. How do you feel this will evolve? Because even now, some companies are disincentivizing you to use AI. They're telling you not to do it. Do you think that eventually everyone will be using AI? We just need to disclose it. What's your take on that?
Well, I think that this is exactly what will happen. When the AI is a super powerful tool that helps you do more work faster and sometimes better. And I think there's no way around it. I don't think, by the way, that AI is really taking jobs from people. It's just making people much more efficient. So I think once we have a good solution for privacy, because the reason corporations don't let people use AI is because they don't want the data to leak to other big corporations, right? But if they have their own AI installations, or they have AI that they believe is confidential, then not using it is like saying don't use electricity, or like don't use modern machines to build whatever you're building. So it's a super powerful tool that may be dangerous a little bit or very dangerous if you share too much data with it. It may get ridiculous results if you're using it mindlessly, if those guys just told you, oh, please create this report for Australian government for me, enter, and then send. That is an idiotic thing to do. But using it to help you collect the necessary data, help you organize your document. And
on the collecting the data, do you think AI hallucinates so much? That's what they did, by the way, for Deloitte.
I think it very much depends on the model. If you use it on a daily basis, you see the progress. I'm using it a lot in like technical questions, and I see the quality is getting better and better, and sometimes it finds information that's not even available in official documentation of a company, and it's really helpful. But of course, you cannot be a mindless user that just says, okay, do it for me, and I think you need to use an AI as a very smart and talented employee that you have that's super fast and super smart, but you still need to control what it's doing and check it, and of course, think about privacy and where your data is going and what exactly you are sharing and what might come out of that.
Yeah. Okay. We have around 3 minutes, so 1 minute each for practical advice. Antonio, I'll start with you. Can you give practical advice to the retail users, people in the room that can just leave, go back home, implement it? How can they use AI to enhance their life?
I will actually quote my really good friend. We had similar discussion a few days ago, and he said, like, When you are using AI, you need to be aware that you are the intelligent part, not other side. So basically, everything that you are doing, you are responsible for that, and you need to use the tool. So the outcome or whatsoever happens there, it's your responsibility, and you need to control it. Because the AI or artificial intelligence that we are using the name today, that's not intelligence. That's very far away from the intelligence. But on the other side, we are very intelligent creatures, and we should use that tool in that way. So that's my opinion.
Thanks. And Peter, I want you to give a practical advice to the developers, because there are quite a few developers here. So how can they utilize AI?
We are here at the blockchain conference. Use decentralized AI. That's all I can say. And that's exactly why we are on the Such AI Foundation, working together with large corporations at the moment, really, to understand what are trusted agents, for example. Because they are rooted in the blockchain, they have their wallets, they have smart contracts using in the background, and then you can trust them. Then you exactly know what they can do and what they can't do. And exactly if you go that way, and especially for the developers here, use these tech stacks that we found out, that you find there, the decentralized tech stacks for generating agents, and using really then them for accessing LLMs. You always, then you don't have the confidentiality things, you don't have the privacy concerns, because you always can prove who is doing what and how can you do that. And of course, you have the monetization aspect to it as well. If you talk about the tokenization approaches behind that, you have the monetization thing as well delivered and solved. And not only the payment of the decentral controllers behind that, yeah, which today are the typical agent developers. And this is not what we would like to strive for. Yeah, so really go into the decentralized AI space.
Alex, same question for you, but can you please tailor it to people in the Cosmos ecosystem? Because I know you've been building within that ecosystem and you know it a lot better than anyone else on the panel.
Yeah, so in terms of general AI usage, I will be very predictable because I was talking about privacy. So keep privacy in mind when you are using AI, and if possible, use confidential AI like secret AI, for example, AI that is offered by Secret Network. Now, as part of the Cosmos ecosystem, the secret AI actually will accept payments in secret coin, as well as other means, but people who pay in secret and stake secret will get significant discounts. So that's kind of, we are bringing this monetary benefit to people inside the ecosystem using it. And also our AI systems are tied to the Secret Network smart contracts for secret management and some other technical stuff. So I think this capability actually adds to the Cosmos ecosystem as well and brings Secret Network and Cosmos by connection to being in this confidential and verifiable AI space.
Thank you so much. Gentlemen, you've been fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. The public has been also fantastic. Thank you so much for coming here today, guys. After you.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Indeed, epic panel. Wonderful, thank you. Great to see you all here. So nice to be speaking about so many of the different AI applications, LLMs, embedded systems, robotics, you name it. Now we're going to quickly, with some very, very humans, taking out these very chairs on the stage. And slowly, slowly, we'll also be moving to the next keynote, actually, which is going to be interesting as well. It has a very, very lovely title. Simple, but clever nonetheless. Indeed, an exhibition of very human intelligence, indeed. Now, the next keynote is going to be provided kindly by Ivan Gavran of Informal Systems. Now, he'll be speaking about thinking hard is not enough. And as far as I've understood, he will speak about Quint, a modern specification language. Yes, difficult word indeed. And about different types of tools that fundamentally augment our reasoning. So that sounds slightly mysterious, but I'm sure it's going to be absolutely interesting. Let me just double check if there's one mysterious chair left. please put your hands together and welcome once again on stage Ivan Gavran of Informal Systems. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Ivan, thank you for being here. Please take it away.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Hello, hello Split, hello world, hello Cosmos. Good to be here, good to see you all. Today I would like to discuss how we go about building software, particularly blockchain and distributed software, in the year 2025 and in the future. My goal is to offer a way to go beyond best effort approaches, especially in the context of AI-assisted development. But before diving into the topic, let's get to know each other. My name is Ivan, and I come from Informal Systems. At Informal, we do security audits using formal methods, and that's my personal background too. We also do a lot of building and deploying. So we built Malachite, a Rust consensus engine that is a very popular choice for modern L1s. We also validate for many chains, and we incubated two very, very exciting applications, Cycles and Hydro. You will hear more about them in the conference. So in short, we are all about building reliable distributed systems. How about you? What do you do? Show me a hand if in the last year you were writing code. Okay, very good. How about writing specifications? And I mean formal and English, both counts. Okay, some. Working on understanding users' problems, meaning defining features to implement, bugs to address. Very good. Reviewing code of your colleagues? That's blockchain. How about using LLMs for all these tasks? Very good. So I think we have a very good fit for today's topic, which at its heart has software engineering. And it goes beyond coding. And that's why I was asking these broader questions. Because smarter people than me have already concluded many times that the true value of software engineering is about aligning teams of humans around a good technical solution to a real-world problem. And with that idea of value in mind, let's look at the simplified pipeline of software engineering. So it all starts with humans, and these are users and people working on understanding users' problems. And then from there, we write English specifications. But this is then a very broad term. So it can be what needs to be built, how it should be built, what technologies to use, all the way down to architectural sketches and pseudocode. After that, we implement it in code, and then finally, where appropriate, it gets compiled down to a binary. And notice here one thing, that the arrow from the code to the binary is a straight one, because this is a straightforward, non-problematic process, whereas other arrows are these squiggly lines representing messy processes. And thinking about value being aligning humans, what is the most important artifact here? What is the artifact that aligns humans? It is code. And this is not even controversial. I mean, all of us, we version control our code. We also care that it's well organized, that variable names make sense, that there are comments at potentially problematic and confusing places. And we do that because we care that our thinking process is reflected in the code. That when we come back to it 3 months from now, that we understand what we meant, and that our colleagues reviewing the code, that they also understand what is behind the code itself. A naive question would be, but why code? Why not English specification? After all, it is high level, intuitive, and understandable for more people than the code. And therefore, it aligns more people around itself, so why not English? Code has some important advantages. It is that it's precise and executable, which enables lots of tooling built around code. Because of this tooling, we get a self-improvement loop inside the code. So in the development process, it is not that we just implement English specification, but with the usage of these tools, we improve our understanding of what the problem is and what the solution should be. And therefore, soon enough, the code is better than the English specification, and soon enough, the specification goes obsolete. And then something happened. With LLMs, English becomes executable, and this opens many possibilities. So our first attempt was vibe coding. It's a lot of fun, but you know it, I know it, and the internet knows it, it's a mess. And I don't want to be overly dismissive here. It works amazingly well for some well-scoped tasks, but as soon as problems become bigger, it doesn't perform as well. But even if it did, even if it performed wonderfully, we get this conceptual confusion then, where we have a code that we are not intimately familiar with anymore, we have prompts that we threw away, and so this aligning idea is lost. And people have understood that is a problem, and that's why now everybody is doing spec-driven development. And every major player in this AI-assisted coding area has embraced the idea. And the idea is simple. We start from a very detailed markdown specification, and that's still a natural language with some pseudocode perhaps, with some examples of executions. And then we generate code. If we are not happy with the result, or if we want to add a new feature, we do not touch the code, but we modify the spec again and iterate on that. So we are now going from this situation of the pipeline to this one, where English specification attempts to be a major player because it gained some executability with an asterisk. It's a kind of executability because this line is still the squiggly one. And that makes sense. The idea makes sense, but of course it has some problems. So let's talk about English specifications, when they work and when they do not work. So I took these couple of examples from the internet with people posting and showcasing their successes using spec-driven development. It's a tic-tac-toe and a calendar. And what do these two applications have in common? The first one is, it is very easily clear if we got what we wanted or not. So we just play a bit of tic-tac-toe and understand whether it is what we had in mind or not. The same with calendar. The second one is that there's a lot of context already on the internet, what tic-tac-toe is and what a calendar is. And therefore, LLMs have a lot of context already, even before we write them what to build. But as soon as we go more towards custom problems, we get into problems. So one problem of English specification is that they're ambiguous. So what is 6 divided by 2 multiplied by 2 plus 2? It can be any of those. And of course, this is a toy example. It's immediately clear that it's ambiguous. But what would very often happen is that we would write something, we would think it was clear, but it would actually be ambiguous and not clear what we meant. English specs can also be internally inconsistent. So a triangle with 5 equal sides and a round corner, and make sure it's perfectly square. What is that? That's nonsense. But it is also a valid English specification. And there's nothing to stop us, and even worse, with LLM's infamous can-do approach, they would confidently produce a solution and argue for why it is the best solution. And so these problems are minor for some use cases, they're a bit bigger for the others, but they're absolutely the worst for blockchain systems. Why is that? The reason is twofold. At the application layer, blockchains deal a lot with assets, voting powers, numerical values, documents, identities, and therefore they cannot be roughly correct, or they cannot be 95% correct. They have to be correct. And the second reason is the underlying infrastructure layer is a distributed system. And when reasoning about distributed system, when specifying it, we not only have to specify what is the outcome of the computation, but we have to talk about the computation process itself. We have to talk about the topology of the network, assumptions on the message reorderings, what happens if in the middle of computation some node crashes, or what happens if a node goes Byzantine, meaning that it starts sending messages, arbitrary messages, or even adversarial messages to its peers. And the problem with that is the state space grows so big that we cannot fit into our head and we cannot reason about it the way we used to. And the edge cases that we miss are so rare that they won't be noticed by testing the implementation either. We will notice them only when it's too late. This is a good case. In a bad case, an attacker will notice them. The root cause, again, is the large state space that defies our thinking capabilities, or LLM's thinking mode. So our typical approach, let me think hard and notice problems, is not going to make it. And that's why we are building Quint, a tool that helps us thinking about specs. So let's see how Quint looks like. Quint is precise, just like code. These expressions probably look familiar to you. They're like code, but they reside on a higher level of abstraction, like English. It is also executable in a good old-fashioned way, and it's battle-tested on a number of blockchain protocols. So what can Quint do for us? beside regular things like other programming languages, parsing, typing, type checking, writing tests, Quint can answer some high-level question. Is my spec internally consistent? Is it this nonsense situation? Give me examples of behaviors leading to chosen places in the spec. This is very helpful when understanding what is actually happening in the protocols we wrote. Can my design result in a deadlock? Or do all the safety invariants hold? In this simple example here, we have implemented a simple bank model, and the invariant we gave was no user should ever have negative amount of money in the bank. And we asked Quint, can you check if that can happen? Quint says, yes, that can happen. Bob can have -1, and here are the steps that lead to it. And Quint would also, if we ask for it, show us what exact actions and what exact non-deterministic choices led to this situation. How does Quint do that? And this is going to be the only slightly technical slide in the talk. So we said already the problem is this large state space, and the task is to explore all possible states of the protocol on a very large graph. Quint semantics is based on temporal logic of actions, a logic for describing distributed systems developed already some decades ago by Leslie Lamport. In order to analyze the state space, Quint uses model checkers Apache and TLC, and they're amazing because they guarantee that they're going to inspect every state. Their problem is that they may be very slow. That's why Quint also has a simulator for quick feedback while we are developing our specification. So if before Quint we were here in the pipeline, now we move here, where we start from a combination of English specification and Quint. We keep English for intuition, and we have Quint for precision. And with the help of Quint tools, we also get this self-improvement loop on the level of spec. So now we iterate on the spec, and this makes our overall engineering process faster because we iterate on the higher level of abstraction. And this all looks great, but you may already wonder, okay, even if we are confident that our spec is correct, what does it tell us about the code? After all, it is still this LLM-generated process, so do we know anything about the code? Quint glues the code to the spec by generating lots of automatically generated tests that bind the spec to the code. And in that way, in the limit, turns this squiggly line into a straight one. So overall, what does spec-driven development with Quint bring us? It helps us thinking about the spec. So if before we were working on a white piece of paper or a Notion document on a whiteboard, writing English and thinking about how it happens going by hand, Quint is our dynamic assistant in showing us what could possibly go wrong and what are the properties of the spec we have currently. By binding the spec to the code, it makes our code generation step more reliable. Once we are done with the spec, using model checkers, we can validate if what we got is what we wanted. And because of all these three things, we get higher engineering velocity, because we iterate on a higher level of abstraction, and because we have more trust in our implementation, so we can easily add more features. So this is our vision for the future of software engineering. Code is still the king, because in the end, it is the code that gets executed. But spec is the queen, this powerful dynamic figure that makes sure your code is safe and sound. And if that's the future that interests you, or better yet, excites you, let's talk details. At any coffee break, at an open spec session in 15 minutes in the workshop room, or just follow Quint on Quint's website or in a Telegram group where there are already around 100 users helping each other, beginning with Quint, or also getting help from the team, from the Quint team. Thank you a lot.
This was absolutely great. Thank you so much, Ivan. Once again, amazing, amazing, amazing talk. Speaking about Quint, about specification, about code, about kings and queens. I'm back on stage as your joker for today, I suppose. Although I don't joke too much for now, because we're talking obviously about very, very, very serious topics. Now, we're actually going to speak about another very, very interesting and quite likely also serious topic, but also fun topic. That is really what they're doing over at Lumera. Now, we have someone extremely wonderful with us who flew in all the way from New York just yesterday, Vincent Chu, and he will be speaking about building the future of intelligent infrastructure, and for sure also more about Lumera. Please be very, very welcome on stage, Vincent, and please put your hands together. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, please.
Yes. Hey, everybody. I'm here actually speaking on behalf of Lumera. Originally, it was supposed to be Anthony, the founder of Lumera Protocol, but unfortunately, he had some personal emergencies and he wasn't able to attend. So, my name is Vincent. I lead growth at Lumera Protocol, and we are basically building layer 1 on Cosmos, and it's focused on decentralized AI as well as decentralized permanent storage solution for Web3. So, what is Lumera Protocol, first of all? We are, as I mentioned earlier, focused on the decentralized permanent storage, which I think is more and more prevalent, as we've all seen what's been happening on the news recently with AWS going down. Integrated AI solutions across Web3, and then making sure that everything is chain agnostic. So interoperable, not only within Cosmos, but within the broader ecosystem of the EVM ecosystem and as well as Solana. And so it's very much designed for developers, users, and we also have a very unique system of supernodes on top of our validators to power all of these different services. And so right now, some of the challenges that we're facing is that there's a lot of computational demand for AI. Every business is integrating into it. All these businesses are becoming more operationally efficient with the usage of AI, and then as well as storage being unreliable within decentralized services, having outages from time to time, and with IPFS, I think some of you may have utilized it within Web3, and the frustrations of dealing with pinning and repinning and all of those things. And so that's where we come in, building Lumera Protocol on Cosmos. And so we have our Cascade, which is our distributed storage layer that guarantees unmatched data redundancy, permanence, and availability. We have AI solutions and LLM services integrated, and so we will also have AI-driven apps, dApps on top of our chain, but ultimately also allowing anybody building on any network to utilize our services through open APIs. And so this is basically how we plan to bridge the different gaps within Web3. And so for us, we're very much focused on integrating at the protocol layer with other infrastructure solutions, and as well as the many different use cases, whether it be DeFi, whether it be NFTs, whether it be metaverse, gaming, and all of those things. And so everything that we're building can easily be accessible, where developers can basically pick and choose a la carte service what services they would like to use from our network specifically. Maybe you're only interested in the storage aspect. Maybe you're only interested in the AI aspect. And so Cascade, which is something that we recently launched on our mainnet service, basically provides redundant, permanent storage for the general Web3. And so the main differentiating factor of how Cascade operates is that anytime a file is uploaded onto our network, this file gets actually chunked up into thousands of several shards. And these shards are actually overlapping. And not only that, they are also copied and spread across all of our supernodes in a randomized fashion. So in the case of the typical case, I'm pretty sure some of you have also utilized torrenting services and things like that. You can get stuck on the 99.9% because some computer or node out there on the network holding that last fragment of data is offline. But because of how our services work, the fragmentation and the overlapping nature of these shards and the over-provisioning of these shards on our network, you can at any time request for the file, and it would basically pull all the required shards to rebuild the original file and be able to provide that copy towards you. So the data availability of any file on our network is very, very permanent. Not only that, we also have self-healing properties of the network. Because as you know, the nature of blockchain and Web3 is it's a decentralized service. So at any given time, supernode operators can maybe go offline, or maybe they exit the network and things like that. And so what will happen is that the network will recognize certain shards are leaving the network, and because it maybe passes a certain threshold, it will begin to rebuild the original file with the existing shards on the network, and then reshard it and redistribute it to the remaining supernodes on the network to ensure that level of permanence and redundancy. And so, some of the things I've talked about earlier with, IPFS, dealing with the pinning, repinning, some of these services are also on a contractual basis, so you have to, think about renewing your contract with these service providers and whatnot, and as well as, Arweave being kind of a little bit more higher barrier to entry for, node operators, because, they really kind of benefit node operators that have basically as much as the data set in order to win blocks. And so you can kind of see how we compare towards all these other services, whether it be Arweave, Filecoin, Storj, AWS, and Sia. And the next thing that we will be launching on our mainnet will be the inference protocol. And the inference protocol basically enables agentic AI usage on our network. It will also enable researchers that have existing AI models to host their models on our network. And this will enable a marketplace where people can come and freely utilize the models that they wish to try out. And I think one of the main things that some of us maybe take for granted is that a lot of these AI models, in a lot of first world countries, we have access to and privilege to. But there are also a lot of countries out there where some of these models are gated, you don't necessarily have access to, and we want to make sure that we have the ability to provide access to all of these models to everyone around the world. And oftentimes there's also the other aspect of a lot of new models are always propping up, but you're also not really sure if I really want to commit to utilizing this model. And so with our network, basically you can utilize Loom tokens to prompt these or utilize these AI models and basically test for yourself whether or not, okay, is this a model actually that suits my needs and my preferences, right? And so all of this kind of synergizes well together with the data that is stored on Cascade as well. And so you can basically utilize the data you own and utilize it in a way of training the data so the model is more, has more context of who you are as a person, and as well as everything that you've wanted to use historically to keep in the conversation. And so, as I was mentioning earlier, AI Marketplace, great place for model researchers, builders to basically host their models. And of course, anytime anybody uses your model on the network, you will get a percentage of the fees as well as the owner of the model. Another thing is that we also have our Sense protocol, which is more specified towards verification of assets, mainly originally utilized for NFTs, assessing the relative rareness of image assets and providing a level of authenticity for those assets as well. And so, yeah, here we have more that I was referring to of the Sense protocol, very much focused on providing that level of verification for any asset that you are now creating on the network. I think one of the big issues that are popping up within the world when there's all this usage of AI-generated content is that how do I know if something is AI-generated or whether or not it is a deepfake? And I think this will become more and more of a relevant service going forward into the future. And so, we're building on top of the Cosmos SDK, but I think one thing that makes us really unique is that we have a validator and supernode architecture. So the validators are, responsible for processing all the transactions on the network, keeping the network secure. But the supernode layer is what is responsible for processing all of the cascade requests, the inference requests, and having that very high computational power. And everything, as I mentioned before, can be accessed through open APIs. Super easy for developers to integrate into their applications. And ultimately, we will have, we also have a Lumira Hub, which is more of a consumer-facing product that basically allows users to kind of test or utilize cascade inference in a very direct way, which allows them to kind of really understand what the network is and its capabilities and features. And so, previously we were actually Pastel Network, and we had, made the pivot earlier on this year to move over to Cosmos. And of course, all of you being here at Cosmoverse, I think you all very much understand, the level of support that, the ecosystem gives. But not only that, they're focused on interoperability, which is a very key and critical factor into our ethos and what we believe in. Because at the end of the day, as blockchain, technology adoption grows, it's a general win for everybody. And so supernodes is something that's very unique for us. As I was saying earlier, a lot of these capabilities on our network and services are very much powered by our supernodes. And supernode operators actually get 98% of the service rewards. 2% of it will go to the foundation, where we then utilize those funds to basically grow the ecosystem and do a lot of community initiatives in order to further the usage and growth of Lumira. So, a lot of these things we've actually built already while we're on Pastel Network, but we're just simply transitioning all onto Cosmos. We're really excited to be a new layer 1 within this ecosystem. We announced our mainnet this past September, and we are in the process of also getting listed and doing a lot of integrations. Our community is growing very rapidly. Originally, we had around 15,000 followers. We're currently close to 70. And we expect it to hit over 100,000 by the end of this year. And so the token itself, is the foundation of the network, paying and utilizing for all of these services, keeping the network secure through staking. And essentially, how all of this this flywheel works is that, as we integrate with more and more partners within the ecosystem and the broader ecosystem of Web3, we end up getting more end users, and therefore, a lot of the partners will process a lot of those transactions on our network, utilizing our services. And as we get more and more throughput, there's more increased protocol revenue, and it all flows back in that way. And so, for us, we are expecting to capture a lot of the data storage in the broader Web3 ecosystem, and all of this data will have a lot of usage that will, very much enrich a lot of these other services. So, for example, whether it's like in DeFi, you can basically archive all of these order book transactions and things like that, so that you can provide a service, or these platforms can essentially provide a service for their users to basically back test and try out different trading strategies. I think the thing about NFTs that people always joke about is when AWS is down, your images or your JPEGs are no longer visible, and I think that will also resolve a lot of those issues. But I also know, right now NFTs are not necessarily the most heavily focused, thing in Web3. And yeah, so we're growing our ecosystem very heavily. A lot of different partners. We're continuing to add more and more. And this is our current roadmap. So as I was saying, mainnet launched earlier this year. We have a lot of wallet support, Kepler, Leap. We launched Lumira Hub recently, and we're chasing after a lot of integrations. And so, if you're building on Cosmos or any other ecosystem and you'd love to learn more about our services, please come chat with me. I have a booth outside. And yeah, as we're coming up to the end of this presentation, token supply, 250 million Loom, staking APR around 15%, 20% burn on our tokens for every transaction. And thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Vincent. This was absolutely wonderful. Don't forget to take a sip of your drink. Thank you so much for telling us everything about Lumera. And yeah, for coming all the way from New York. Hope that your team members will be fine as well. It was definitely wonderful hearing from you. Now, we're going to move on to another very, very interesting topic. I am sure that these two gentlemen that are about to join the stage for a keynote are going to bring a lot of energy. Now, in today's world, we're speaking a lot, right, about health. Healthy food, healthy relationships. We spoke about it, how AI is entering that dynamic, yes or not. But now we're actually going to speak about healthy staking. Definitely going to be interesting, and how AI is enabling, presumably, the future of healthy staking. I have understood that I can announce these two, or one gentleman for now, only with his first name. I hope that you are Eli, wonderful of the two. So very, very welcome on stage whenever you're ready, Eli of Poly. And put your hands together and welcome yourself on stage. Please take it away. It will be wonderful. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Eli, Eli Carmon, founder and CEO of Poly. And as first-time, long-time cosmonaut, it's really exciting for me to be on stage today. And I'm really, really excited to share my vision for what AI is doing in the world of staking and how it's going to shape the future of staking. I'm going to let you guys pull that up. No. Hold on, the presentation? No. Hold on. Okay. So as we're, bringing up the presentation, let's talk a little bit, about. I'll start with the kind of what we want to talk about in terms of staking, and what staking is, pretty much. Hold on. Let's.
Just a really, really brief interruption. Ultimately, right, we're speaking so much today about AI, about Web3, about staking, about tokenization, but ultimately, as we all know, either you're here in Split, Croatia with us today or watching from your homes, ultimately, technology is built by humans, and that goes for events and conferences as well. So usually there's always like a small hiccup somewhere, which is not a problem, right? Because ultimately, once again, we're all humans. We all, are not perfect, none of us. So that actually, brings me to perhaps ask you if you're having a good time. I hope very, very much so. I will take this moment actually to really quickly say thank you for all of you who are here. Thank you for all the community members of the Cosmos ecosystem. Thank you for the sponsors, all the partners that make Cosmoverse 2025 happen, once again. And ultimately, it also allows me an opportunity as the founder and CEO of Thrilled Labs to really, really quickly show and say that you can download the network app and connect with other attendees, as well as with Web3 professionals, as we like to call them, worldwide. I am just glancing to my left for a second and looking at the gentleman of the booth of the tech to check if we are already good to go. Not yet. All right, in that case, I will just continue talking. Maybe if someone has, by the way, any questions later, we're slightly over time, right? But there is from time to time also some space, specifically at the panels, to send a question to me on the networking app. Just match with me, find me in the attendee list. And it's been okayed, by the way, by the founders of this event that I can say this, and it's actually the tool that we can use. Some people have already been sending questions, and if then there is time left, we can always pose them, if it's a good question, of course, to the speakers. Specifically at panels, I would say, just given that we are slightly tight with keynotes. I think that the gentlemen on my left are very, very busy pulling up the right presentation. I hope so, at least. Or if not, maybe we can actually already move on to the next speakers. That might actually be an idea to quickly swap that, given that we're slightly over time anyway. I'm going to just check that for a second, if that might be the idea. Just 1 minute? All right, just another minute. Well, in that case, what we can perhaps also address, given that I'm chatting by myself, is that very, very soon, tomorrow, there will be a pitching contest held in a different room, and then the day after, actually, wonderful new projects will be pitching here for prizes and awards. There's also the developer portal, where there's actually lots of workshops going on, all about the Cosmos stack, as well as the developer portal with workshops, as said. I see that the presentation of Rift Chain is actually being pulled up right now. Gentlemen, does that imply that we'll be continuing with that presentation for now? Please give me 20 seconds and I will check that. All right. I have actually epic news for you, everyone. We have sorted the matter about the presentation. So, once again, and I want to do this properly, just once again, just because we had to wait for another second. So, we are going to speak once again about the AI being the future of healthy staking, and about humans as well. Once again, welcome back on stage, Eli of Poly, and we're very, very looking forward to hear your presentation. We can't wait, actually. You held us in suspense. Take it away.
Thank you, everyone. Well, that was relieving, I have to say. You know, every mistake that happened could happen. So, freer now. So, hi, everyone. I'm Eli, founder and CEO of Poly. And like I said, I'm really excited to be here today and share the future of staking and how AI plays a role in it. So without any further ado, let's talk staking. So as everyone knows, staking is a process where we secure blockchains by participating in delegating our tokens to validators, and we get rewarded for it. And it is the heartbeat of blockchains, and you know, what POS blockchains basically live off of, and most of the blockchains in the world today are POS. Now, I also personally think that staking is an incredible financial tool where, you know, you lock up your tokens to secure a network and you get rewarded for it with more digital assets. I also know staking from a very personal perspective because staking pretty much, I want to say, was a lifeline for me during one of the toughest periods of my life where I couldn't work for almost a year. I found myself optimizing my returns for months and really days and weeks. And it was, I was in a place where I had to find the optimal solution to, really kind of optimize my returns. But what I found there was also that I'm optimizing security as well. Now, I have to say that during that process, a lot of people think that staking is boring or simple, and it's like, what, I lock up my tokens and I generate yield and that's it, right? Well, that's not really the case, and I actually found that staking is not boring, it's not that simple, and it's actually there's a lot of problems, and it's pretty broken, I want to say. And the reason for the fact that it's broken is mostly us. It's humans. Staking is a process that is meant to work by nodes. Nodes are meant to operate it. Vast amounts of data are supposed to be running through those nodes in very high velocities. Now, us humans, by managing staking, create two problems in both security and profitability. From a security standpoint, most delegators today delegate to validators, basically one validator, based on mostly marketing and not necessarily performance. What that creates is a real threat of centralization. Some of the top networks in the world, such as Ethereum, 27% of voting power is held by one entity. In Solana, 45% of voting power is held by 25 validators out of about 1,300. And even in Cosmos, even Atom, 48% of voting power is held by the top 10 validators. Now, what that creates is a real problem for centralization. Now, I've also learned that necessarily, if you're delegating to one validator, that does not mean that your profitability is going to be better. On the contrary, if you're delegating to multiple validators, that actually increases your profitability just a little bit. But then there's also the fact of, the fact of compounding, of knowing when to compound, how much to compound in ideal intervals. And that, I can tell you as a full-time staker, I found myself asking 3 questions on each side. Which validator do I delegate to? How many validators do I delegate to? And how do I know that this validator is not going to get jailed or slashed while I do that? And then for profitability and compounding is, how often do I compound? How much do I compound? And how much is each transaction going to cost me? Now, as someone who was sitting for days and trying to figure this out, trying to do this block by block is unrealistic for a human being to try and do because of the velocity. In Cosmos, a block is created every 6 seconds. In Solana, every 400 milliseconds. And even in Ethereum, 6 minutes. I mean, it makes me even dizzy to think about it. So back then, while I was sitting, I said, okay, well, let's go and learn from the pros. I'm sure, I said to myself, I'm sure treasury managers have to figure this out. And what I found, I ran a little research, what I found was actually very surprising. In treasuries, because, key people that are managing delegations are key decision holders for protocols and for treasuries in general, spend 4 to 6 months of their time, of human capital, trying to optimize delegations. Now, again, they're human beings, and they're managing delegations across dozens, if not hundreds, of validators. And the results are not that great. I mean, up to 20% of tokens can get jailed, sitting idle, and not participating in consensus or generating rewards. 5% of tokens get slashed. And from a profitability perspective, more than 50% of tokens are underutilized. So performance is not optimal. So how do we solve this? We solve it with AI. We believe that first and foremost, we empower. We start with empowering delegation managers by giving them more intelligence and not more human labor. And that means automating security and profitability simultaneously. That way, we reclaim 6 months per year for these very important people to make the important decisions in navigating the protocols that they are in charge of and making them even more successful. And we call that healthy staking. So what is healthy staking? Healthy staking means maintaining delegations to top-performing validators at all times. It means intelligently and dynamically compounding at all times. And it means continuously distributing delegations across various validators or more top-performing validators, creating a performance threshold for that network and making it even more secure. That way, AI automates the redundant and repetitive tasks, and us humans can sit and navigate and make the important decisions to move the protocols and networks that we are in charge of further. And that's what we do at Poly. Poly is an AI yield optimizer which sits between the wallet and the validator. At Poly, we simultaneously optimize security and profitability together. Security by distributing delegations to top-performing validators in real time, and profitability compounding rewards at optimal intervals at all time. Now, of course, we are very loyal to the very basic ethos of blockchain, which is your keys, your money, and we are non-custodial. All of this sounds great, even looks great, but we also bring results. Every network which we have been optimizing for, we have been delivering about 20% above market rates for our delegators. 60% of redelegations were due to decentralization purposes and security, to support the security of the networks. And we are very happy to say that about 1% of total compounding transactions for Cosmos in H1 2025 were contributed by Poly. Let's talk a little more about how we've contributed to Atom this year. First and foremost, our delegators enjoyed a higher APY compared to market. They enjoyed 22% APY versus about 16% market APR. From a network health perspective, we've contributed 77% of redelegations were due to security, 74 of those only for decentralization, and 23% for profitability. And of course, we are very happy to say that through our intelligent compounder, we have contributed to the asset resilience and value accrual of Atom. But Atom is not the only network which we've contributed to. We've also contributed to Lava. Lava is a distributed RPC network, RPC provision network, that basically has not one, but two staking mechanisms. One is the classic native staking mechanism, and the other is for the RPC providers, very similar to how staking works. When we started optimizing for Lava, we started with native staking just like any other protocol which we've worked with, and we've steadily generated above 20%. But then when we started staking, they just came out with the RPC provision mechanism. We saw that providers came on and offline I want to say it's familiar for a new network to start like this, kind of being a little imbalanced, but we found ourselves redelegating multiple times, my team and myself, just to keep yields steady. Now, in terms of, we said, okay, so how do we solve this? We took our native staking mechanism and implemented that into RPC provision, and the results were amazing. We helped secure the network further. We helped stabilize yields, and of course, we've generated about 40% above market APY for delegators. That, to me, is, I think, the classic example of what healthy staking looks like. I personally feel that staking could be the fundamental for the future of yields. Not only is healthy staking brings efficient security and efficient profitability, but also healthy staking could be used as a deflationary mechanism. With the native yields we are generating by efficiency alone, this could be used over time to reduce the incentives that protocols deliver in terms of rewards for security. So let's kind of do a quick recap here. We've learned that staking is critical for POS blockchains and securing the network as it being the heartbeat of POS blockchains. Now, staking is only going to grow as blockchain adoption grows. And this problem is already of magnitude, and it's going to only grow unless we take care of it now. We've also learned that we can leverage AI to empower delegation managers and delegators in general to better secure the network, and generate better results in profitability. And that would be healthy staking, which means better security, which means more profitability, and means healthier blockchains. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eli. It was wonderful to finally welcome you on stage. Indeed, you held us in suspense, but we were definitely not disappointed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, and I would say there's actually quite a lot of ladies in this room as well, surely also watching online, so that is just absolutely lovely. Yes, yeah, woohoo! That's wonderful. Soon we will also welcome ladies on stage, so stay with us. Now, back to the topic. We are going to welcome someone very, very special as well on stage, mentioning that this gentleman, Dean Tribble, is going to speak also about yield, orchestrating yield more specifically, and really about what DeFi could arguably look like in a multi-chain world. Now, I think you're also going to hit another, popular word called chain abstraction. If I'm not mistaken, really looking forward to learn about that. Dean, please be welcome on stage and give him a round of applause, everyone. Never the hands-free with his iPad thing. Please be welcome on stage, Dean.
Thank you. So, as she said, I'm Dean Tribble. This is my 5th Cosmoverse. I came to the very first one and have presented ever since. So thank you so much, Sito, for inviting me back here. Now, I will be talking about yield, but I will be talking about yield and multi-chain yield tomorrow at 10:30. I was on the flight here, landed in Frankfurt, and Sito said, you guys are also working on some AI stuff. Can you talk about that in the AI session? So I'm actually going to talk about AI as well. Okay, but so I'll start with multi-chain, I'll hit on orchestration, and then I promise I'll get to AI. I worked on the first production smart contract pre-blockchain back in longer ago than most of you remember. We worked on early versions of IBC and helped contribute to initial IBC, and then we together have all worked on shipping products that have controlled, that have delivered, that have bridged billions of dollars, right? Not me personally, but a lot of you out there, right? And the thing is that it's still hard, right? We still have a world, and she mentioned chain abstraction, right? We helped launch the idea of chain abstraction along with Frontier Labs and Near and Everclear and so forth back in 2024, and that gives people the ability off-chain to see all the different chains, because what we were observing is billions of dollars on an ongoing basis were about how do I take money from one chain and move it to another. There is no, the rest of the world finally realized what Cosmos was founded around, which is there's not going to be one chain, there's going to be lots of chains. And it is now possible to see them all, but it's still the user that's caught in the middle having to address that, right? So if we want to take a simple example that is one that we are building towards, and I'll talk more about that later, where I've got money in Aave, I keep my USDC there, and there's this new thing out on Arbitrum. These are some of these Cosmos chains. Yeah, some of them Polygon, they're a Cosmos chain. Yeah, but here I'll talk about Arbitrum, right? And so what I have to do is I go into the Aave dashboard and I do a withdraw, and I wait 18 minutes or whatever the heck it is, and then I go to a bridge, and different UI, and I say now ship it over to Arbitrum, and I wait. Right? And then, 18 minutes or 20 minutes later, I then go over to Beefy Finance, pick out Arbitrum, because that's where I put my money. And then I figure out which vault, right? I find the vault, okay, because I didn't know that beforehand. And then I figure out how much money actually got here. And then I do my deposit operation, and I wait, and eventually my money is there, right? And this is something that is all the user's problem, right? And it's terrifying sometimes, because you got your money in flight, you don't know where it is. And it's complicated, and it is burdensome, right? It takes 30 minutes, 45 minutes to do this thing that there are lots of people that do it every single day on multiple different positions, right? And this is just one example, right? So we solved connectivity. We solved it with IBC. We solved it with, then people add, just like there's no one blockchain, there's no one protocol, so you've got CCTP, you've got Axelar, you've got Union, you've got Hyperlane, you've got Layer 0, you've got all these things, right? But we've got all these blockchains that are connected, but you still can't program them. And that's where orchestration came in. So we built this foundation to be able to orchestrate the activity across multiple chains, right? It's this multi-chain brain capable of coordinating the asynchronous activity on all these other chains and remote controlling them from a smart contract deployed on Agoric, which is a layer 1 Cosmos chain, right? And so now instead of having these 5 actions that the user had to take with multiple different signatures using multiple different wallets, you can end up with a single action that they hit that approves this cross-chain activity, this high-level intent where the which gets submitted to this orchestration contract that then executes their automation, whether it spans a single block like most people do right now, or spans hours or days or what have you, right? And so we then built an application, and so we shipped that platform. That's live. It's connected to EVMs. It's connected to all the IBC chains, of course. And then we're building an application to really show off the power and start to leverage and build this. So I'll talk a lot more tomorrow when I talk about yield, about the WiMAX application. But the thing I'm going to focus on is the AI component of it. So it's a tool to be able to do that thing that I just described. I want to deploy money, put 20% of it into Aave on Arbitrum, put 30% into Compound on Base, put some of it into USDN on Noble, and just push one button, authorize this thing, and off it goes out to make all of these chains dance to my tune to accomplish my goal in a reliable fashion that's transparent to me. And several of the elements to support the user in that are AI elements that we were digging into. And so what are some of those AI elements? Well, find me the opportunities. There's too many chains, there's too many pools, I don't know what they do, or maybe I want to be able to research, I want to be able to understand it, but the first thing you ought to do is find it for me. And then I want to be able to figure out that strategy and say, oh yeah, I want to do that one. And when I say I want to do that one, that's a single-click authorization to then go and do this multi-chain operation that pulls my money from wherever it is, moves it to the chain that I want to deploy it in, and deploys it into the pool, instrument, strategy, staking arrangement, whatever it is that I want access to, right? Then there's, well, all this stuff is going on, all these things are async, they take time, where's my money? Right? Something went wrong because, there's hundreds of systems here, something always goes wrong. Where's my money? Do I want to file a ticket, get to the right support person, do whatever it is to find my money, because that's a critical thing that is currently under-supported in blockchain, and that's something that AI turns out to be helpful with. Same with planning and estimation, or explaining to me what's going on, how much I should expect, what are the fees and how do they add up, all that sort of thing. Compare alternative positions that I might go into. Those kinds of things are all stuff that turns out AI can be really good at. But what it's not good at is reliably doing the same thing every time, right? And so, AI gives you time and knowledge. We wanted to also be able to have it automate strategies. And so we were talking to our users. We were talking to our customers about, what would they want from the AI? I was really surprised at how strong the answer was no. Now, there are plenty of projects that are all in on agentic AI, right? I want agents are going to take my money, the AI are going to do clever investments, they're going to get 1,000x over what anyone else ever gets, right? And those are awesome. It's certainly the case from my perspective that that's where the world will end up, right? People are used to giving money to a human agent that will go off and invest it wisely for them. But all of the power users are like, yeah, I want that power. I want that understanding. I want that analysis of social. But AI's really not ready to do that reliably. It'll come up with some great ideas, and oh man, will it come up with some whoppers, right? Once you come up with a whopper, you kind of can't recover from it. And that's partly because there's no guardrails, right? It's basically you're giving it too much authority or not enough authority. And so how do we manage that? And that's where, where our technology starts to end up being relevant for solving that problem generally, right? And so let's back up to how do we solve that problem? How do we balance I want to use AI, but it doesn't have any guardrails? Why is AI and blockchain, what is it? I call it the chocolate, what is it? The chocolate and peanut butter, right? Why is that a really good match? AI agents can't have a bank account, right? But they can have a crypto key, right? They can have money that they control. It's just not in the normal banking thing. That's what blockchain brings. And we want those AI agents to cooperate with each other, right? They have lots of different roles. You have investment things. You have ones that are acting on your own behalf. You have ones that are acting on a fund's behalf. You have ones that implement strategy, all those kinds of things. You want them to cooperate. And smart contracts were originally conceived as a mechanism for enabling safe cooperation among agents, whether they're humans or whether they're AI, right? And I'll come back to that safe cooperation. But what does it mean in the context of our app, as an example, right? In terms of the WiMAX app, we want the AI to act on the user's behalf, but the user wants to have their policy enforced. I want you to only use base and DYDX funds, right? I want you to only use funds, yield mechanisms that don't provide interest, because I care about that from a religious and policy point of view. I want you to only use funds that are in this risk category, that are blue chips. All those kinds of things, you can tell the AI, and current AIs will perfectly happily ignore you and go off and invest in Happy Meals because they heard it was good, right? And so that's not something that you can rely on the AI to do. It can be brilliant, but it's got to have guardrails. And so if the AI can send money to any address, if it can take your money and send it to any address, that's game over, right? You lost, right? Yeah, it might work great for a couple of weeks, but you don't know whether tomorrow it sends money and goes and buys Happy Meals, right? So that's something that the smart contracts, the safe cooperation, that's what it means in this context. So let's step back for a moment and say, how do we get safe cooperation? Now, this is the fundamentals of blockchain that a lot of people have forgotten, right? Smart contracts predates blockchain, and a smart contract is a contract-like arrangement implemented in software to enforce the terms of that contract-like arrangement between third parties, right? eBay, PayPal, Venmo, Airbnb, those are all smart contract businesses with a centralized provider, right? And they enable strangers to rent houses from each other. They enable strangers to auction off goods and deliver them to someone that you have never met and probably wouldn't like if you had, right? And they enable that safe cooperation. So what blockchain brings, though, is, so first off, so smart contracts don't just automate, they enforce the rules of the game between these parties. And what blockchain brings to that is decentralized consensus on what happened in a smart contract. I've got multiple machines in multiple jurisdictions, all coming to agreement where because they're in these different jurisdictions controlled by different parties, no one can compromise the execution of the collective. And so that means you have an unprecedented level of assurance of the integrity of execution of the smart contract. So you can rely on it to do things like money and spectrum auctions and transfers and all that sort of stuff in a way that is largely incorruptible, right? And so now those smart contracts no longer need that central authority of StubHub or eBay that's able to get the sweetest deals for themselves. It's all clear what's going on, and that's what I agree to when I engage in it. And so now it can enforce the AI, who, by comparison to me is a super intelligence about finance, it can enforce the rules that I impose on it so that the AI can do good things for me but can't take all my money and buy Happy Meals, right? So that's sort of the foundation that we want for safe use of AI, okay? But it's still not good enough for cross-chain, right? That would enable me to have a smart contract that says you can only transfer to these accounts in the blockchain in which my smart contract lives. But it's the same kind of thing. If my AI can say, do this bridging operation to send the money to Arbitrum, and gets to specify where on Arbitrum and what the operation on Arbitrum is going to happen, same game over, right? It can route it off to an address that doesn't exist, and now nobody can get that money. It can route it off to a chain that I've never heard of, and rug me that way, right? So that's not good enough, right? So what orchestration contracts do, because they are about orchestrating all that activity, is now they become that front door where the AI is presenting its plans, it's providing its direction, is doing its allocation by presenting it through the orchestration contract that then says, okay, that's good, I'll go do that. So the orchestration contract doesn't have to have any smarts about the strategy. It just needs to know, in this context, what the user is constraining the smarts of this off-chain AI to do, right? So I can have my policy that says, yes, you can go to Arbitrum, yes, you can go to Base, yes, you can go to Noble, yes, you can go to DYDX, You know, I'm really not sure of these other 3 things that I haven't heard of, so you can't go there. And no matter what the AI does, the on-chain smart contract running with the high integrity that we talked about will enforce that it can't take my money and send it over to there. And so what did we do for WiMAX, right? WiMAX is our application where, from this command center, I can control my money in accounts that the command center is controlling. The smart contract, the orchestration contract, is controlling on all these other blockchains that I don't directly have accounts on. I don't use their wallet. I've never used their apps, but I want to put money in their yield funds. And so when the AI says, here's where I want it to go, it's only allowed to say things that will move money from one of my pools in one of my allowed instruments, pull it out, move it over to a blockchain that I'm also willing to use, and put it into another pool, strategy, vault, whatever you call it, that is in a protocol that I'm willing to invest in at a rate I'm willing to tolerate. And it can do that, but it can't give it to John. It can't take it out and deposit it into a chain that I've never heard of, right? So that's orchestrate. So that is, in some sense, the fundamental early key to how do we use AI safely in a multi-chain environment, in this case for DeFi, which is don't give them the keys, right? Give them the ability to interact and provide direction to a smart contract that enforces the cooperation rules. And those contracts are orchestration contracts, right? Structure your AI's access so that it's talking to an orchestration contract, whether it's Agoric, which I recommend, or some other orchestration infrastructure, but that's the way to provide attenuated interface. Now, as it turns out, the Agoric structure also addresses other advantages, like these are the kinds of operations that allow the AI to reason over high-level things. It's not reasoning over, do I use this protocol arrangement or that protocol arrangement? It's reasoning over, do I put it in that pool for 3 days or that pool for 3 days, which is what I wanted it to focus on. And we've got much more sort of fine-grained stuff in the computational model we've built over the last several years that, for example, DCF got a grant, that's the Associated Foundation, they got a research grant to be able to apply this more generally to other kinds of fine-grained attenuation that nobody else can do to enable fine-grained cooperation among agents. So if you're interested in that, come talk to me. But fundamentally, these are the tools that let us do cross-chain use of AI for not just DeFi, but everything else. I will talk about DeFi tomorrow. Please come hear about more in detail about WiMAX and all of our tokenomics rearrangements in order to support orchestration and that sort of thing tomorrow at 10:30. Thank you very much.
Dean, thank you. Love your energy. This was epic. Honestly, this much energy, I was thinking, could really power small nation states, to be honest with you, and that just came to mind before. All right, so having spoken a lot about AI, about Cosmos this morning, about lots of other topics as well, let's move a little bit further towards tokenization. We'll be hearing a lot about Rift Chain right now, how they're building the internet of validations. Very, very happy and indeed thrilled to welcome on stage Enrico Tallin, indeed, of Rift Digital. Please welcome him, Enrico. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very
with
much.
us.
Thank you. Okay, so also for me, 5th Cosmoverse, so I'm very happy. So basically, let's talk about a little bit about, let's start this talk with a challenge, okay? The challenge is basically, let's say that I have a key, I own a friend's key, and I wanted to prove to my friend that have his house key. This is like pretty difficult to do. So I'm going to go in front, I can do 2 things, and I can, like, for example, try to describe his house key, because I'm holding it, I can open his house and can break in his house, and I can do 2 things. First one is very simple. I can just start to describe the key and provide him some information that he understands that I have this key, or I can just simply ask him to turn around and say, okay, I'm going to open, and I just open the key, and I prove to him that I have his house key. And the challenge, of course, is like having this key, but without showing, basically, the fact that I have this key. So this is the kind of like challenge to do. So, this is called simply put, it's a verification proof. Okay, and verification proof in the physical world is pretty easy, as I described, but in the digital world, it's not that easy. It's a little bit more difficult. Why? Because we have the problem of not basically disclosing the content of something. So let's say that I'm a bank, and I wanted to prove that I actually have the money, my customers' money. And what I can do is, of course, as a user, I can try to break in the bank and start trying to count the money, but the bank won't allow me to do that. So it's kind of illegal, and they put you in jail to do that. And so that's not viable. And another thing, so you need to find a system that basically use mathematics to do the proof. And that's something that we can do. And the idea how we can do it, it's pretty much we have to first of all think about what is the problem. And the problem with this is always a trust problem. So basically what you need, if you wanted to do something like that, you always have now to trust somebody. They tells you that they have the money, and your only option is to trust them, and that's not good. So what is the RIV solution? The RIV solution basically use a famous mathematical protocol, which is zero knowledge, to basically mathematically prove that something that you have that money. So what are the use cases? Of course, for example, one use case could be proof of funds, where basically you prove that you actually have the money. But it's important that you can prove without disclosing, for example, your customer money accounts. It's very important. Or let's say that you want to do proof of identity. Let's say you need to try to log in to a website that is allowed only for over 18. Okay, so what are your options? Your option is to provide your identity to this kind of site. And that's not really a good option, because then creates a little bit more problem than the solution. So what you can do is we need to somehow prove that we are over 18, but without basically doing, and basically without revealing our actual identity. And what we can do, the RIV, it's called result invalidation. So we are trying to create a small, let's say, certificate of a verifiable certificate that basically we are over 18 without disclosing our personal data. And this is basically what zero knowledge proof are. And the zero knowledge proof, of course, solves the dilemma of, let's say, trust and basically privacy. But this is the dilemma that has been solved. But right now, we also have a trilemma, because we have proof, we have trust, we have privacy, but also we need scalability. And so this is about, let's talk about Rechain. Rechain is basically the first quantum-resistant, zero-knowledge blockchain that is able to secure the identity and verify the truth. So everybody needs to be compliant for financial access, programmable, and you can have, with this ability, you can basically enable the foundation, the next generation of digital finance. How? As I said, having a meaningful infrastructure, we need to solve the core problems, and which is, of course, the trust, the scalability part. So, most of the Web3 proof basically relies on centralized sources. So we have the money, we own the money, and you have trust. So this is only matter of trust, and we need to go towards cryptographic making, because you can do it, of course, it's very easy to do on the Web3 settings, but almost impossible on a Web2 settings. Why? Because when you have real-world assets, you do not have the assets on chain. So you need to find a way to have proof of reserves, proof of funds in a not Web3 settings. And this, as I said, with zero-knowledge proof, can be done, but are very expensive, too expensive to verify. And also there is, of course, the problem of security, and we never need to identify the risk, so we need to do that. So that's the problem. The solution is we created a blockchain that is specifically focused on this. So can create zero knowledge proof that are validated on chain, and they can turn claims, things that people say, words, into actually cryptographic truths without relying with a centralized oracle or something. So we can do basically off-chain to on-chain claim verification. And this can be done in a scalable and efficient way. So developers basically can deploy ZK logic, and Rechain basically verifies the proofs, and all can be done in a specific, in our chain, but also can be done across connected chains, and I will share with you later how we're going to do it. And the third one, that's of course the elephant in the room that always kind of like scares everybody in crypto, which is the quantum. Why? Because quantum seems always far away, seems impossible, until somebody actually becomes and starts doing quantum cryptography, and then it's bad. It's bad for everybody. So we do not know if it's going to happen, but just to be sure, we decided to include a post-quantum cryptography. So, if something happens bad in the future, or good, whatever, depends on what side, we are basically quantum resistant. This is very important. That's the solution. So let me talk briefly about the product. Rechain basically enables any app or any blockchain to verify data and actions using this zero knowledge proof. And basically we are enabling a new breed of internet of verifiable applications. So not only within a single chain, but can be spread across multiple chains. And Riv coin, which is the coin behind the Riv chain, is also a tangible. So we are doing dog fooding. We are our own technology. And the Riv coin is basically a tangible reserves accumulator. So it's a token backed by real assets. And with absolutely on-chain ZK verified transparency of reserves. So we have not like a weekly, a monthly proof of reserves. It's a real-time proof of reserves. And basically, the Riv chain and the Riv coin, together we create a trusted, compliant, verifiable digital ecosystem. So we have a base layer for verifiable application, and it's a purpose-built base layer for these verifiable apps. We have counter resistance, as I said, so this is very important in the future, but the future might come, so it's good to be, let's say, to plan for the future. And it's scalable and interoperable. So consumer chains can, anybody, like side chains or like other chains, can rent basically Riv's post-quantum validator set for having these tamper-proof security, these certificates. And this is very important. And that's another thing that is coming. We are building with other projects within the commercial network ecosystem. We are like trying to tackle the mesh security, and I'm talking tomorrow at 3 o'clock also about specifically about mesh security. So it's I'm going to do like another speech about specifically for mesh security. And this can enable not only one chain to do this ZK verified proof, but can also be extended multi-chain. So this is any single chain, Cosmos chain, can use and bridge these ZK proofs. So just to make it like simple, Riv chain can like turn words, okay, in verified facts. So we transform statements like our reserves exist, or our data is safe, or our item is actually real, is the real deal, into something which is a tamper-proof verification. It's a receipt. And we call it results in verification. So RIV stands for results in verification. And these receipts are created with this advanced cryptography, and which is pioneered by Succinct XYZ, amazing technology. This is absolutely crazy stuff. And basically, we're building upon the shoulder of giants. So we are using this technology and make it more usable and to the Cosmos ecosystem, and can be checked by anyone, major blockchain, without revealing any private data. So the solve of trust and privacy, and also scalability. This is the trilemma. Why now? Because there's a huge market potential for like real-world asset. It's compliance. We are like a compliant chain, so we have a lot of regulation push like MiCAR, DORA, NIS2, and having like a provable compliance, it's absolutely important for board-level requirements. We are solving the expensive chain proof, so with this verifiable ZK Snack in Ethereum cost a lot of money and are like absolutely not feasible. So we are like the pricing it for very mass production, and it's going to be very cheap to do it. And you know, we are like replacing statement trust with the results in verification. Okay. Use cases are proof of validation reserves, cross-chain security, proof of identity. Think about all the adult side market, gaming, fairness, all the gaming, security compliance, DORA, and validation of supply chain. So the use cases are really, really big. We also created a specific tokenization platform where we can tokenize any assets, so bonds, stocks, funds units, anything. This is like a very interesting tokenization platform. Compliance, and also we have all the requirements. So we absolutely create an application that brings everything that we develop together in a real use case with the real world asset, tokenization, and security token. Last, RIV coin, it's basically the tangible. So this is the coin that actually creates everything and puts everything together. So that's the roadmap. November, the chain is going to be live. The pre-sale in, like the end of the year. Then we're going to do market listing in a major exchange, and then like market expansion. And please, if you're like interested in this, join the pre-sale. Thank you very much.
Grazie mille. Grazie Enrico. This was once again wonderful talk. Now, everyone who is still with us, both here in the room, as well as at home, in your office, wherever you're watching, we have 3 more talks and panels to go. Now, I'm super, super happy to actually announce a capital markets strategist, someone who is actually with the Belgrade Stock Exchange, someone very, very interesting, and he is going to be speaking about capital markets in a digital era. If you're ready, yes you are. Very, very happy and pleased to welcome on stage, put your hands together for Miroljub Ristic.
Yeah, thank you for
Wonderful that you're here. Please take it away. Yes, we can clap, absolutely.
Thank you for the great announcement.
Thank you for being here. Looking forward to this.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thanks for having me here. As you have heard, my name is Miroljub Ristic, and I'm advisor at the Belgrade Stock Exchange, and I used to be Chief Operating Officer on that same trading venue for a long, long, long time. So right now, here in Split, in past 2 days, I have opportunity to talk with young people that are very positive about future, that are great community, that are very passionate about things that they done here in Cosmos. I see one great startup community here, so I think that on this presentation, will try to give you a story that startups in general very like, and that capital markets and financial markets really don't like and hate it. It's a failure stories. So before I start the story, please take on the right side of this slide, you can see the logo, the trademark of the Belgrade Stock Exchange. Actually, you cannot see it, you need to trust me. This is a part, it's blurry and in low resolution. And the same view that you had on this slide and this trademark of the Belgrade Stock Exchange is the view that institutional investors have when they look to the frontier markets. I came from the frontier markets, I came from Serbia, and when big funds and big institutional investors from the Western Europe, from the US, Middle East came to this part of the world, they also need some trust for their partners to tell them what is it. They need more clearer picture and clearer path. I will give you a story that is failure story, how we didn't make to build resilient and efficient capital markets. And that's maybe a story for this part of the world, and it's not applicable on the other part of the world. So you know guys from Berlin or guys from other innovation hubs in Dublin, I don't know, they don't have this kind of problems. But small and underdeveloped financial markets must deal with that problem daily. So the basic premise of the capital markets is access to finance. Access to finance means that you will move capital on the most efficient ways from the guys that have it to the guys that have good idea and that can give you the best returns. But if you impose frictions in that process, you will get a failure in the capital markets. You will get the problems that will never go ahead. Why? Because the markets, as Friedrich von Hayek said, are discovery engines. And markets, based on the information flow, produce prices as indication what should you do with your money, with your any kind of good that you have. When markets does not have information flow, and in the capital markets, that basic information is capital or liquidity, markets doesn't discover anything. Markets just daydream and hallucinate. That's in general, I want to hallucinate. So the whole idea of this presentation is about my ideas, what should be done to prevent markets from hallucinating. So when you don't have markets that could produce prices that tell you something, that tell you where you're gonna go invest and where you're gonna get the best return on your investments, money will go from your market. And money will go on the markets that are doing that the best. So we have really, really strange situation. Money in this part of the world, in Serbia, in Balkans, is needed more than in the Western Europe or developed markets. In theory and in practice, that money will give you better returns on this market, but the money is going abroad, even though the potential here is higher. But you don't have secondary markets, you have very, very tough regulatory requirements, and you have very complicated custody and clearing settlement procedures. The money will flow away from your domestic market, and also there will no money that will go inflow from the abroad. In that situation, you will have always the punchlines, you should invest in domestic economy, you should support founders from your country, but for the capital, this is not a patriotic thing. The capital is a more rational thing than anything that humans ever invented. So when you don't have a good infrastructure, when you don't have domestic demand and domestic access to capital, and you have very, very big frictions on every step of your investing process, you will get the brain drain. Your best founders will go to Berlin because the weather is better there. You have your founders go to Ireland, I don't know, wherever in the world, because they have access to finance there, they have cheap capital, and you will be left with nothing. Your gross domestic products will suffer, your liquidity will suffer, and you will get in the circle that you cannot break. In this part of the world, we have did some attempts to change this picture. So it was, I don't know, at least 4 to 5 integration attempts between stock exchanges and markets in the Southeastern Europe. They get good names, T-Rex, regional exchange, something like that, C-Link. So we tried to be more appealed to the institutional investors. So if we don't have domestic capital base, we try to get capital from abroad. But we didn't make it. We didn't make it right, at least. Because, you know, always is some politics that is included in that, because every regulator in every market has something to say about its market. It's totally different. You know, we are doing best, we are doing this on this way, that on that way, but our approach is definitely the best. For the institutional investor, for the international investors, that is not approach that they want to hear. So we didn't manage to get whole package to appealing to investors. We somehow made things on the trading side, but trading side is really easy. I get money, you get assets, we can somehow discover the price between two of us. And we can make the trade between two of us. But when we want to settle that trade, we must employ a bunch of people to do it. So you need brokers, banks, KYC, AML, and all of that guys can make one comma as an error, and you have a whole reconciliation process that will take days to find what mistake was and what true price and what true process should be. To things make even worse, this part of the world did not consolidate, but the other parts of the world are consolidating rapidly. There is a significant push to the liquidity consolidation, and you have exchanges that are merging rapidly. Euronext, for example, in last 3 or 2 years, bought already Oslo, Milan, and Athens Stock Exchange. You will get in the nearest future more and more liquidity holes that will sink all possible liquidity from the small regional markets. So you will stay with even less capital that you have it now, and you will have the problem to finance your best companies that could really produce and bring you from the middle income gap country to the developed economy. So if we don't do anything, we will definitely always be client state of the big capital. In today's time, with this polarization in the world, that's not a good thing, definitely. Never is, but today especially. So there is this relatively new technology called crypto that could maybe change this game for the small, underdeveloped financial markets. Crypto is the great as a culture, as you can always see when you are here in the France and chat. But tokenization, one part of the crypto, is the thing that make new market infrastructure. Tokenization can give us a vehicle that asset could bring rules with himself. You will have the bond that could pay the coupon by design. You can have the instruments that can make prices better, truer, or even fairer than it's now. If the smart contracts could be smart enough, we could make smarter markets that could maybe, in nearest future, be competitive with the bigger markets. And I just wanted to, again, pinpoint what is the major problem in current situation. That's a settlement process, not trading process. If we can somehow manage to, through the tokenization, improve the settlement process and diminish the counterparty risk that is dominating right now these settlement processes, we can do something big. I come from Serbia, and this is my idea how the small capital market could do better in these times. So maybe we should propose to our government, maybe we should get an idea to make new settlement rails that will be governed by the Belgrade Stock Exchange, that will impose atomic delivery versus payment, and that will give us the power of the predictability and truly diminish the risk of being small capital markets. There was a call earlier, innovate or die. Maybe the new call for the new markets is tokenize or fall into the whole of the perpetual diminishing. Maybe this new technology as tokenization are the saving card for this part of the world, and something new could be rise from this idea. I just want to say that these ideas are not easy to implement. No, regulators are not just bad guys that want to prevent something. Nobody, I came from the regulation side also, nobody wants to be on media every day with some failed stories. But this is our chance to do things smarter if we cannot do things on the same level like big things that are done on the big stock exchange. Thank you. That was my presentation, my short story. Thank you.
Thank you very, very, very much indeed, all the way towards Split in Croatia. Now, I'm going to request our wonderful assistants that are already coming this way to re-put some chairs on the stage, because, yeah, you already guessed, we are going to move to a wonderful panel discussion. It will be the last panel discussion, actually, of today, after which we are going to have, another panel discussion. So 2 more to go, no more swaps of chairs after this one, till tomorrow. All right, so what are we going to speak about now? Fundamentally, we're going to talk a little bit more about what are the requirements, fundamentally, for institutions to really participate in tokenization. Now, we've been speaking a little bit about how the space is growing, right? Professionalizing, how the space is maturing. And actually, we're going to hear from various professionals. We can say from GDA Capital, from the EU CI, from Pazar, and we're going to have a wonderful moderator as well, who has a brilliant media company that is operating globally out of the UK. Now, I'm watching behind me, and I see that slowly the chair dance is happening. And that brings me actually then now to finally announce the wonderful people that you have already seen here on my left side. Well, are we ready to scale? Is the topic, or the question I should say, that we're going to be addressing in the next half hour or so. Very, very pleased to start announcing Michael Gord from GDA Capital alongside Marina Markesic of the EU CI. Alongside those two wonderful people, we'll have Philip Saravanya, as well as, easier name for me, Rupert Pickering from All in Crypto. Perfect timing, huh? Please be welcome, all of you on stage, and maybe put your hands together for our panelists, and then maybe you can sit down if we see the images appearing, if you manage, or yeah, as you prefer. You are maybe as you prefer. Feel free to take a seat like that, or maybe if you're the moderators, maybe it will be better. Sorry about that. Chair dance still not concluded. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Take it away.
Fantastic. Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay? Dobro dan, everyone. Okay, welcome to a panel on institutional tokenization. And the question that we're going to be hopefully asking and answering is, are we ready to scale? To set the stage, no pun intended, the SEC's Paul Atkins announced this year Project Crypto, in which, quote, a new era of financial markets is underway. And they're looking to leverage tokenization to do this. Larry Fink, BlackRock CEO, after his Q3 earnings, said, we're just at the beginning of tokenizing everything. DTCC, who some of you may be familiar with, some of you may not, are looking to leverage this technology to bring their $100 trillion worth of assets under or essentially move them on-chain, allow this kind of integration with the on-chain world to take place. The ECB's Christine Lagarde, of course, has been very vocal on the digital euro and urging European governments to move towards allowing legislation for this. The European Securities and Market Authority is also looking to enable legislation and actually piloting DLT pilots as we speak. The Bank of England, a few weeks ago, announced the launch of their DLT Innovation Challenge. The Reserve Bank of Australia is doing a similar thing with Project Acacia. And of course, Swift mentioned their shared DLT just a few weeks ago at Sibos. So, pretty bullish on tokenization, right? And I'm delighted to be sharing this stage with Philip, the co-founder of Pazar, Marina, the co-founder and executive director of the EUCI, and Mirolub, the capital market strategist at the Belgrade Stock Exchange, who just gave a brilliant presentation. So welcome, guys. Let's kick things off with a little bit about why you guys think institutions are looking to tokenize. What's the unlock here? Maybe we'll go from the far side and work our way around with Mirolub.
Okay, thank you for this introduction. So, as I just a couple of minutes before said, there is a lot of problems in the current capital markets, and it's a very heavy process that are involved in capital markets. So maybe this new technology could optimize those costs, etc., but also procedures. So in that sense, why not experiment, why not try, and why not see what potential could be from these new technologies, new procedures, new ideas. So if you are closed for everything, you will definitely miss something. So I think the markets should try and should go fully on this new technology. So
fantastic. And Philip?
Well, except for the fear of missing out, if everyone is doing
FOMO.
that, you should try to. Yeah, I think it's, at least for me as someone like dealing with crypto, is like just superior technology. Why? And not just experimenting in most ways. Like we can see now with all this stablecoin buzz happening around us, those are basically tokenized fiat.
Yes.
Happening on public blockchains mostly. And what does it mean? Mirolub was talking about stock exchange, for example. If you want today, me as a user, users don't think about it. But what is raising costs and complexity? If you want to trade, I don't know, Apple stock from the US, it is sitting in Central Securities Depository in New York, and then most of the European institutions are not member of that CSD. They are not holding the asset, but I don't know, JP Morgan Global Securities is holding the asset, and then you, Croatian broker, is connected to some bigger European broker, and that broker is connected to the JP Morgan. So there is a chain of custodians, chain of intermediaries,
And basically, the end customer holding the Apple is never holding the asset directly. It is having IOU to the next intermediary. He doesn't have direct relationship, and that is, of course, raising the costs of everything. So what tokenization offers on public chains, it offers a global settlement layer, at least from my understanding, first time in history.
Yes, yeah, kind of somewhat creates a level playing field, as it were. You know, it takes out intermediaries and provides broader access to these
There will
assets.
be intermediaries, but only necessary intermediaries.
Yes. Yep.
Not like 5 of them or 3 of them. I think on average for global traded securities like US stocks, it's around 3.
Okay.
2 or 3 global custodians in the chain before me as a retail client sitting in Croatia.
Okay, okay.
You will definitely cut some intermediaries and cut some costs. But cost cutting will be even more, if I said, visible on the operational side. So you can do, for your back office operation, you can streamline it completely. And that's maybe the name of the game here. Not just the cut intermediaries, it got that cost with that intermediaries, but you can really do something better on your back office side. And for the brokerage and for the investment bank, that's the big deal. So
fantastic. And ultimately, this is going to benefit the consumers, right? It's going to sort of democratize access and bring costs down for everybody.
Of course.
Which is a great thing. You know, technologies often do that. And Marina?
Yes, from my point of view, I'm working in policy in Brussels, and I would say that regulators in Europe are excited about tokenization because they're also pretty, I would say, familiar with the asset that is tokenized, at least when we talk about financial instruments. We, as everyone knows, we have a regulation that is regulating crypto assets and service providers, but now with tokenization of financial instruments, this is something that is already regulated for years, for a really long time. In Europe, we have licensed institutions, etc., and now thinking about, as it was mentioned, increased trust, increased speed, and lower the costs is something that they see as a very interesting potential for the European Union also when it comes to competitiveness, which is very important, I would say, in this mandate that just started this year. So we have seen, as you mentioned, the interest in tokenization, also thinking about how to regulate it in a way that it would be supportive to the European Union companies that want to work on tokenization, and also thinking about can we have a financial market that is a little bit more, I would say, unified, and where there would be higher liquidity and there would be, I would say, more job creation from this industry as well. We've seen a lot of interest from fintechs and fintech associations. It's really not just a crypto thing, but it's really something that I would say is the most innovative thing and most interesting thing within fintechs.
Yeah, and would you say there's an opportunity here for nations to kind of move up the ladder, as it were, in regards to their global standings financially?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it is an opportunity. I mean, first we did that with MiCA, which is a regulation, so thinking about how to regulate crypto assets and the access to market in one as a one point of access, basically being regulated within one member state, but then having the access all over the EU. And right now, I think with tokenization, we don't have the same, I would say, exact regulation, same idea, but at the same time, thinking about the DLT pilot regime, which would be kind of similar to that. We will dive deep into that later, but I think it is, as you mentioned, bullish.
And when we talk about scaling, what would you say the main reason that we haven't scaled thus far is? You know, there's probably multiple different reasons that all contribute to this, but would you say right now, what would the main issue be? Is it the technology? Philip, is it a case that this technology hasn't been able to scale for what it's needed to do yet? Or is it interoperability? Is it regulations? Or is it perhaps a mindset thing?
Very interesting question. And I would say like mindset culture, if I need to pick just one. The reason for that is like we are always living in some sort of pet dependency trap. We are using the old way of doing things because everyone is used to that. If you watch fintech in general, like digital finance would scale mostly like in Far East Asia or Africa, where they didn't have like ATMs or physical banks, present. So it was much easier to develop something new. And similar is with these cases, like if you have central securities depositories, stock exchanges, okay, that is public markets. They're heavily regulated. But if you have private markets, alternative investment funds, which are like huge in Europe, I don't know, probably even like 50% of the GDP on average. It's enormous, and it's not so heavily regulated because it's traded on like business-to-business side and institutions. They can do lots of experimentation and really utilize public blockchains, tokenization, everything of that, and have benefits on that. They are just not doing that on a large scale. Why? I would say pet dependency trap mindset and culture. And when we are talking about the heavily regulated public markets, then yeah, definitely it's about interoperability, technology, and especially regulation. But we are always dealing with the public markets, and those are the heaviest one. But I think we should deal with those lower private alternative markets. Why? Because they're huge, and you have more freedom to develop new stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And Miralub, would you agree with that?
Agree. That's the one thing that I missed to mention, that that's the huge opportunity with the private markets, that you can bring them in some way to the public, and you don't will expose some big level of the regulatory arbitrage in that part. So this is the opportunity. So you can bring liquidity for us, especially from the small markets. You can give them more interesting investment opportunities to the general public. So you can make your markets more appealing to I don't know, institutional investors. So if you can bring some part of the private markets on chain and tokenize it.
Yeah, there's a real opportunity here, and I think that's ultimately why this technology is going to scale and get adopted, right? And it goes far beyond tokenization, but that's, of course, what we're here to talk about. So on the topic of regulations, Marina, I'm going to come to you. Where are we in the EU specifically around tokenization? Would you say right now we have a kind of regulatory framework, a broad regulatory framework that is going to allow for the tokenization of markets, for institutions to leverage this technology?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to tokenization, we can tokenize many different assets, and as Philip mentioned before, the very successful first use case of tokenization were stablecoins. If we think about financial instruments, they are, of course, regulated with MiFIR and MiFID, but what was interesting in the past as well was that we have a type of a sandbox that is called the DLT pilot regime that, in a way, exists for several years already, and it was not very successful in terms that we did not have a lot of companies that went through the pilot regime, and they're operating within the regime. Why is this so? When we were talking to them, it was really mostly because of the limitations that we have within the regime, and within that, they were not able to create a business model that was profitable within the European Union market. So the limitations are when it comes to different assets, mostly shares and bonds, and then also thresholds. There's specific thresholds that are not allowing those companies to basically work with bigger numbers. And another very interesting one was timeline. So the pilot regime was supposed to be public for a few years, again, as a sandbox, and for us to see how it looks like, and then decide what to do next. And as I said, the European Commission has decided that this is an important strategic topic for the EU, and right now they are reviewing the DLT pilot regime. I think we're going to have a new draft very soon, and we're going to see how it looks like. But to the discussions that we're having with them, we do understand that they are going to take into consideration the feedback that they got from the companies, because we already heard that some of them are just going to leave and focus their activities in the US. So that's definitely something that we don't want. We want everyone to be welcome in the EU, and I think that the Commission is taking that very seriously. So it looks like it is an optimistic sign.
Yeah, I think the fact that the ESMA, the European Securities Market Authority, have actually been working on this for so long, obviously, I think shows where this technology is going. There's an interest here. It's just about getting it right, I think. And like you say, I think what's been done so far perhaps has been a hindrance. You said it wouldn't have been feasible for it to take place. It's perhaps about righting those wrongs and moving forwards. Philip, do you have anything to add to that in regards to what they've been doing?
If I understand your question correctly, maybe it's not really politically correct to say, but I would frame it that way. I think that European institutions very often, I had the opportunity to work within the European Council on DLT pilot regime and MiCA. My sense is that they are talking about innovation, but it's not just innovation theater, they are actually blocking real innovation.
Okay.
You know, like there will be a DLT pilot regime, we will make a sandbox, we will open up to the new technologies. It puts so many limitations that it's basically impossible to make a business use case to develop one. The real problem is why we don't have at this very moment in Europe a level 1 regulation that is enough technologically neutral, like CSDR securities or MiFID, that I can at this moment develop something on the public blockchain. The reason for that is not level 1. The reason for that is level 2 regulatory technical standards and implemented technical standards developed by European Commission and ESMA, who are very technical, very prescriptive. So if you open MiFID, I can use public blockchain. If you open CSDR, why not? And then you open 20 and something RTSs, 1,000 pages of technical documentation, and they basically completely kill technological neutrality, and that is the problem. They're not focusing on principle and goals, they're focusing on really putting the checkboxes that, at least in my opinion, like from the legal point of view, kill opportunity to innovate. And then you have that pet dependency trap I mentioned. If you want to talk with the licensing departments about do something on the new stuff, they will always look to the history and prior applications, which are based in the old technology. And they will not have the language to understand you.
Yes, yes. So would you say that regulations thus far have sort of hindered innovation, not enabled it?
Yeah. One is political goal, one is like something we can advertise, we want innovation, and there is obviously results, and we always repeat them. So after 20 years of the same results of innovation on every level, not just in financial technology, not really happening in Europe, we may ask ourselves, maybe proclaimed goals are not really the goals we want to achieve. If we are always repeating the same legislative mistakes and wanting to make a new business in Europe, but it's fleeing on the other continents, then obviously we are doing something wrong. And if we are repeating that non-stop, that can be like pure coincidence.
Yes, yes, yes. And you mentioned MiCA. Now, MiCA is a very hot topic. You know, it's really concerned around money. Do you think there's any kind of benefit with or to MiCA regulations in regards to tokenization? Do you think these go hand in hand? You know, what's your sort of thoughts on this?
I will try not to be so negative. I think like MiCA is focusing not on the tokenization side, only on like pure crypto assets.
Yes.
Except on the terms of stablecoins like e-money tokens and asset reference tokens, which have their own problems. Nevertheless, to answer your question, I think it is in the end pretty positive.
Okay.
Because like really not open to innovation, European legacy banks, credit institutions like payment service providers, eventually they are slowly opening to crypto. They are going for the e-money license to issue e-money tokens. They are having crypto offerings. We can see like big banks in Germany, in Spain, like doing stuff with crypto, which was like utopia a few years ago. So eventually they will learn and open to new stuff. I hope so.
Fantastic. So it's a step in the right direction, you'd say.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And Miroljub, you obviously work with the Belgrade Stock Exchange. You're an advisor to them. Surely tokenization, and I know you've played a role in innovating the Serbian markets previously, surely tokenization has got to be something that gets you very excited in regards to the future of markets. You know, there's an unlock. I know we've just heard you on a talk there. I know there's a major unlock that you're looking at and ultimately trying to take advantage of this.
Yeah, definitely, because as I said, there is a lot of problems for the small markets, for the markets that are not part of the, for example, I came from Serbia. Serbia is not part of the EU market. So we have a lot of, everything that Philip said about the chain of intermediaries, so multiplied when you are not in the same area. So anything that could be done and that could do some benefits for the I think we should point to the people that are making some innovations, so the founders, the businesses, the products, and if we could find a way to better finance them. Anyway, anyhow, I'm not just fan of the blockchain or tokenization, or I'm agnostic towards technology. That just give me some vehicle that we can do better than now, I will support it. So I think that's the approach that I will try to impose on the Belgrade Stock Exchange and management and the regulatory side and SEC and the National Bank. So let's try something that could bring real benefits. Now, not just that, as Philip said, we will proclaim some innovation. just do it.
Okay. And would you agree with the likes of what Larry Fink is saying in regards to the future for markets is tokenized, the futures for perhaps the stock markets? Do you think this is obvious in regards to where things are going? Would you agree with that statement?
Oh, in a nutshell, I could agree, but so I'm not definitely in a position to think what Larry Fink thought. But,
okay, yeah.
But from my perspective, from my experience, it's a tremendous job to do tokenization one big stock exchange, one big clearinghouse. So that's the risks that are involved, that something could go wrong, are too big. I never can imagine that some of the regulators will press the button and go, do it. I'm not sure that, that's the good thing, that's the idea, we should pursue that. But when really that needs to happen, you need to change technology. When, for example, when stock exchange want to change their trading engine, that's a 3 years, 4 years process just to do that. Yeah. If you want to change rails of the whole market, that's the hell of a job.
It's an undertaking. Sometimes we do need to take a step back, I think, and certainly as this is a conversation on scaling tokenization, I think that's a very, very helpful answer. And I think I want to come to you now, Marina. How important do you think it is that people adopt or institutions adopt this technology? Is it a kind of do or die thing akin to perhaps people failing to recognize what the internet brought about and going out of business as a result of it? What do you think about that? How important do you think it is people understand this technology, they're not ignorant to it, and they look to embrace it?
That's actually a brilliant question, because during the last mandate, when we were discussing MiCA, there was not a discussion around technology. We really regulated only assets, and we did define the DLT as a technical layer in MiCA, but it was very, very broad. And right now, when it comes to tokenization, I think it's really important for everyone in the space, like all the stakeholders, to understand the technical background. And it would be the regulators, mostly related to also what Philip mentioned before, where we need to take into consideration the specifics of, let's say, public blockchains, which we did not know existed before. And that means that specifically when we work with like the level 2s, so guidance and standards, we do take this into consideration, even if, let's say, a layer level 1, as Philip mentioned, was not aiming of limiting the specific, I would say, the use of a specific technology like public blockchains. It might happen later in the level 2s, and that's not something that we should allow. Like, it's really important for associations like ours and others to look into those regulations, give feedback, discuss with ESMA, EBA, and other supervisory authorities about these topics. It is also often asked, what is the difference between a public blockchain or a private one? We've seen a lot of new layer 1s being announced recently as well. And I think that it is something that is a business decision that everyone has to take. But ideally, the regulation would be tech neutral, so everyone would just be able to decide what to use. There's a lot of challenges that are being proposed when it comes to, let's say, the use of public blockchains, but I think there's also a lot of positive aspects and opportunities there, especially when we think about, I would say, liquidity. The liquidity of stablecoins and other assets are very important, but specifically stablecoins when it comes to the DLT, because it is used as a settlement layer. And right now that we don't have yet the digital euro, which is something that, of course, the European Commission is proposing, it is working on, it's going to take quite a long time. It is really one of the most ambitious political projects in the EU. We do have stablecoins, and they're opening up a lot of possibilities. So thinking about liquidity, I think this is definitely something that everyone is thinking about when they think about tokenization and the successful business model, distribution, and other challenges like privacy that are being solved recently, and they're really, I would say, focusing. They've been a big focus of the industry, specifically in the last weeks. So yeah, it's something that is evolving, but I think that we're going in the right direction.
Okay, and do you see a future on public or private blockchains? You know, what do you think wins out? I mean, there's probably going to be a bit of both, right? But what do you think is more dominant, the public blockchains or the private ones?
I would say that it will be different for different use cases. Like the crypto native are definitely public blockchains. There's a lot of liquidity of stablecoins, as I mentioned, mostly on different blockchains that we are aware of. But in the future, hopefully, the new, I would say, stablecoin issuers, let's say new banks that were also announced as issuers recently, we will have specific, let's say, Euro-backed stablecoins. Those are going to bring new users to blockchain and to stablecoin usage. So I think both can coexist. The existing use case base and then the new consumers that are coming through different banks and more institutional rails.
Fantastic. And I guess the last question that I've got for all of you, and we'll start with you, Mirolub, is are we ready to scale institutionally tokenization?
Yeah, definitely. I think we are ready to scale, but to what extent, I'm not sure. So let's start it and let's see first examples. So as far as I know, it's 18 bonds, government or sub-governmental institutions that are currently issued on chain. That's a small number still. Yeah. So we need to do that a little bit more, so have full-fledged institutions involved in that process, and we will see how it ends.
Fantastic. And Philip?
I think we are, especially because of the rise of the stablecoins. They're bringing like means of exchange to be fully on the public blockchain. So when you have means of exchange, which is fiat, you can like make any kind of asset to be traded against it.
Yep.
And eventually, like when you have global settlement layer, there will be jurisdictions and markets that will do it first. And when you see, maybe Mirolub or someone, I don't know, have more insight, but if you see digitalization of financial capital markets, the markets that were small, they lost liquidity to the bigger markets who basically digitalization make rails for the investors to move there. And this will happen with the tokenization. Like jurisdictions that embrace it will just gain more investors from the rest of the world, because they can be stopped. You just can't make a garden and put them inside.
Fantastic.
It is open.
So we're going to see a bit of a race take place. And Marina, lastly from you?
Yeah, so recently I was present at an event in Brussels where they were talking about tokenization, and the opening was 5 years ago, all these institutions that are present here were not interested and would never come to such an event. So I think we're ready. The institutions are looking into this, and I think the regulators are also working on that, so we are.
Fantastic. Well, the last thing for me to do is thank my panelists and thank the audience. It's been a great day so far. Thank you, everybody, for showing up, and yeah, thank you guys for being on here with me. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, gentlemen, lady as well. Thank you, Rupert. Great. Also, I just wanted to quickly say, let's also give it up for a second for the moderators, right? We have so many awesome keynotes, but also the moderators of these panels, they're doing an awesome job. So I just wanted to quickly say, give it also up for the moderators. At least I will clap, because honestly, it's not always an easy task to be moderating these panels, right? You always have to come up with the right questions, keep everyone engaged, making sure that everything is going smoothly. So I just wanted to put that really, really briefly out there. Now, that brings us slowly to the next and final panel, as well as talk of today. Now, you're wondering, why is she dragging this? Well, obviously, because we're swapping all the mics, right? On my left, in case you're also watching from home and you possibly can't see this. Also, I would add, next year, make sure to be there in person, because the event is absolutely epic, wonderful people, great networking in person, but also thanks to the networking app, of course, provided by Throat Labs that I founded. Right, having said that, tomorrow we will be speaking, by the way, about DeFi, about Bitcoin, about stable coins, about everything that is happening in terms of enterprise as well. So, if you are here tomorrow, come back, don't escape, don't go anywhere, even though there's wonderful other things happening, including pitching competition and hackathon that is going on, so many different workshops as well. come back and tune back in tomorrow. I would also finally add to that, make sure to connect with each other, right? To talk business or to learn together. There's so many amazing projects out here, also fundraising, so many wonderful builders. So I would really recommend everyone to talk with each other. Put those devices away and build that human connection. Now it seems that I successfully bridged, just to throw in another term, bridged the period that was needed to get all our next speakers lined up. Now, our final panel of today is going to speak about building trust, important indeed, in tokenized markets. We have already seen Ivan Vuldoljak from Bloomberg, Adria, already earlier. Feel free to join the stage, put your hands together. You've done wonderfully already. I suppose you're the moderator again, right? Yeah, so please take your seat.
Thank you.
Alongside yourself, we have Asima Baktas of Global B. Please be very, very welcome on stage, as well as Bernard Kroonvellner from Boston Consultancy Group. Very, very welcome, Bernard. Yeah, thank you. You're so kind. And last but not least, we have with us someone really special as well, called Anina Milanovic. I've been practicing that. Not flawless. Sorry about that, Anina. From the SEC in Serbia. Please be very, very welcome and take it all away. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to be here again for the second time today. For starters, I would say that trust is hard to earn and easy to lose, especially when it's stored on blockchain, right? So we're going to be talking about trust and maintaining the trust in these kinds of circumstances. How can we achieve trust and credibility to be trusted by both institutions and the public? And I'm looking forward to our next 30 minutes talking about, especially about this issue. We'll start from the end, from Anina. Anina, regulators are often seen as either enablers or gatekeepers of innovation. So what do you, as regulators, need to prioritize in order to build trust in tokenized markets?
I would just have to say one little disclaimer before we begin. I actually joined the dark side. I'm no longer at the SEC from the Serbian Commission. Now, I'm colleagues with Miroljub on the Belgrade Stock Exchange on the World Bank project as a strategic advisor.
Okay.
So we're currently trying to bridge something between the regular capital markets and the digital assets area. But of course, I will always be a regulator in my soul. So let me go back to your question. What do we need to build the trust in tokenization?
Yes.
Okay, we all saw what happened with Robinhood recently. I hope everybody's in common with that. I think regulators need to be, first of all, clear and predictable in order to gain trust from the community and the investor, in order to, I would say, make tokenization not great again, but great from the start. On the other hand, we need to be open to innovations, which I know it's hard to balance, the thing, safety and innovations. It's very hard. We were witnessing two different approaches worldwide regarding regulations. Okay, we have the wait-and-see approach, which is, I would say, safer maybe, like Europe. You can over-regulate and then wait and see what will happen. On the other hand, you have more flexible, I would say, jurisdictions like Singapore, for example, or Switzerland, where you don't stiff innovation at the start, So basically, in Serbia, we had that privilege to not go by the rules, because actually we rendered our law on digital assets way before MiCA legislation, which is very interesting. In 2020, actually, we started implementing it in 2021. So basically, we had the freedom to make our own rules. So I think the most, I would say, best approach when you have that freedom is to make your legislation flexible and predictable, and in that way you can open up the trust from the market in your product. So I think Serbia did it in a good way, but and again a disclaimer, we had the freedom to do it like that. So back to your question, the first premise is predictability, and I would say early engagement with all the relevant stakeholders in order to make a legislation familiar and safe for them.
And flexibility to a certain extent, right?
Of course.
Bernard, you work closely with banks and asset managers. In your opinion, what's like the biggest internal barrier still holding institutions back from adopting tokenization on a larger scale?
Yeah. So when you look back and what was holding them back over the last years, I will start from here and then coming to what's happening now. So when you look back a couple of years, I mean, first, they were afraid because they figured already that it might be a competitor. Then second, they looked into the regulation, and some regulation back in the days, I mean, you said 2021, which is great. In Europe, we were not that fortunate. MiCA was not there. It wasn't harmonized, at least the regulation across Europe. Many areas were not covered, like 7 years, 8 years back. So then they said, well, it's a competitor. It's in a gray area. We're not touching it. And third, the argument was then, are our clients waiting for this? And, well, many clients were not waiting for this, but as long as clients paid the normal fees, nothing happened. Yeah? So these were the three arguments back in the days. A lot have changed now. And how innovation is happening is very often with something like a flywheel or a positive spiral. So when a couple of clients start asking for a cheaper product, well, the same product, but in a cheaper way, then the first banks will provide the product. Then more will figure out, hey, there's a cheaper possibility. And the more banks need to jump on the topic, need to provide the service as well. So when this starts, and this started already for stablecoins, definitely, and for tokenization, let's see. We are on the tipping point, I would say, because it started already with money market funds a little. But I think that the demand is here now, the regulation is here now, and the banks still consider this as competitors, but they have no choice at the moment. So all the three dimensions that I just named from back in the days disappeared, and product by product, we will see adoption now from the client, but also from the larger organizations.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. Sima, when companies expand to different jurisdictions and so on, they see a lot of compliance issues, right? You're from Turkey, right? Which is a non-EU country. Turkish companies expanding in European countries, you see obviously a lot of compliance traps. Like, what's the biggest type of traps you see?
Yes, I'm a lawyer in Turkey, but we have a law office also in United States, but also we consulting some global exchange and we are consulting for global operation, and we help them how they can get licensed with another jurisdiction. And sometimes it can be like Europe and Dubai and Singapore, which has regulation already. So as you see, like where we actually focus on which country has regulation. And my clients are focused on if they have regulation, then they wants to go there and get license. If there is no regulations, they don't want to go this country. So
I mean, who doesn't have regulation? Everybody has it, right?
Yeah, just 5 years ago, there wasn't no regulations, nowhere. When I start in this, like as a lawyer, 2017, I remember, like we kind of maybe in bank system, banker is not a long time, but for crypto is like, I feel like old and OG for this sector. So when I was attended kind of this event, there is no words about regulations. And as a participant, as a lawyer, they say, why you are here? they ask me that nobody wants to understand legal aspect. So then after overall, like countries and understand how is this technology, and unfortunately banks, sorry, but I don't still like banks. And then, so I want to startups and then like crypto origin companies built and into this sector. So basically it's hard to say, and right now is more clients, and my clients are focusing like clear transparency and sustainability regulations. And it's like mostly they don't want to be gray zone because it's so much headaches. So yeah, this is like focusing is regulations that is much more for them is much more safe zone, I can say.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Anina, let's get a little bit more specific and get back to your time before you went on the dark side, right?
Actually,
so,
maybe that was the dark side, and now it's the bright. I'm not sure.
Okay.
White side.
Yeah.
Dark side.
I would say that investor protection is central with the public trust. So could you share with us an example where regulatory oversight helped to prevent maybe even a catastrophe of some kind on the market regarding tokenization?
I always like to speak from something I'm familiar with, something from my experience. I would say my motto, personally, is prevention is better than the cure. So in this context, meaning early engagement with token issuers in Serbia. In that way, you can actually analyze some projects at the beginning and modify or even block those that are potentially risky for investors. For example, in Serbia, the issuance of white paper isn't obligatory. It's just a good, I would say, a goodwill of the issuer of the token. Of course, that has its implications in meaning that you cannot advertise your digital tokens if you don't have the white paper. So basically, if you want to issue tokens or tokenize something, you must go to the Securities Commission for approval. So in that regards, when analyzing the project, we can always see if something's wrong and just we don't give an approval for that. So I think we should rather focus on that primary part rather than to go directly to the punishments. In Serbia, we didn't have any experience regarding some risky projects at the end. But of course, that's actually because we have made a safeguard at the beginning. We have a threshold of 3 million for the issuance of tokenized financial instruments. Actually, I didn't explain that. Serbia is one of the rare regulatory frameworks that allows direct tokenization of financial instruments. So basically, 9 out of 10 white papers that we have approved are digital bonds, actually. Mm-hmm. So in that regard, we have some experience regarding that area. But regarding some, I would say, risky projects and stuff, we didn't have it in our practice until now. Hopefully, it won't be in the future like that also.
Oh, yeah. Bernard, from your client work, where have you seen tokenization deliver real business value, not just pilots, not just proofs of concept, and what made those cases specifically successful?
Yeah, it's a perfect question and really spot on, because many companies and banks sell to the shareholders or to the public that their little pilot where 3 people are playing around with blockchain was a major success. Well, it was not. might have burned some money and that's it. So I would say 3 products, definitely tokenized money, aka stablecoins, yeah, number 1. And I just let some numbers speak here, yeah, to be fair. So number 1, tokenized money / stablecoins. Number 2, tokenized money market funds. This already picked up as well. And number 3 is either, let's say, tokenized deposits, but it's close to stablecoins anyway, or let's say some niche products, tokenized real-world assets, some collectibles, some back in the days NFTs. So, but this is a broad variety. I mean, it's a broad area. I mean, you can say tokenized Pokemon cards. Many Pokemon cards are tokenized, but that's it. Yeah, and there are tokenized sneakers, tokenized wine, and so. But the entire area of, let's say, tokenized collectibles, yeah, is also at least showing, in terms of numbers, that is successful, and in terms of using tokenization for bringing something to market that was not there before. Yeah.
Yeah. I mentioned in Serbia we have 10 approved white papers, 9 were tokenized bonds, and 1 is actually a tokenized wine collection, a utility token. Yeah. 1 token representing 1 bottle of wine, which is, I think, great for marketing purposes. And I would say I like wine, so that's my favorite token, actually.
Okay, Sima, how does MiCA fit into all of this? I mean, different countries, different interpretations. Yeah. What's your standpoint on that?
Actually, I say MiCA.
MiCA, okay.
MiCA as sound system. I mean, so MiCA actually is great to start because have their own language for all European Union countries. If you get license any single European countries, it's all affect all the European Union countries. So MiCA has a framework regulation, and MiCA has their own language, but also country has their own accent. So locally, in local jurisdiction is startups or like all the company must understand local accent, how it affects their regulation aspect. So it's not only following MiCA framework is not enough. So they should follow their the specific jurisdictions regulation and understand the environment. So, for example, some country as capital marketing board give license. Some of them is central bank in charge of for exchange. Let's say some country is thinks some tokens are security, some tokens are utility. So if you think like your token are utility, is not means that every country thinks they are utility. So it can be breach other countries' regulation. So always, as a lawyer, we say it's super boring. I know it's not exciting, but it's safe zone. So please hire good lawyer before launching your project. So I saw so many startups struggling their project. They do website, they have building teams, and they write like 100 pages of white papers, but most of tokens are not applying right regulations. So that's why they need a guide. They need to be guided to an earlier stage, and then understand each country's regulation as well. So, for example, non-Europe country as a Turkey and Serbia, we have definitely different regulations. And of course, we need to following some FATF rules, financial rules, but we have our own specific language. So definitely they must understand local environment and aspect and everything. So, and it will be much easier for them.
Anina, do you see this regulatory alignment happening in the Balkans or in maybe Southeastern Europe?
Actually, that's a hot topic now. That's a thing we didn't have, as we were speaking at the beginning in Serbia when we were rendering our law. We didn't have to align with anything. Now, actually, regarding Serbia, because we're in the accession period with the European Union, of course, we will need to align our legislation with the MiCA. But if we're speaking about our region, about the Western Balkans, okay, I think harmonization is ongoing, but it's not going to happen overnight. It will take time and clarity, and I would say cooperation between the states not states like the United States, the European states, in order to make that transition, I would say, less painful. But I think it's going to happen in some point. But you know what? We don't need for the rules to be the same. They just need to comply with each other. So I think in the next period, it's going to be interesting in seeing what the countries are going to do in regards of the alignment with the MiCA regulation, if you're speaking about the European Union.
I mean, in all the industries, it's always that regulators are a step or two behind the market.
It's not like that always. I think I'm always talking about my country, of course. If you have that open dialogue, which we were talking about, you don't need to be a step behind. So actually, when we were rendering our legislation, we were heavily talking with the industry, as our colleagues know. So we were trying to be proactive and make the legislation frame, I would say, predictable for them. So I think the alignment is here, it's coming, but it's not the alignment we're talking about. The rules, I think they're not going to be the same, but they're going to be compatible. And that's the point, I think, of the actual alignment in this
Bernard,
area.
what needs to happen for a stronger institutional adoption?
Yeah, actually, we always talk about crypto adoption for massive people from the street, like everyone. But and on other side, crypto is adoption right now, regulation adoption. So it's like, you know, both sides. We try to into the crypto people to the regulation adoption. But on the other side, we try to involve the massive people to crypto adoption. For example, yesterday I was in Uber, and driver is, when he learned I am attending a crypto event, he say, oh, it's a young guy, you know, like he say, oh, I do some trading, but could you please tell me, this is trustful? You know, it is real or not. I see like his centralized exchange. I say, I know the exchange. I say, yes, no problem. He said, okay, I have money. I didn't know that. And then like I was realized that we still have time for that. You know, I was thinking like every young people, because we are in crypto space, I thought everyone knows crypto, but actually no, they don't know, and they still have so many questions. And I believe if this regulation settle down, if everybody understand this is like safe zone, I believe it will be many people involved in crypto. We just started. It just, you know, like it will be boom, you know. In Turkey, as I can tell you, 25 million people, crypto investor. And right now we have more than 50 crypto exchange try to get license. And we are youngest country in the Europe, and everybody just talking about crypto. And it's because of Turkish lira value. I don't want to talk that much.
Hyperinflation.
Yes, it's paying for inflation. So this is also another topic. This is actually, that's why crypto is really important. Like Satoshi Nakamoto's philosophy is actually come true in Turkey. If you cannot control central things like inflation and other things, you can keep your money safe zone in crypto. So this is really good example. I don't know government like it or not, but this is good for people.
Okay, Bernard, basically the same question for you. If we want stronger institutional adoption, do we need more regulatory clarity or more a business incentive?
So the quick answer to this is it needs.
Why not both?
Yeah, exactly. But the quick answer to this is you need time and patience, especially for institutional adoptions, period. Yeah.
Okay.
The retail adoption is there, more or less. Look at Turkey, for instance, a good example. We have nowadays more wallets out there than portfolios. So the retail, people wants this. Yeah. Also, when you look at Theta, I mean, how could it be that Theta earned last year the similar amount of money than Goldman Sachs, but with a fractional amount of people? Yeah. So the demand is there from the people. From the institutional side, traditional banks, it just takes a while. Yeah. And be patient. Give them some more years, then we have all these offerings out there from your bank that you have already on your phone or on your across the corner where you live as well. Yeah, so the typical crypto products.
But when we compare like the European Union and the US regarding tokenization, so we have MiCA here, and we have a Genius Act in America, which is like a lot stronger.
And they have Trump.
Yeah, and they have Trump. Like, Genius is like a much bigger push to tokenization, right?
And not only push, I would say Genius Act is also to use the technology for their own purpose. So when you look at stablecoins in the Genius Act, they use stablecoins and this new technology to fund the United States, especially by the global population. I mean, they use the crypto regulation as a tool. In Europe, we have a solid regulation, and company, especially banks, like it as well, to be frank. Yeah, I know that the crypto natives are like, it's a little bit too hard, it's a little bit too strong, it's a little bit this and that. Sure, I totally get this. I'm a crypto native myself. But in terms of banks or traditional companies, they like it quite a lot, and the key is as well for adoption, the regulatory clarity. Unless you don't have this, an institution will not go into this country.
A couple of months ago, I was doing an interview with a Croatian representative of the European Regulatory Council, and I asked him, like, what do you think of the Genius Act? Like, will we ever have that in Europe? And he's like, not in a million years. I would never support Genius Act or something like that in Europe. So, Anina, what do you think?
I think those are totally different, not jurisdictions, mindsets. And as Sima said, we don't have Trump here, but maybe in some future we will have some other Trump-like guy to support innovation in that way. So I think the key is to be friends with innovation, and I think the European Union is trying to, I would say, be a perfect safeguard, and that doesn't exist. You know, you need to let innovation in so you can flourish together. So I think, again, coming back to Serbia, in emerging countries like our country, you know, I'm seeing all talks about the Genius X, Mika, and we're like, okay, there is Serbia, we don't have anything. So we should embrace those innovations, and maybe the thing that Micha was talking about, I think countries with underdeveloped capital markets and smaller economies can take use of tokenization in a greater way, and the fact that we don't have Mika and then we don't have Genius F, of course, is our benefit. It's not like a tail that we should cut off. It's our benefit, and we should go forward without those limitations. So, and when the limitations come, okay, we'll play by those rules.
Okay, but what could be like the lessons learned for other emerging markets that can be learned from the Serbian example?
Just that, the thing that I said, okay, you have on one side the capital markets, which are underdeveloped. In Serbia, that's, I think, an understatement because they're dead. On the other hand, you have new and innovative technologies. You have, like Sima said, younger people who are keen in investing in something like that. You know, people often confuse when you say crypto, they only think about cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin and stuff, but tokenization is actually a great means for investors to get to the markets, to place their assets, I would say, in another place other than, I don't know, bank deposits or some, I would say, classical means of investing. On the other hand, I think tokenization, again, speaking for our experience, is great for financing some little enterprises or even bigger ones at some point. So I think it's a win-win situation for small economies. On one hand, to, I would say, give investment opportunities to people which are eager for that. On the other hand, you enable access to capitals to some entities that are in principle unbankable maybe. So it's good for both sides, the demand and the supply side.
Okay, Bernard, a glimpse into the future. Looking ahead, which asset classes or which financial products do you expect to become fully tokenized first?
Yeah. So first, fully tokenized products will be wholesale banking products, I would say, because of efficiency and because you don't have such a hard time to convince all your clients because you ask for full adoption. The second will be then traditional banking products, but here we'll see that you have two ways. You have maybe a traditional way and a way on chain. Yeah? So there will be a portfolio and a wallet for a couple of decades in parallel. Yeah? And the third, I would say that many, let's say, tickets or loyalty points or all the things that we have on our phone anyway already, yeah? The miles and more points, for instance, or again, the ticket when I fly or the ticket when I go to a stadium or so, those are actually assets that you have. Yeah. And these assets have sometimes no legal representation. What is a miles and more point? I mean, it buys me something. It buys me a flight. It buys me some perfume when I go to their shop or whatever they have. So, but what is it from a legal point of view? And it also brings some advantages for the loyalty point provider, because then they know more about the clients. They know when someone is transferring a point or a ticket to someone else. Yeah? So I think these three are the first ones.
Okay. Okay.
I want to add something. Yeah, sure. Institutions super important for crypto adoption. I think I don't like banks, but they are important. But but also for futuristic aspects, everybody will have their own tokenization. Like now we are using different token, like majority token, right? We invest them. But people will have their own token because everybody right now try to earn money from social media. They have account, they have credit, you know. For example, if I have subscription, if I am influencer, they give me the money, but it will be changed. It will be tokenization system. It will be built by crypto. So you know, like maybe you will have, I will have, and then people, I don't know, it looks like which is the like, how is the dark? Oh, no, Black Mirror.
Black Mirror
yeah,
series,
Black Mirror. Unfortunately, I'm afraid, but it will be like that. Like people will just credit their tokens, and every individually will have tokens. I don't know when, 10 years, 20 years, or 5 years, but it will be super making adoption, and then people understand this is profit, because you can define your own token, you can follow your token, and this is what is future it will be. Then it will be booming. I don't know.
Black Mirror has some strange episodes, so I hope we
Yeah.
don't end in one of the bad ones.
Yeah, but we still, like, so many episodes already been. Yeah, so I don't know.
Guys, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was that from us. Our time is limited, I'm afraid, so thank you. And thank you for this panel discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for our epic panelists, the last ones of today. Thank you as well, Doctor. I should have said before, obviously, Ivan. Thank you as well. This was absolutely amazing. Yes, our time is limited. Yes, day one of Cosmoverse 2025 has been wrapped up. Maybe we should indeed, tokenize and put it on chain as a wrapped asset. I don't know, but what I do know is that you have to come back tomorrow. You have to tune in tomorrow as well. Today, we've spoken about Cosmos, about AI, about everything about the sovereign, interoperable infrastructure and future that is being built and enabled by the Cosmos stack. Tomorrow, we'll be speaking about markets and adoption, DeFi, Bitcoin, stablecoins, enterprise, so many different things that we'll be pitching competition as well in a different room. There will be the developer portal. There will be the hackathon happening. There will be workshops. For everyone who is still watching, come back tomorrow. You guys and ladies as well. However you feel and identify, come all back tomorrow. Thank you so much. If this was your first time at Cosmoverse, be very, very welcome in the community. And if it's your, whatever time that you're here, great to see you again. Let's keep the energy going. Let's keep the energy flowing. And we'll see each other tomorrow again. Thank you very much, everyone. See you tomorrow. Woo-hoo!